this is T, so this is V. Oh, wait, this is already. What's V300 on this?
Oh, we're
I was
live.
checking.
We're live.
Oh,
Coco.
we're live.
Welcome, folks.
Let's go.
Sir.
Where's the link to the thing to share it?
Just like
You tell us.
go onto it on your channel, I guess.
Oh, there we go.
Type 1.
Stream URL.
Like 1. So then it's V, then X, Y, Z.
Oh, I can change what we're looking at. Oh, that's also kind of nice.
And then the second one is the same thing. Wait.
How can I bash Zank's team? What is bad about this team? You're only one flying with this being Rotom? Yeah, this guy is cooked.
That's so mean. That's so
This
toxic.
Zank guy, what the fuck?
There's other things I hate about that
I
team,
have the link
but
if you need, David.
Oh yeah, can you just post it in announcements and ping everyone, Jonathan?
Yep.
Do you have permission to speak in announcements?
Doesn't look like it.
No.
Just
Then-
DM me the link then.
Yeah,
Okay. Where are you? There you are.
Yo, no way there's a speed gap between 90 and 65. What is this
We
Zank
have-
guy doing?
We have no viewers.
You have one viewer,
Oh.
and it's me.
let's go. W.
Alright.
Yeah, I'm watching it.
Alright. Put a silent musicians team in first.
Oh yeah,
If you would.
it's done.
Alright.
Oh, that better not have messed up my formula.
Wait, How could I have messed up your formula?
No, I think we're fine. I need to. Oh, can I control H in this formula?
Yo, you deleted
No.
Starmie.
Rest in
Yo,
peace.
Starmie, the best mon ever. No weaknesses? Holy shit.
Look, I'm in the middle of it.
Alright.
I should get paid for this.
Alright, so we're now officially live and we're actually streaming. So, hello folks and welcome to the ISL ORAS and USUM draft recap stream.
I don't know why the Dark, Steel, and Fairy Resist still aren't working.
Doesn't
I'm
matter,
giving up.
Just leave it. Yeah, that's fine.
Alright, so we're going to begin with the Platinum Division. Because there's no teams page this year, we're going to have to do it like this.
L.
Yeah, so
L. L no teams page.
yeah, this
L
is going to be,
admins.
you know, a bit, this is even more amateur hour than you're used to, folks, from the ISL draft show. But,
A bit scuffed.
alright, so first up we have the Silent Musicians team. He had the first overall pick in Platinum. What we're gonna do is we're gonna go through all of Platinum ORAS, then we're gonna go through all of ORAS for Diamond, then Pearl, then we're gonna go through all of USUM Pearl, USUM Diamond, and end on USUM Platinum. That's the plan.
If
Sounds
that
like a
makes
good
any
plan.
sense to anyone.
Good. Alright, so first of all, a Silent Musicians team, what do we got here? We have Mega Gardevoir. So they had the first overall pick.
Pretty good mon. Pretty good mon.
You're telling me now for the first time?
Yeah, Pixelate is way stronger in Gen 6. Fairies are just comically broken in Gen 6.
And few and far between as well. There's really not that many.
Alright. We have
Yeah, make a guard the fucking goat.
good removal with Defog, Flygon, and Rapid Spin Starmie. The Flygon might actually be kind of important because of Starmie's vulnerability to being pursuit trapped.
It's really
yeah.
sad that, like, Flygon is an upside, but I think you're right.
This team puts a lot of pressure on Bishop. Bishop being the only Dark Resist because Gardevoir isn't like pure Fairy typing.
It's the only Ghost Resist as well.
Yeah,
Ooh.
like
Yeah.
it's not a lot of ghosts running around in Auras, but
And it does Pursuit them, but yeah.
Yeah, Bishop is a good Pokemon, but you're kind of putting a lot on its shoulders with this team.
Like, Weavile is really tough for this team to deal with.
100%. A lot of weight on Ferrothorn.
Mega Absol, if it was drafted, would absolutely run through this team.
Well, I mean, it's a good thing that Mega Absol is so good that we all agreed not to draft it.
This is true. I have drafted
It doesn't
Mega Absol
Poppy
before.
Poppy has Mega Absol, no?
Oh, is
I
it
was really
drafted?
tempted, but
I think Poppy got Mega Absol in Auras, yeah. I mean, we're gonna get to that later. I think,
Okay.
like some other points around this, I don't think Flygon and Rotom Heat are good ground immunities / resists in Gen 6. Rotom Heat does not have the boots, so it often takes hazards, even though Starmie does have good removal. And Flygon also has good removal. I think Rotom... It's good. It's still a good Pokemon with great typing. But it takes a lot of residual. Same with Flygon. It's not really a good defensive Pokemon. Like, Levitate gives it a bit of leeway, but...
I think Cough Egregious and Ferrothorn are also, like, decent into, like, the physical grounds, and he has the best special ground in Nidoking. So, like, that's kind of fine.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true.
I do also like the, like, core he has for checking the electrics between Flygon, Rotom Heat, and Ferrothorn.
Yep,
There's no
for
real
sure.
shared
And
weakness
Nidoking.
there.
That's
double
definitely
ground is
true.
nice.
Oh, yeah, I completely forgot the Nidoking. Yeah, anything else we want to say? We do have a lot of teams to go through today.
Yeah, I think-
Shuckle the Goat. It
Oh,
better
yeah.
come to every game
I mean,
in
it
6-0.
should come to some games. Sticky Webs
Yeah,
are great in
Shuckle
Gen
is
6.
really good in Oras. Alright,
Yep,
Yeah.
alright, next.
yep. Are you just gonna say next? Okay, fair enough.
If I grab the teams, you can swap them over.
Alright. Next up, we have Zank. Oh, Ari. Mega Absol is... It doesn't get C... If it doesn't get CC, it at least gets Superpower.
It has superpower, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a sad mon, but
And
it's
it
not
also
that bad.
it also gets fire coverage for Ferrothorn anyway.
Yep.
Well, I guess that'd be more for Bisharp, but... Anyway.
Okay, let's look at this team. This is Zank's team. Picked Garchomp,
Mhm.
pick 2.
It's
These
pretty
are
reasonable, it's a
not
good
in
mon.
pick order for some reason sometimes, so just keep that in
But
mind.
yeah, but
Yeah.
Zank was pick 2. I know the pick order changes after
Mhm.
like pick 6 or something.
Yeah.
So yeah, like I already said some things about this. I also like helped or talked to Zank about his team while he was drafting it. So Rotom being the only electric resist, no, not the only electric resist,
The only flying resist.
Yes, is a bit hard because Scizor is not a steel that resists flying, and he has double grass.
Mm-hmm.
So
Have we
physical
considered-
flying Pokemon are kind of a problem. There aren't a lot of physical flying types, because flying types just take rocks damage in Gen 6, and they're mostly not viable. What would be the best physical flying?
We're in the Mega Pinsir generation. We have Talon.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
but
Mega
Mega
Pinsir.
Pinsir is
Oh.
not drafted.
Talonflame.
Not drafted.
Talonflame.
Talonflame
I see.
is drafted, yeah, by Tago.
Okay, Talonflame doesn't break through Slowbro any day.
Yeah,
I was
and
about to
Garchomp
say-
either, kinda.
Between Slowbro and Blissey, if you're not hitting them super effectively, they just resist physical and special moves respectively. I
Mhm.
think you can
Insane
kind of
core.
say that there your flying resists, even though that's not a real word.
Yeah, for sure. I can
Yeah.
definitely see that point. Like Blissey, Slowbro. I feel like this team kind of needs to bring both every week.
This team would
Kind
be
of.
so much better if they had teleport.
Oh, for
Mm.
sure. I would be kind of broken then. This team's removal is Scizor
And Mega Pidgeot.
and Mega Pidgeot. Sure.
It's fine. I think this team is trying to
It's
just
fine.
get spikes up pretty kind of early and often.
Mm-hmm.
Slowbro has a regen to
Yeah.
stave off the hazards. Chomp is a rocks resist already. It's definitely going to struggle a little bit if it plays like slow pace, but I think just having those two fat mons as pivots for this otherwise quite offensive core is alright.
Yeah. Missy does let the enemy get up a lot of hazards and free turns now. But it does help that it cleanses the heal bell is also really good for this team. I feel like Slowbro especially gets toxic a lot.
Yeah.
Or Scald burned.
Yeah. The other thing I wanted to say is Whimsicott feels a little out of place on this team. Because of the Roserade.
Yeah.
Because the Roserade is...
You're just saying that because you want it.
No, I didn't want it in this one. I drafted
I
guess
every
it's
other
just-
gen.
Yeah.
Lambo, this
I think
is
you just
Platinum
wanted more
just limited.
speed,
Same.
right? Yeah. Just wanted more speed, right? Only Pidgeot and Garchomp is kind of slow.
Mhm.
And it bridges the gap a bit. And it's a fairy. I think, like,
Yeah.
looking at this, he picked it round 7.
Mhm.
So there probably weren't a lot of fairies on the board.
Yeah.
Like, Gen 6 has
For
has
sure.
a huge fairy problem because
Yeah.
the Tabus aren't in yet.
Yeah.
And even, like, other cheap fairies, like...
And one team drafted 2 of the 3 most expensive
Comfy.
fairies for some reason.
yeah, which
Comfy,
team
Rabombi.
would do that?
Yeah, Comfy and Rabombi aren't in the game.
Yep.
Nobody
Couple
drafted
others as
Wigglytuff,
well.
folks.
No,
Wow.
Creamy, the best one.
I wouldn't go that far. Alright.
Yeah.
Feels like we
So-
should... We haven't mentioned the Scrafty yet. I feel like we should at least mention the names of every Pokemon.
Scrafty is decent, honestly.
Yeah.
I don't think he paid a lot of points for it. It was like 5 or 6. It's totally fine for Scrafty.
Yeah.
And as
Yeah.
we said, the fairies are not as prevalent in this generation, so it's a little... It's fine.
I mean, every team should still have one.
Mhm.
But it's not like Scrafty doesn't have moves for fairies either, and I think Scrafty often just has matchups where it gives a lot of defensive utility. Like Dark, fighting for some reason just is a really good defensive typing sometimes if the mon doesn't get fairy coverage. Like
Yeah,
Weavile,
it helps
for
a lot.
example,
Mhm.
kind of struggles. You can throw a Rocky Helmet on that and Intimidate and switch it into Weavile, and Scizor doesn't have to bother.
Yeah, that's fair.
Mm.
Alright,
Yep.
let's go to the next one.
Yup.
Alright, who's next?
Next one is you.
Alright, so this is where all the fairies went.
Wait, it's only 2. Didn't you say 3?
No, I said 2 of the 3 most expensive fairies, because Azumarill and Mega
yeah.
Deansci were the 2nd and 3rd most expensive
I mean, it
fairies.
seemed like
God,
nobody
Mega
wanted Arzu.
Deansci, don't get me started.
I was kind of surprised that Arzu lasted to round 7. That mod is kind of insane in Gen 6.
Yeah,
That
Ozzy was
movement's
really good.
Yeah,
I
I was
just-
like so sure I was going to, because originally I wanted Noivern and to have like a bit of a faster team, and I'm like, alright, what am I gonna do when Noivern gets sniped? And I like sold myself on this Azumarill plan, because originally I was gonna do like Noivern Chestnut, and then I realized that I kind of like Quilladin better than Chestnut. In Gen 6 at least. 'Cause
It's fair. It's a fair point.
And then
Yeah.
the Noivern and Azumarill both got back to me, and I'm like, I kind of like the Azu plan a little more. I'm looking at these teams, and their fairy resistances aren't that great.
Yeah, I
You know,
think
I like Double
Ozu
Fairy.
is definitely good. It's just though, without the Noivern, you do kind of top off at 111 speed, which is like kind of slow. But
That's
I mean,
fine.
you have the
Only you had
T-wave
some-
spam,
If
so.
only someone could do
Yeah.
something about this.
Yeah, this is a lot
Wow.
of condensed speed. I feel like just every Pokemon slower than 92 going max HP against you seems problematic sometimes.
hmm
Because the team is kind of offensive, right? There's not a lot of defensive backbone on this. Like Tentacruel and Croak, Jirachi, and Quilladin are decent defensive Pokemon, but they don't have reliable recovery. Of course, Quilladin does, but it's still a Quilladin. But so you could, like, if you lose tempo, it's kind of hard to come back, I feel like. But these Pokemon are pretty good, for sure.
Yeah.
Let's see if
We
Diane
have some,
dodges the fraud allegations. Yeah,
We have some love for the Electros in the comments.
that's good.
And,
Pokemon
you know-
sometimes.
Yeah.
David, he was telling me, he was bouncing some ideas off of me about the Electros, and, you know, I came around to it. I think it's an interesting pick. I think it might be able to pop off.
Mhm.
Yeah. I mean, there's definitely an issue with the speed tiers, but this team, I mean, we should call it what it is.
It's
This
golden
team's-
magic.
There's a Jirachi in Thundy. It's very obvious what I'm going for.
Very true, very true.
The idea is once everything is paralyzed, it's all slower than Azumarill and Mega Deansci.
Correct.
Yeah.
And they kill all of them.
How are you parrying my Mega Sceptile?
Body Slam.
So it's just going to let you.
Yep.
Yeah, there's some Pokemon that it can't para, like Mega Manectric and Mega Sceptile are a little bit problematic for this team. Just because you just can't T-Wave them.
Yeah, Mega Sceptile.
There's probably some more.
I mean, Mega Sceptile, I feel like I have outs against. Main, yeah, Main is a problem, but that's why we have the Eel. He's here.
The Eel does help against Manectric, yeah, but you often just take a Hidden Power or Flamethrower and then get volted on. It's not like you do anything to Manectric back either, right? Like you just U-turn.
Yes.
Can't really knock it. It's definitely hard but playable. Like, don't get me wrong, it's definitely winnable. Okay, yeah. Anything else about this team? Good hazards, good removal.
Yeah.
Sandy's broken. Jirachi needs to
Sandy
carry
is
Protect in Gen
broken.
6 basically almost every game.
You mean Mega
Which-
Deansci?
Oh yeah, I mean yeah, obviously we're talking about this team. So that hinders, but it doesn't really need any more moves. Like it often just has Moonblast, Earth
Diamond
Power
Storm.
plus a Hidden Power, Diamond Storm, yeah, whatever it needs.
Mm.
Yeah.
Simisear doesn't matter. We're not talking about that Pokemon.
Like
the rest are
Mega
good
Man
ones.
We don't-
and stuff, like there's definitely a lot of pressure on Jirachi to handle like things that can't be dealt with through magical bullshit. But I do feel like this team has a lot of tools going for it. And it plays very fast, which I like.
It's really offensive, yes.
Oh yeah.
Okay, do we want to
Alright.
go to the next one?
Yes.
Okay,
We
next
can.
one up is Tago, which has a pretty
Alright.
interesting team. So there's a Mega Sableye on here, which gets Magic Bounce, and two birds, Zapdos and Talonflame, which really don't like the rocks in Gen 6.
Yeah, and I think Zapdos is the only removal, so that is... Oh,
Yes.
Mew...
Mew.
Yeah,
Mew,
Mew can
yeah.
also remove, yes, true.
Mm.
I feel like this team is it's interesting because like on the one side it feels really offensive and on the other side it feels really defensive. I think this team has two modes. Like there's two modes where the Mew like kind of sets up, goes really offensive here with like Terrakia and Talonflame, and Sableye doesn't let the opponent do anything. And then there's one where the Mew and the Zapdos are balanced and keep pivoting out, bringing in Terrakion and Talonflame and Roselia, Steelix are helping, like keeping the defensive core together. It's probably hard to prep for both modes, because like Mew and Zapdos often like want to get Toxic, but Sableye completely stops Toxic. This team is a little Scald weak without the Roselia, I have to say. Sableye hates taking Scalds, so does Mew.
Yeah, for those uninitiated, Burn still does the 12.5% instead of the usual 6 we're used to this gen. So a Burn is like being regular poisoned, but worse.
Yes, Scald is
We're in the
absolutely
Middle
broken
Ages.
in 5 and 6.
What? Why did they design it like that? Why did they just make poison but better?
I mean, Burn was really unavailable early, right? But Scald is what pushed it over the top because everything just gets Scald for no reason.
Yeah, I imagine
Like-
the Burn nerf was because of Scald.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
Will-O-Wisp was
Oh,
not what caused the
exclusively.
Burn nerf. No way.
Well, Will-O-Wisp, they like nerfed and buffed all over the place playing with that thing's accuracy.
Yeah. I mean, but still, I think 85 accurate Will-O-Wisp would not have get Burn nerfed, in my opinion.
No, it was 100%.
Mm.
Yeah, I think this team needs a lot of like power from this Roselia, no? I just realized this Roselia and the Feraligatr are the water resists, and there's a lot of scary water types in 6. Greninja, Keldeo,
Yeah.
Mega Blastoise. Like, I feel
Hey,
like with Roselia, it's in for a lot, no?
Yeah, I'm
Shout out,
sure
big guy Mega
Tago is
Blastoise.
quaking in his boots at the prospect of having to bring Roselia to many games.
Yeah, let's see to how many games this Roselia is gonna come. I love Terrakion. The Pokemon is great.
It's a fraud.
No. It is a fraud in later gens. We're gonna look at my Terrakion later, I guess next week. So it's not a fraud. Talonflame is broken in Auras. For people that don't know, Gale Wing still gives you priority even if you're not at full HP. So you can SD up and then just Brave Bird everything down.
Yep.
Like, the only thing that keeps Talonflame in check
is the fact that its attack is about slightly lower than a Mungus.
But it can always run Adamant, and Stealth Rocks exist, so it's not that broken, but with a Mega Sableye, it can be really scary.
Alright. There's also a Clefairy on this team.
Yeah, also to note, Zapdos doesn't have Hurricane, so it works kind of like a Bolt Beamer in Gen 6, where it just runs Electric and HP Ice into most teams.
Maybe Air Cutter if we're feeling daring.
Yeah, I've never seen an Air Cutter Zapdos, but maybe.
Yeah,
okay, are we going to the...
Slash.
Yeah, no, it doesn't get Air Slash either. Drill Peck is probably its best option because it has decent attack. Like 90 attack.
Alright.
Still not doing much, but okay.
Moving on. We got a lot of these to get through.
Maybe we could also, like before we move on, like one last thing, is that I feel like Steelix Clefairy is a really budget Steel Fairy Core. Like a Garchomp sounds really scary. So do other dragons like Latios.
The Fire Water Grass Core is also kind of budget too.
Yeah, a lot of points.
Team seems budget.
Yeah, and like the top 4 are great, and the Talonflame, but the defensive Mons and the Feraligatr, like waters that don't resist Scald, we were talking about that too, right, King Rock? Because your water also doesn't want to take Scalds that much. It's kind of iffy.
Alright.
Still have one.
Next.
Wait, this also has only one Ice Resist, by the way. Feraligatr is the Ice Resist. But Ice types don't really exist in Gen 6, so that's probably fine. Okay, let's go next. Next team is...
It'd be really funny if this is Kieran Black. Oh, no.
That's Poppy. Oh, that's Kieran Black in 6, true.
Alright, so there's a Poppy team, so there's an Infernape check, Torn check, Uxie check, Thundy team.
Yeah. This was really interesting, because like in the top 4 picks, or I guess top 5 picks, he had 4 ground immunes and an Infernape. It felt a little bit like bird spam, and I even messaged him about it, but like the Thundy, I guess, isn't really a bird. It's also an electric immune, and Scam isn't really offensive. It's a really funny team. I've never seen somebody draft 4 ground immunities in the first 5 picks.
No, but sometimes I feel like doing it.
Yeah, I kind of like this as like a spike stack team here, because I think you can try to force trades where you have a bunch of like flying like offer grounds but don't care too much about rocks. Torn regens, Scum is neutral, Uxie's neutral, so you can just get 3 spikes up and just kind of play like that because your entire team, for the most part, is immune to spikes. So you have the magic bounce on Absol. I think this is
just not really reliable at all. Because that one has 5 defense.
I just wanted to mention it as an aspect of the team. I like this sort of offense. Yeah, emphasis on the ass.
I love the speed tiers on this team. Speed tiers are amazing.
That is really good.
Between 70 and 95, but that's probably fine. And I also want to mention, I feel like your point about the rocks is kind of true, but nothing on this team actually resists rocks. Everything takes 12 or more.
And Skarmory are kind of like your pseudo Fizz-Def rock resists.
Yeah. Oh yeah, this team doesn't have rock resists. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who needs a rock resist?
Let me look what else is on this team. Yeah, it's also kind of Ice Weak, right? Ape and Lantern is okay. Both are ground weak, so a Mammothswine would be hard for this team. Yeah, Cure QB as well, right?
Kind of gets checked.
Ice Beam, Earth
Mammothswine at least gets checked by Skarmory. Kieran Black does annihilate this team.
Yeah, Choice Band Crash does like 40. Scary, but definitely manageable. I mean, this team doesn't give Mamoswine too many turns.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has some problems, but it's really offensive. A lot of pivoting, really, like a lot of pivoting. I just don't know what really comes in after he pivots. Like he pivots out with a bird to bring in another bird.
Yeah, probably. Or an 8.
I mean,
Seems
Fundy
fine.
has 145 special attack.
Yeah.
Absol is maybe what we're going into each time. Amon's not
Let's
so,
go, Ab.
so
Yo,
bad.
maybe this Absol is gonna do really nice things. It was really cheap.
Yeah.
Like 4 points was probably too cheap for Mega Absol.
And a lot of pivoting
like
allows you to get the Mega off on Absol safely, because it's one of the harder mons to Mega.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't really like to fit protect.
Yeah, for sure. Absol struggles to fit protect. It often wants double dark step.
Yeah, you want like Sucker Knock 2 coverage moves.
Oh, to mention, something to mention, like that we can mention already, is that Sucker in Gen 6 is also still way stronger. Like 80 base power makes a huge difference. So Absol also profits from that. It's just something to throw in here, that Absol after an SD, like the 80 base power on Sucker Punch often makes it get kills that it doesn't normally get with nerfed Sucker Punch. Yeah, I don't know, like there's a what even is that Pokemon called? The loud
Exploud.
shout guy. Yeah, it's an Exploud. Got Boom Burst in 6, it's the first gen where it's viable. Decent mon. I don't know, there's not really any ghosts, so the normal typing doesn't get it anything, but it's also a Pokemon you can U-turn or pivot into, I guess.
Yeah, it's a scary guy.
Yeah.
Alright, next.
Yeah, region. Yeah. Next. Okay, next one. Who drafted Latios? This is Mega Blastoise. Heatran.
Latios Mega Blastoise, that's me,
John,
baby.
Oh, that's
okay,
you. That's
Johnny.
you,
Yeah,
Jamie, yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna let him do it himself.
Oh,
Alright.
yeah.
Alright, here we go. This is my team. I was kinda going... I saw Latios was still on the board for my pick, and I was like, screw it, I should take the Latios. He's the funny guy. And then I took Heatran with it because I figured it would be a good mon to take with Latios since it's super weak to ground. I'd take it with a nice solid ground immunity like Latios. And then I wanted the bastard Gliscor to have some like 4 times weakness stack to kind of force my opponent to choose between whether they want to run HP ground or HP ice.
Gonna run HP water.
Yeah,
real.
but that bounces off of both of them.
Yeah.
I don't know if it bounces off of Gliscor. Heatran maybe, yes.
Gliscor, oh, it's gonna take an HP water. I
If you're
will.
max, but that depends on the user, right?
Yeah, Spadef
Yeah,
Gliscor
yeah.
can sometimes stall out Rotom Wash Hydro Pumps.
If it misses.
Yeah. Then I have the funny Mega Blastoise, get some good spin and nice offensive mon.
And then you continue the 4x weakness stack with defensive pillars, Virizion, and Sneasel.
I really do. Like, listen, Sneasel, he wasn't even... He's just a little bonus guy. He's just a little guy. And then Virizion, yeah, I kind of 4 times weakness stack, but I think Virizion is good. It's a nice grass type. It's just sometimes you can't bring it, sometimes you can, you know?
Yeah.
Sadly, my fairy is Granbull, after
Nice.
the advice of a certain person in this call.
I think
and
Granbull and Heatran have a lot of synergy, actually. Like, I think... Like Heatran forces you into EQ or fighting moves, and Granbull really likes to take both of those. Like, obviously Granbull isn't the best Pokemon.
I think Granbull is a perfectly serviceable Pokemon.
Yes,
It
I
was the
think so.
hero
It's
of our
okay.
TTT team in VGC.
Yes. It gets
And
access
then,
to the move Thunder Wave, which is kinda good.
yeah,
And unlike
yeah, that's really the big thing.
Unlike Wigglytuff that was plagued by remaining a normal type, it just became pure fairy like Clefable, so it can actually
which is
check
way
fighting
better.
types.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I have Galvantula for some nice web support because my team, well, when I was first drafting it, it was kind of slow. Like, you know, the Heatran, Gliscor, Mega Blastoise, and so I think getting some web support for those guys could make it pretty scary.
It ended up really fast. This is probably one of the fastest teams we have.
Yeah.
Funnily enough, yeah.
I've always
Like 110, 18, 18.
I've always thought Galvantula was like the best web setter in Gen 6, and nobody respects it.
Oh,
I mean,
for sure. Galvantula is
what are your other
probably
options? Shuckle and nothing else?
Like when I was like a child playing on when the Gen 6 ladder first came out, I thought Galvantula was like the best thing ever because it beat all the removal mons 1v1.
Okay, sure, yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, Galvantula is
Smeagol does lend
definitely
Spore,
underrated.
though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I mean, obviously, Galvantula's weakness is its special attack, right? What special attack does Galvantula have?
No, its special attack is like 97, and Compound Eyes let you run Thunder.
Yeah, Compound Eyes Thunder. Yeah, it's pretty good. It adds some like offensive presence.
And it has Bug Buzz, so it doesn't have to hit the Lotties with HP Ice. Not that that's a problem for Galvantula in this, but...
I mean, the problem, I feel like the obvious problem this team has, right, is the matchup into rocks.
Mm-hmm.
Like rock type.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, like...
Virizion is not that kind of guy. I'm telling you right now.
He's the goat. He's the goat. Except in the Mega Deansci. So, I got some problems there.
Good thing I have a Terrakion. I'm bringing it. No, Tago has Terrakion. Oh no, are you playing Tago?
No, I don't think
so.
Me. No. Yeah, I'm playing him. So.
Oh, Mega Deansci.
I mean, with Mega Deansci,
this is a fine matchup into Mega Deansci, honestly.
Yeah, it's fine.
Larios just wins the tie, and just kills it with Light Observe. Easy.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be the goat. I'm gonna win the tie.
Yes, sir.
It's crazy how right you are.
Yep. A little bit only one flying resist in Heat Trend, and it might be scary, but we already talked about it. Like there's no real flying types.
Yeah, flying types don't matter. Speaking of Crobat.
Yeah. Crobat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Crobat probably a problem for Zank, right?
Yeah.
Like.
Just fast Brave Bird, yeah.
Yeah. Can also run Adamant into some teams. You need to get off hazards, but you have 3 removers? 4 removers, right? 4. Let's go Blastoise,
Crobat, with Poison Heal.
I mean...
Then I'm just going Hyper Cutter.
You gotta do what you gotta do, yeah?
I think Blastoise generally will have a slot for spin, like even in weeks where it wants a bunch of coverage, so I think you're fine there. And Lardy can slot default really well, especially on like choice sets.
Completely agree. This team has probably the best removal out of all teams.
Alright.
It's great.
Next!
Okay, let's go to the next one. Let's figure out who this is. It's a Megalopony. Is this Vase? Ceramic Vase?
This is Ceramic Vase, yeah.
Yes.
Alright.
This team is really good. I was looking a lot at this team, and I like a lot of what this team has done. This is a top-heavy team, a really top-heavy team, where there's Megalopony, Ladias, Manaphy, and Clefable. But also the mid-tier Pokemon are kind of solid. Drapion, Seismitoad, and Registeel are all excellent Pokemon in my opinion.
Yeah.
And
the
niche low pointers.
I'm not there with. I'm not going to call Registeel excellent.
I think
Registeel... not in Pride Month.
It's a star. Yeah, true. I think Registeel, for what it does, is excellent. I feel like there's not a lot of steels that have the pure steel typing, which gives you a lot of unnecessary... which covers you for a lot of unnecessary weaknesses, like the psychic typing often just gives you dark weakness or something. And I feel like this Registeel is supported really well with a Clef, Wish support, and whatnot. Also, T-Wave is broken in Gen 6, so Registeel likes clicking that.
Yeah, that's fair.
Electrode
is also kinda not terrible in 6.
Completely agree. And Driftblim, I think, is their favorite Pokemon or something, because they drafted it in their season last year as well. It's definitely up there. I think, right? There was a Terra Driftblim on Ceramic
It's fine.
Vase
It's a very nice low tier, ground immune ghost.
It was 1 point, right? Or was it a bit more?
I think it might have been 2 or 3.
Yeah. It's missing a
I
few
think I'm-
moves it has in newer gens, but
Mhm.
not bad. Definitely one of the Pokemon that has like decent coverage actually, but the stats are obviously kind of mid. Yeah, I really like this team. I really like this team. I think Manaphy is great.
Yeah.
Really underrated in 6.
Underrated. Like,
No,
mean, I guess.
I think a lot of people are underrating Manaphy. And it often is better in 7, right? Because of Z. So I feel like it's a little underrated in 6. Not really. Is it the
Maybe.
first gen where it got Tago?
No, it's had
Was it
tail glow
5?
since its inception.
Tailglow's a Gen 3 move.
Yeah, tail
Yeah,
glow
I know
is
Tago
part
is
of
a
its
Gen
thing.
3 move, but
It has the tail that glows.
was Manaphy
That's the
banned
reason
in
it was-
4 then?
Manaphy
Yes, it was. It was
Uber,
Uber.
Gen 4.
DPP, and Black White.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that makes sense then. Okay, I guess that's why it's only in my head in 6. Fair enough.
Yeah, it's first set on the DPP Smogon page for Uber's is Tail Glow Rest.
I think on the
Good
ladder in 6, Clefable was often called the best Pokemon in the gen, right? So that's a good Pokemon to have.
I think the current opinion is it's Drill, but like class
It definitely was 6 in the like when it was only X and Y. I think in Oras it shifted a bit.
Drill
Okay.
just has a lot of roll compression, a lot of team styles that rely on it.
Yeah, I think Drill is way better in ladder though than it is in draft.
Yeah.
For sure.
Next.
Okay, let's go to the next team, which is my team. Okay, let's have you people talk first.
All right. Let's see.
You people, what is that supposed to mean?
Yeah, I mean it's you guys.
All right.
It's got Xatu, my goat. Oh my god, I love Xatu.
Right?
I mean, speaking of top heavy teams, we kind of have what I'm calling like a 6.5-1 team, because I think it's gonna be very specific matchups where you don't just bring your top 6. So I kind of want to evaluate it from. I mean, I think Garbodor's really good in the matchups. It's good. I think Sceptile's cool if you need that extra bit of speed, but I think your top 6 kind of cover a lot of things. Like,
True.
Yeah, they really cover everything you need.
I'm just gonna bring Sceptile every week though, because that is my goat. That one is
Sceptile.
Like I think it's
actually
really
good.
underpriced.
Yeah.
Like it's so underpriced in Oras. It was in like we have for everybody who doesn't know, we have a team tour at DDT. Where we drafted Mega Sceptile 2, and it stayed at the same price. It cost 7 points for Pokemon that can often run Modest with a really great special attack, and it kind of fixes like Hidden Power makes it way better. Yeah, it's just a solid Pokemon. It also switches up because SD on that Pokemon is actually a big threat.
Yeah, that's definitely like something you consider a lot, especially because it plays out kind of the Fairy Dragon Steel defensive core between Meta and Sylveon, who kind of cover everything on their own, but it's nice having Sceptile be like a really decent stalled resist. Like, Rotom is fine taking them, but Rotom just is a bit temporary. You really want a second guy who can take stalled on these teams sometimes, and you do have that second option.
Yep. Yeah, it was really weird because, as you can see, I drafted 2 water types first. I don't think I've ever done that before, like draft the same type twice in my first 2 picks. I actually can't remember what my reasoning was. I think I just thought that Rotom Wash was too good to pass up, even. Like, I always go double water type with Pokemon like Greninja and Keldeo anyway, as we will see in my Gen 7 team later as well. So, getting one of the best. And then Donphan was really early as well in round 3. So my original plan was going Greninja, Rotom Wash, Jirachi. But somebody in this call took my Jirachi after I messaged them and asked, oh, are you looking at Jirachi at all? And they said, yes, I'm going to pick it after you mentioned it to me. Could have been anyone in this call, really.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, we looked into this very strongly. I had no idea what I was going to pick, and then I saw it, and it was like, wow, this fits really well.
So, guys, don't scout for your picks. Don't ask your friends if they are picking your Pokemon, because they might actually do it.
Yeah.
Also, we'd like to mention that Sylveon is same as Gardevoir. Its Hyper Voice is obscenely strong in Gen 6.
And it is quick attack.
And quick attack too, I guess. Metagross does have to prove itself to me this
It's
gen.
seen better days. It's seen better days.
I think I was also in DDT. I was really surprised how well the Metagross did on that one team it went to in Gen 6. So I was happy giving it a shot here. And let's see how it does. Same with Mienshao. I have a lot of Pokemon I would normally call frauds. I guess 2 Pokemon, Metagross and Mienshao. Let's see how they do here.
Mienshao's a lot of fun this gen. Like, it just hits incredibly hard. And this is before we start getting more and more Pokemon that are above 105. Like, that speed tier feels pretty good this gen.
Yeah. Same with Greninja. I think there's only like 3 non-mega Pokemon that outspeed Greninja. It's like Weavile, Talonflame. There's one more, right? Like relevant.
The only other one relevant is like Crobat.
Jolteon.
Electrode.
Really?
Yeah, Jolteon and Crobat, I guess. But I wouldn't call Jolteon relevant, but
it is in Gen 6.
Yeah, it is okay. Yeah, okay, that's fine. That's okay,
I wanted to draft Jolteon in Gen 6, and then somebody...
Let's talk about Jolteon when we get to Blitz's team.
Jolteon kind of runs you, actually.
Wow.
No?
Yeah,
Sometimes can't take too many of them.
Well, HPIs.
It kind of only comes in on Gren.
We'll see. We'll have to look at the... Next. Moving on.
Next. As team 0 out of 10.
We've gotten through like 6 teams, and we have to get through like 50.
Oh, this is my second team. So this is Ahili's team.
my goat Ahili, my good friend.
Yes.
Alright.
Also my goat. So I can say a lot about this team because I recommended a lot of it.
Yeah.
So this has my favorite Mega Pokemon in 6 and 7, which is Manectric. I think that Pokemon forces a lot of prep, and combined with what else Ahili has on this team, like the top 2 picks in Landorus and Superior, forces a lot of different Pokemon that the other type likes. Superior forces fire and flying types, which Manectric really likes those flying types. Landorus likes those pesky fire types. And Superior then really beats the grounds, or both kind of beat the ground. It's, just really good offensive core in those 3. And then we kind of just filled it with like role Pokemon.
With starter Pokemon is what you've done here. You have 4 starters.
Wait,
seriously?
I have not recognized that before.
The Fire, Water, Grass core is just starter Pokemon. Plus an extra water. For good measure.
Like, starters are good for a reason. They have a lot of stats. They usually get some amount of move pool privilege.
Versatile.
Yeah, because little Timmy has to beat the Elite Four with it.
Yeah, starter Pokemon are usually really good. I think like a hidden Pokemon on this team, or like a Pokemon that is underrated a lot, is Machamp. Gen 6 also has unnerved Confusion. So for you guys that don't know, Confusion still has a 50% self-hit chance in Gen 6. And there's a Pokemon Superior that clicks Glare in every game it is coming. So that's a lot of potential for Hex here. Skuntank has Pursuit in Gen 6. It's a really nice budget Pokemon with almost no weaknesses. Able to trap Pokemon like Latios and whatnot if you slap an Assault Vest on there. Swampert and Empoleon kind of cover for each other, even though they're both water types. Gardevoir, I don't know. We're testing Gardevoir this gen. I don't know. Do you guys like the Gardevoir, the regular Gardevoir?
It still just hits pretty hard. It kind of needs to run
Scarf.
It's either Scarf every game or it's like weird defensive sets. But as a Scarf mon, it's pretty good. Like, as said, Fairy is just a really strong type this gen. Some teams will just have kind of poor Fairy resists, and generally the big thing you're expecting from a Fairy resist is checked really aggressively by, the combo of the top 3 as far as, Steels take a lot of damage from Serp, having to pivot into Leaf Storms, and Lando can pivot into steals pretty endlessly. It's alongside the 2 big water types on this team.
They're really
Yeah.
big water types.
I think it fits.
Yeah. That's like we were talking about Gardevoir, one of the defensive fairies, and we kind of like the Gardevoir here. Also, like, nice to mention that Steels don't like getting tricked almost ever. Gardevoir is like a common trick user. Yeah. This team looks solid.
Yeah.
Let's see how it's going to perform. Let's go to the next team.
Next.
This one is Blitz's team, right? No, it's Lambo. It's Lambo.
We're up to
Yep,
Lambo,
it has
yeah.
the Jolteon.
Yeah, Blitz has Jolteon and 7 actually, so
Yeah.
mix those up. Yeah, Lambo's team. I already said in general chat that I really like this team. I could see myself playing this team. He kind of lost me with the last 3, but I really like the top 6.
Yeah, the Vino and Avalugg are questionable. I like the Mega
Yeah.
Arrow. I think it's fine.
I still don't like
Mega
Mega
Arrow is cool.
I think
Yeah, it's
you're
cool.
underestimating normal Venusaur this gen.
Yeah, what do you think it's like? Didn't it cost like 9 points or 10? Because it still has weather tags.
I'm pretty sure, like, it was actually pretty reasonably
It was
priced
like
when I was
6,
looking
I
at it.
think.
6?
Yeah, like-
no
It was
way.
like 6 or
Like-
7.
Venusaur was 7. As far as the defensive poison and defensive
fine,
grass goes, it was pretty good in slot. Like, if this is one of the better middle tier, like, schooled resists that then gets to threaten a lot of damage out, or Leech Seed or Sleep Powder,
Yeah.
I think it's fine.
Yeah, and you need another water resist along with the Keldeo and Hydreigon, I think.
I underestimated the Venusaur. I think for 7 it's probably fine.
10, yeah, I think I'd agree, but it's not the greatest, but...
Yeah. We have to talk about this team's removal because it doesn't have removal.
No, it has
Because
Avalugg.
Avalugg.
Well-
I mean, Arrow can
Go.
probably defog too, right?
Maybe,
I
I
mean-
don't know.
I mean, it's a Gen 4 or earlier Pokemon. It should.
You'd think
check.
that, but I have no idea.
Yeah, let me
In
check.
terms of... It does learn it, but does
Oh, it can.
click
Yeah,
it?
so
Mhm.
it can. No, it normally doesn't click it.
No.
Hydra and Klefki wouldn't get defog until Gen 7.
Yeah. I feel like this team wants to just trade hazards, but I don't know if it can keep it up. Like, there's 2 Pokemon that switch fine into rocks. Arrow really hates the rocks staying up.
Yeah.
The ground doesn't resist
And it
rocks.
really only trades spikes. Setting up rocks with this team is also a little tough.
Oh, no, it's actually fine. I think Mamoswine and Mesprit are... like,
Oh,
really
Mesprit.
good.
I thought it was just Mamoswine and Arrow.
Yeah. Yeah, I think...
Hmm.
Yeah, this team gets up hazards really well.
Yeah.
Great speed tiers. Say 3 months and 80 is a bit weird, but Mesprit and Vino often don't run speed, so that's okay.
Mhm.
Klefki is broken in Gen 6, so
Yeah.
we might have to say that's
Yep.
why it went round 2.
Yeah.
Priority T-Wave, Dark types aren't immune to Prankster in Gen 6.
And it can't miss. And it
yep, it
quarters
has
your
that-
speed instead of having it.
Okay, yeah, we have the
It
expert,
really-
the T-Wave expert in call here, so if you wanted to have some
Oh,
fun
trust
facts-
me.
Yeah.
Trust me, when we get to Diamond, I'll tell you some fun T-Wave facts.
some
Alright.
T-Wave fun facts.
Alright,
Yeah,
are we
anything
good
else to say about this team? Let me just
I
look
think we
again.
are.
Yeah, it looks fine.
This team has 2
Okay.
ice types, which is interesting.
Yeah, but Avalugg doesn't count. It costs 1 point. It really doesn't count.
Alright, next.
Okay, this team. This is Blitz then, right? Yep, this is Blitz.
Then
Is
we
it
just
also
got
the
one
last
more
team?
after.
Yeah,
One more.
One more. Okay. Yeah, I also know a bit about this team. I recommended the Zygarde here, which is not normally seen in Gen 6. Because it doesn't have 1000 arrows yet.
It does
But
have
it will.
Land's Wrath.
And
The
Glare.
best move in the game. Yeah, it does have Glare. That is
It does
actually the
have
best
Glare.
move in the game. I think the Zygarde was kind of cheap here. And this team has a really cool Forex weakness stack. Like before the Zygarde was drafted, you can see this team really liked taking ice moves. There was not a single ice weakness
Is that Vile Pile?
outside of Vileplume, yeah.
Mhm.
And Scizor and Zygarde cover each other really well. Scizor often struggles with taking the rock moves, which Zygarde really likes taking. I mean, what does Scizor struggle with rock moves? It doesn't resist them. It obviously can take them because it's fucking Mega Scizor.
Yeah. Weird thing
yeah.
that I think Scizor actually does occasionally struggle with is like electric moves, because it hates being volt switched on. But having
That's
just like the
definitely true.
fattest blocker possible, and like having this draw between the hidden powers is really nice.
Yeah.
As
A great remover on this team. I think Scizor Blastoise are both top 10 removers in Gen 6. That's really good for Weavile and Victini, which are really great Pokemon, but held back by rocks in Gen 6.
I do get depressed every time I see a Mega Scizor click defog, though.
That
I
is
think
depressing.
it depends on the matchup. In some matchups, it just doesn't look good offensively. So you can just run BP, Knock, U-turn, Roost, Defog. I think that's fine. It's... Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, though. Oh, Raikou is also really good in 6.
Yeah.
We don't have to mention Hitmon. I guess there's a Hitmontop too, right? There's more removal. We haven't talked about Hitmontop.
We don't have to mention it, you're right, we don't.
Yeah.
The best Pokemon. Also, Deansci. Pretty good with Scizor. It's probably its best partner.
Yeah. Good rocker.
Yep, good rocker. No spikes yet, sadly. But...
Hitmontop has caused us to go all the way down to 0 viewers.
Yeah.
That's what
God.
happens.
It's
Classic
fine.
Hitmontop effect. Yeah,
Yep,
it's fine.
Hitmontop.
We have the recording in the end. That's
Yeah.
what matters.
I hope.
I mean, yeah, let's hope so. Not redoing this.
YouTube autosave streams, right?
It should.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Next.
Last one actually for Platinum before we move on to Diamond. And the last one is Riven.
Riven's team is interesting.
Yeah.
Alright, so this is KB.
KB Sand.
Yeah, we're not at 0 viewers.
What?
Still got
It
2
lied
days.
to me. It lied. Well, we're back up to 3 now.
Yeah, we got 3.
All
We're
right,
doing
we're
great.
We have schizophrenia.
Let's go.
Yeah, we got the T-Tar Excadrill combo. Really interesting. With Kyurem Black.
Yup. Kyurem Black is a menace.
Yeah, that's scary.
To note with just Gen 6 Drill Sand. Obviously, the combination of Drill T-Tar is great. There's 2 things you're really looking for as far as support goes, which is some form of special breaker and a really solid water resist. Kyurem is not that water resist. That goes to Amoonguss and Slowking. Kyurem kind of is just weird on this team, where it is still decent as a special breaker, but it might intrude kind of at that sort of 90-ish speed tier as to what Chandelure is doing, as to what Togekiss is doing, as to what Drill can kind of do outside of Sand. I still think it's great because it's just a good mon, but I think there's other stuff I maybe would have preferred.
Yeah, I do think it doesn't, like... It doesn't seem like it was drafted for the synergy. Mostly just drafted because, like, hey, it's a freaking Kyurem Black.
Yeah. I feel like I agree that the speed is really weird. I don't like QB being my fastest Pokemon because Zap Striker is not a Pokemon.
It's coming to every game. I'm calling it.
Like Drill and Sand obviously is really fast. But this team actually really struggles to get the drill in. There's not a single pivot if we don't count Zap Striker again, which we aren't because ZapStriker is not a Pokemon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Obviously,
that's a
we're a
grass
gen too
immunity
early,
and
but...
an electric immunity on that precious type
Holy.
That's
it
crazy.
fixes the type shot. But it kind of ruins it too because Togekiss is the only ground resist on this team.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah, that's kind of rough.
Slowking
with the
and
Drill
Amoonguss
T-Tar team.
do like taking ground attacks. They can do that.
Amoonguss does.
Like,
Slowking is a little questionable.
It sometimes does. It does take them from Nidoking. It's the Nidoking switch in on this team.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay, true.
Yeah, Togekiss is also weird because it also doesn't have boots. So.
And you're getting worn
Yeah,
down
so
by
tell me
sand as well.
Yeah, exactly. Like it has left.
What is
to
this team
cancel out
doing
the
into
sand.
SD land though?
It's just it
Flinching
sacks something and
conceding,
brings in
right?
Kyurem.
It flinches it
Brings
with
in
Excadrill.
I guess you're right.
Yeah, we sack something and bring in Kyurem.
What is it doing to SD Lando I?
Why is
Um,
this so rocks weak? Like Excadrill on sand never wants to spin. Like it never wants to spin. And this
Yeah.
That is actually, that is quite strange.
like Togekiss is not reliable removal. Like I've played Togekiss in 7, like half a year ago, and I tried to put Defog and Roost on this Pokemon, and it just didn't have any more slots. It was Air/T-Wave most games, and it was
In fairness, I
useless
think
into
that's
Electrons.
fine. But yeah,
It's
it kind of has
fine,
that
but is
one
it good?
very big
It's not-
weakness. No, it's
yeah.
not.
No, it's not. Yeah, I think this team is really fat, too. Also, does anything on this team really like Tita pursuit trapping psychics and ghosts? Not really, right?
No, there's
Only
no
if the
like
ghosts are
actually.
like the only thing faster than KB.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hmm.
like there's no like fighting type that is like really offensive here. That's wanting to have those psychics and ghosts gone. Gerda's like fine as a fighter, but it's not like we have Keldeo in that first slot. It's not like we have
Or even
maybe
like we had Sock.
Fuck.
Sork inspires more confidence.
Hmm. Like a,
Like a Mega Lop would have
where's
been really
the,
neat.
where's the
something.
fighting type that takes advantage of Tyranitar being the best pursuit trapper in 6?
Yeah.
Like there's a Gerda, but Gerda. I think this team has a lot of issues, but I think it's still going to win weeks because the top 3 are kind of dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, is that it for Platinum? Did you already paste in the first Diamond team?
Oh, yep, very right. I'll grab that now.
Okay, then let's talk a bit more about Rivet's team.
Alright, so
He's got
Chandelure.
there's
the
only
two nice
two
regenerative
Pokemon
ones.
immune to sand on this team.
Yeah, that's also pretty weird for a
Mhm.
Sand team. Yeah.
That's
Normally,
also actually I like that.
Normally
Yeah.
I like to stack magic guards on sand.
yep.
It's ready whenever.
I mean, you've got 2 regenerator modes.
Alright, folks,
So.
say it with me. Next!
Next, Diamond time.
It's your catchphrase. Okay, first Diamond team that you didn't fix the Mega Arrow.
An unknown. Interesting.
Yeah, swap to ISL 1.
Oh, that's oh, okay.
Alright,
Okay, so
who is
that's-
this person? We need to say
Yes.
their name
This-
first.
Are we doing this one first then?
Oh, did
Uh,
you change the other team or what?
I changed both, yeah.
Okay, let's go back to team 1. Let's do team 1 first.
Mhm.
And I
Little bit
also
of
want
a
to let me
spoiler.
just open the.
We'll
then
do it. Let's
diamond
make sure
book.
we're always doing them in order. That way, if somebody wants to watch back, they'll know relatively
Yeah,
where
exactly.
their
Yeah.
team is.
Yeah, I just thought you'd
Oh.
already swapped over to Team 1 by the time I put Team 2 in.
I need to open the doc for this one because I can't recognize the Diamond teams as I can recognize the.
Oh,
Diamond.
sorry. This is Pollux's team, regardless. Let me just
Pollux's
change
team.
Pollux.
myself manually.
Okay.
You guys aren't.
Oh god, a Mega
Alright.
Deansci.
Oh, again. Oh wait, was this the first pick, Mega Diancie?
I believe it was.
Yeah, I assume so. Yeah, I think I remember that.
Yeah.
Interesting first pick. Mega Diancie is in 6. It's at its worst. It's way better in 7 and 8 because it gets the speed fix. Gets a little upgrade in 8 with Mystical Fire too.
Mm-hmm. But it does lose
Um,
Sharpen, so it makes it a far worse
Oh, it
Pokemon.
lost Sharpen? No.
I
It's
mourn for
unusable.
Sharpen
No,
every day.
but shaded. We're doing cut moves, so it still has sharpen, except the megas
Oh.
aren't engine.
Let's go.
Wait,
It
I
need
doesn't
to-
happen.
I need to draft
Regular
it, yes.
Deansci Sharpen.
Okay, let's talk a bit about this team. First, oh, that's a Mammothine in the last slot. Okay. I kind of like all of these Pokemon, but Halucha.
So
You know,
most
I
people
feel
get-
like everybody's a Howlucha hater. I'm a Howlucha truther. I think he
so
can
this
do it.
is
Howlucha and
so this is an
Oras,
8-point.
you have to remember that it doesn't have close combat or Brave Bird. This is HJK Acro.
Yep.
No
Yeah,
seeds either.
HJK Acro, you can do it.
HJK is just so exploitable, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In fairness, I think the benefit of Hawlucha this gen is that it is 8 points, it is quite fast, it knows U-turn. You're running this pivot set quite often with like U-turn, maybe taunt, and then yeah, you know, you kind of have to run HJK. That's fine though.
It is
And then you get to
immune
run-
to T-Wave. That's broken.
You can be Limber to be immune to paralysis.
Wow.
You can be Mold Breaker for some like weird specific things, like you can taunt Mega Sableye. A couple other weird ones. I think it's very different to how it is in Gen 7 onwards, because you don't just have Coco, but I think it still has just enough where it's only 8 points, and you have a Mon that is pretty fast, can click SD and win some late games. Like, it's enough.
It's probably okay for 8.
It's nice speed.
Sub SD Acro is fine.
Yeah.
Does it get
Does this
Drain Punch in
team-
6?
Yeah.
Probably, yeah.
Okay,
This
it's not
team's
that bad.
fighting resists is Magius and Hawlucha, though. Maybe this is not... Like, Hawlucha... I guess it's an okay fighting resist, huh? Yeah, maybe I don't hate the Hawlucha. It doesn't
No, I
take
think-
25 from rocks. It has Roost. It threatens the fightings.
As much as I was defending it just now, I think as your only flying type when your fighting resists are otherwise kind of poor, where your best defensive mon is killed by fighting types, you probably want something else.
I mean, yeah, I definitely think the fighting resists are still scuffed. But also to mention, yeah, I really love the speed tiers. I think this team has great speed tiers, like absolutely.
The speed tiers are
amazing.
phenomenal.
Immaculate. I also like the Goodra. I think Goodra is another underrated Pokemon. It fixes a lot of things for Ferrothorn.
It's a really good fire resist for it.
Yeah, one of the best Assault Vest users in the game. What else about this team? Yeah, Jolteon is okay in 6. It has HPI still, which makes it really strong. Or I guess at least have moves that are clickable into grounds. Ferrothorn is good. You often want some form of hidden power stack with Ferrothorn. But this team has a lot of natural fire resist and no other fire weakness. So that's actually really good. Like, teams are going to hate to slot the hidden power fire for Ferrothorn.
Yeah.
Also good synergy with Deansci. We just said that Scizor Deansci is good. Deansci Ferrothorn is similar.
I also like
Blastoise.
Ferrothorn Mamoswine because you have 2 electric resists that aren't weak to ice.
Yeah, but
Though all of your electric resists aren't weak to ice, actually.
That's very true.
Yeah.
Yeah, electrics are going to have a tough time here. And Jolteon, Ferrothorn, Goodra, and Mamoswine. Drapion, decent Pokemon too. Yeah, this team looks good. I like this team. Hawlucha, maybe they might prove us wrong here. Maybe the Hawlucha is going to go in. For 8 points, I think it's viable, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
We want to go to the next one?
You know
Next.
what, if you want to, we can.
Next.
Okay. Oh no, where are the rock resists?
Oh no.
Oh no, Terrakion.
Who is this? Who is
Got the
this?
same problem as me.
This is Blaze.
Is it Blazeman?
Yep.
No, Johnny,
So
you
this
have a
is,
Pokemon that does resist rock. This team's rock resistance is...
Is nothing.
I guess it's Scizor or Piloswine.
I think it's Altaria. I think you have
Maybe
to Mega, and you have to click Cotton Guard.
At least Altaria doesn't show up as red on the typing chart. Because it's a fairy type here. No ghost resist either, but that's probably okay, since there aren't really any ghosts, and
Yeah,
No.
definitely don't remember that for the next team.
Okay, I won't.
Oh yeah,
It's
there's
just
Okay.
there's no ghost resist, but Spiritomb does pursuit trap ghosts and psychics pretty easily.
It does.
True. Spiritomb is actually pretty cheap on this board as well for what it does. It's a good Pokemon, or decent Pokemon for sure. In 6.
It kind of feels like, where did all the points go, right? Like, you have like, they're good Pokemon, but I feel like it's filled out with like a lot of like pretty mid Pokemon, and it's like, I don't know, I feel like you should have had some better tops if you're gonna fill it out
top
with
4 are amazing.
Whoa, well, I know it's Pride Month, we cannot be talking about the top quality.
listen.
I don't mind. Yeah, I agree.
The top
that the
4 are
mid-tiers
actually
are
amazing.
Middling.
Yeah.
But I
like...
think Jonathan's problem with this team is there's no headline breaker on this team. Nothing has like an attack stat.
Yeah.
Of like.
Yeah, there's no breaker.
None of them have an attack stat that's funny. Like Scizor is
Sure.
130, but there's like no 140 here. There's like no 130 special attack guy.
I mean, the thing with Scizor is that it's just not using high base power moves, so its 130 attack feels a bit lower.
For sure.
Ape is using really high base power moves, but then its stats are a little middling. The closest you get is the fact that, like, Gen 6 Return on Altaria and Double Edge is broken, but also it usually needs a DD turn.
Yeah, and it's only 110 attack anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Altaria it's good, but I feel like all the other teams just have like better Pokemon, you know? It's like
I think
Starmie, you picked Starmie next. Starmie is good, but it's like, I don't know.
Oh, Starmie is really good in Auras.
Yeah.
I mean, it's good. It's really good, but it's like, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yeah. Like, Starmie is the best spinner, right? There's no better spinner. Like, not even close. Scald, it loves taking Scalds, which Roserade also does love. So that's really good for Ape and Scizor, which both struggle with Bulky Waters. Yeah, what else? This team has good Hazard stack.
Yeah. Schwein and Roserade and Arrow.
And Ape can
Ape,
also get up rocks. Yeah.
Yeah, the Arrow is nice. The speed.
Like it had a pretty big flying and electric problem, which the Electros kind of fixed.
Kind of.
Yeah, I mean it's fine for what Electros does, right? It also pivots. I think this team, I actually really like this team. I think the top 4 is an amazing core, which is going to come every week, and you are going to find 2 Pokemon out of the last 5 that you are going to bring as well. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah. All right, next.
Yeah. I think I should have the next one up. Yeah.
Okay. So what? Oh, that's a ghost type. Oh no, Pollux is. It's over for Pollux.
Oh no.
The only viable
Mega
ghost type
Scizor, Zapdos, Politoed, Rain. I like this team already. Who is this?
This is cool. This is JCK.
JCK.
All right. I like this team.
Yeah, this is sick.
Snorlax, for those uninitiated, is a pursuit trapper.
It is true.
And so is Crocodile.
Calling Snorlax a pursuit trapper.
It pursuit traps ghosts.
Yeah, but there are no ghosts, so what does that matter?
Yeah, that's
true.
Gengar.
He has the ghost.
They drafted the only ghost.
Yeah.
It can pursuit trap like Scarf Delphox locked into Grass Knot, so the Crocodile
Don't
can't
think
pursue.
it kills unless you're like Max Adamant.
Don't worry about it. It's also a nice fire and ice resist.
Okay, yeah, true. Notable thing to mention here off the bat is that Gengar is still levitating in 6.
Yep.
He's flying.
That makes Gengar a lot better, but also means this team doesn't have a grounded poison. So
but if you run Immunity Snorlax, then the first 4 Mons are T-Spike immune. So
that is very true.
Mm.
And there's also 2 really good defoggers in the first 2 picks. This typing chart looks pretty solid. There's not really a glaring weakness. And
So
it has
as I've
rain, which is cool.
As I've been prepping against this week, I have a couple of things that I've kind of noticed.
Okay.
Outside of rain, the speed caps out at 110, which is usually fine, but I think most teams are going to have something above that threshold, and that can
For
feel a little awkward, feeling like you have to get Polytoad and Ludicolo set up.
Ludicolo. Especially
Yeah.
when this team has like
Not the
5 really good
greatest.
mons, and then after that you're like Polytoad, Deansci, Ludicrous, Cradilly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like the double water, double grass, but all three of them look like grass types.
Yep.
The grass types are just kinda.
It's the green rain.
It looks like he tried to fix his crazy water weakness with the last 2 picks. Like.
Then also like you're boosting the water types with Polytoad, so I feel like
Yeah, and
you're
your
still
water
kind of
resists
water
are...
weak as a result.
Maybe Snorlax's
Like, you have
job
to-
is to pursue the waters.
I don't know if it's pursuing my water, but we'll see.
I don't know if Snorlax is doing anything.
He's got
This Snorlax was kind of expensive, right? I think I talked to Zank about it. That this.
It's 12, yeah.
Yeah, that's really expensive for Gen 6 Snorlax.
Oh, jeez, yeah.
This Pokemon, in 6, it's at its worst in old gens because power creep hit a lot with Megas, and it doesn't have the good berries yet in 6. The berries are still shit. I think nice to mention again is that Scizor Deansci once again is a great defensive core. We can mention that. But in rain, Scizor Deansci works a lot worse.
Oh, absolutely.
But Scizor is good on rain. Also notable to mention is that Zapdos does not have Hurricane, so it's not that good of a rain abuser. Like, it's still clicking T-Wave and then a combination. Does it have Weather Ball in 6? Probably does, right?
No.
No? Okay, so yeah,
Very
it clicks
few
Power
mons have
Water,
Weather Ball.
Thunder.
Mm-hmm.
So Zapdos not that great on rain in early gens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just like a good mon.
Zapdos is amazing for sure. Yeah. Good rockers. Like I said, Gengar is pretty good in 6. Got buffed Wisp, which still does 12% and ground immune. Yeah, I think this team is good, but definitely also some problems.
The Scald. We haven't mentioned the word Scald. I want to throw that.
There is Ludicolo. There's a Ludicolo and
we mentioned that kind of with the throw 2 grass types on at the end.
Yeah.
They can both get. Well, Cradily can't.
Yeah.
I think if you prep against this team, you can just know that something, like some kind of Politoad, Ludicolo, or the Cradily has to come, because otherwise the team just gets shit on by waters.
Yeah,
which is
that's
tough, because then you have to drop one of your good Pokemon.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like maybe Croak has to stay home then, or Gengar, or I guess Snorlax is not a good Pokemon, so you can just drop that, no problem.
But like, why spend 12 points in the 3rd round pick?
Yeah, what would Snorlax even cost, like, reasonably? Like 10? That seems about
I think that's generally where I expect it. I mean, I can see some teams wanting it really badly, but I don't know if this is the exact team for it.
Also some nice synergy with Zapdos and Scizor, though, because they hate ice and fire moves. So,
yeah,
maybe it works.
It's the Gen 2 OU core for sure.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, let's see how JCK is going to perform. Maybe he's going to beat you next week, and then...
No, I reckon he will, actually.
Is your matchup not looking that good?
Well, I think it's looking alright, but I'm also a bad player, so we'll have to see.
That is completely false, but... Let's go to the next one.
Alright, Freaky Dude.
Okay. Nothing of the bat that I hate. Oh, wait, there's a Hitmonlee. Never mind, there's something. Is that... Okay, Mew is the removal with Hitmonlee, and there's a Volcarona. I think that pressures Mew into it. Yeah, that's a role for Mew that it does not like to take for how expensive it is. It should not be a bulky pivot that defogs every game. Like, that's just not worth the points. Gyarados also hates rocks being up, so does Thundy. Oh yeah, this. I would like a better spinner on this team than a Hitmonlee.
There's a lot of speed compression at 100 as well.
Oh, yeah, that's also true. 101, 100, and 100 on like 3 of the best mons is.
Yeah,
also
like you're.
Yeah.
It's like you always only Dota up to like Serp or just like Thundy. Bunch of extra EVs.
For sure. Tyrantrum is actually missing something in 6, right? Does it...
DD maybe?
I think Tyrantrum got... Or did it get something in... It didn't have its hidden ability in X and Y and got it in Oris. That might be what I'm thinking of. Let me just look at
Oh, maybe because how distribution works.
Yeah, it definitely didn't have its hidden ability in X and Y. Hey, what does it not have? It seems to have everything. Okay. Yeah, a Tyrantrum probably costs like 6 or 7. That's fine. It has some good matchups. It's still so slow that even after a DD it probably isn't outspeeding much unless you go Jolly. I think Tyrantrum is a bit underrated. I also like Garbodor. I don't like that Steelix and Garbodor are both... I guess there's a Volcarona for a Fairy Resist as well. But that kind of struggles to switch into ground moves as well. So like, kind of ground Fairy here. A little bit scary. Like a Deansci.
Yeah, especially because your ground immunities are really not gonna like taking Rock's chip because you don't have an easy way to get it off the field, so.
Yeah. Serp often can't fit recovery. What is the rocker here? Oh, it's Steelix, Tyrantrum, Mew. Oh, I feel like Mew... I don't like the Mew on this at all.
Mew has to run 18 moves every week.
Yeah. Like, it wants U-turn, it wants rocks, it wants recover, it wants defog. Like, I don't like this. I don't like this Mew. I'm generally a Mew hater, but this is like one of the least favorite Mew teams I've ever seen. I do like Thundy Gyarados.
Yeah, I think
like
those
some things are like close, but
yeah. Notably to say is that this team also doesn't really like switching into Scald at all because the water is physical, and Serp, as it can switch into Scalds, it gets worn down a lot, like a lot. And like I said, it often can't fit recovery. So like switching into Scald like 3 times and maybe they have Ice Beam too, like your Serp's just dead. And this team forces Scalds out of your opponents, right? Like Steelix, Gyarados and Volcarona often just invite a free Scald.
yeah.
This Gyarados also does not have Power Whip, for everybody who doesn't know. That's not a Gen 6 move, so it really struggles into waters. Even though the Mega variant can do better because Stab Crunch does hit for a lot.
No liquidation as well, I suppose is technically relevant.
Honestly, Waterfall better with DD on Mega Gyarados, no? Kind of flinching.
I do love the flinching.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this team struggles. It's going to struggle, but we'll see.
It has enough HO, but it might win a game.
Oh, it definitely has good HO. Prioritize getting up hazards into this team because this team hates hazards.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go for the next one. Okay. Oh, this is already, I already love this. I see Torn and Megalob, and I love it. It's crazy that you can actually get that. That's crazy.
Yeah, that is insane.
Yeah, there's some things you can get in this division, which I was happy to see.
I mean, we got that in DTT once. Megalob, Torn. So...
yeah.
I love the
huge gap after Torn. Torn drops down to Rotom. Is the first issue.
Oh, damn,
which realistically means you drop to Heatran.
Yeah, basically. This Rotom is not coming often. I like the Tago.
I feel like you really needed a 100 speed tier to fill that in.
Oh, 100%. I like Torn, Heatran, Tangrowth. I think that's a good core. I think Dugagi or whatever is underrated. It's a little cheap on this. It's not missing any moves outside of Flip Turn. So Good Pokemon.
I don't like Mr. Craw as the Soul Water.
Oh yeah, Mr. Craw. But Silverstone loves Mr. Craw, so...
Yeah,
No,
it's
I'm not
Mr.
hating
Craw.
on Mr. Craw, I'm hating on it as the Soul Water.
Oh, definitely, definitely.
Yeah.
Oh, I just hate seeing the 55 speed set next to Mr. Craw. It's so depressing. Like, why did they make it so slow? Does that guy look like it's 55 speed?
Well, its legs
it
are
faster
really-
than
that
its
like
legs are
Hedgehog?
really small.
Yeah, but like it has a star on its head. Aren't stars like fast? You know?
Well, that's because he's on the phone with the police. He called
Oh,
911.
Oh no. What did he do?
Well, he's about to commit a murder. He's gonna kill several people with the crab hammer.
Yeah. Crawdont is one of the best physical breakers in the game. There's not a lot of Pokemon switching into that. But it's a little slow. It got buffed so much into 6. Like the knockoff buff. Just really good. Like there's a lot of Crawdon teams on ladder, actually, in 6. Because like there were a lot of teams stacking fat cores. Like Heatran and Clefable shit. And Crawdon just obliterated them. Okay, yeah, Florges, good Pokemon. Likes Hidden Power. Heatran likes the Wish. It's good synergy there.
Yeah,
Good core with Tangrowth too. It's Death Wall plus Physical Wall. That share one weakness, Poison. That's fine. I
It's a
don't
good
like the
team.
ground. I don't like the ground being Sand Slash. That's a huge issue I have with it.
Yeah.
Because Torn lets in the Electrics.
Yeah, and you have no like
what
Bolt
the-
Beam resist. Besides the,
Yeah,
I mean the
like-
Rotom, I guess, but is like tanking HP Ice.
Rotom is not a Bolt
Yeah.
Beam resist. It's fraudulent. Like Tangrowth and the Gragi can like eat up electric attacks, especially with an AV. So he's probably fine, but I think Sand Slash is a giga fraud.
Yeah, the thought of having to bring mons like Rotom Spook or Sandslash to games is scary.
Yeah, like they can come like once or twice, but if you think about bringing them like 4 times, I guess there's not like 4 games for each gen here.
I was
So
gonna say, it's a good thing there's 3 games a gen.
I mean, there's 3 games if you don't make playoffs, so maybe they're fine. They only have to bring Sandslash like twice. Yeah. Okay. I think this team is good though. I think top 4 are amazing. Okay. Next.
Next.
Sure.
Next. Okay.
So you'll
This
notice a
was
couple of
shaded,
things
right?
You'll notice a couple of things with this team. First of all, the pick order. You see there's a certain guy in slot 3.
Mm-hmm.
My plan going into this draft was I just want to draft pretty unique teams for each gen to kind of use the generation's mechanics as much as I can.
Where's the
So,
SERP? Why don't you have a SERP along with Thundy and Klefki?
Is
Well,
this
my
Jen's
favorite-
mechanic T-Wave?
Yes!
Yeah,
You're not
yes,
aware
it is!
No, it's
Specifically,
I don't
it's
care.
Prankster T-Wave.
it's 2 Pokemon, kind of.
Yeah,
No,
so
it'll
my
be
plan was I was
full
going to
live
draft
Yeah,
to
that
draft
doesn't
those 2, and then just get whatever like fun mid-tier breakers I wanted that could then be faster than everything. Then I got a Garchomp.
Mhm.
Hashon Brown 3 is so illegal. It's just crazy.
Yeah, it's not the last time you'll be seeing it from the Diamond Edition.
Yeah, true.
No, this kind of rounded out well in my eyes. I really liked
Mhm.
picking up Moltres in the last sort of slot. I think Blastoise
like
is
it.
really good as a spinner here. You can kind of see vaguely. It didn't come out maybe as well as I would have liked, but with Thundy, Moltres, Azelf, you can kind of play this really aggressive Spikes game with Klefki, where I don't really need to spin too often because I have 3 Spikes immunes, so I can really try to stack damage up really quick, because Regen Mienshao is kind of Spikes immune as well.
Yeah,
So you
cool.
can kind of have like this weird thing going on. It's pretty fast paced. It's trying to get Blastoise as many kills as possible, really. But Azov hits really hard, Mienshao hits really hard, Garchomp hits really hard.
This team in general just hits really hard outside of Klefki, Ferroseed.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think
and those
really...
are just like the T-Wave spikers, you know, shocker.
Yeah, T-waving the Pokemon and then making them slow for, you know, Mega Blastoise, Garchomp and stuff. I think that's really great. I think a lot of teams are going to struggle into that.
Oh,
Yeah,
absolutely.
this team also has no red weakness, which is nice.
Yeah, I think the one potentially scary thing is, I feel like my best switch to ground types is Blastoise. Which is fine, like, Blastoise is kind of built for that. Being able to fire off schools really easily is great, but it's maybe something that might be an issue for me.
Yeah, you don't
I
really
actually
have
think you're fine.
any way of keeping Blastoise's health up is the issue.
Yeah.
I actually think this is fine. Like, Klefki runs Magnet Rise like every second matchup.
Yeah,
And
like,
the
I
other
think it's
ones
not the
kinda don't
biggest
hit
issue.
grounds, right?
Like, yeah, grounds don't come in very easily, but
Yeah.
when a ground gets
you can
in for
pivot
free...
Azelf in on like an Earthquake / unstepped Stone Edge.
Yeah,
I think.
for
Yeah,
sure.
yeah, no, but
Yeah.
there's enough, but like that's the biggest issue I've kind of realized in just like looking at other teams, for me anyway.
Also, great speed tiers. Yeah, this team looks great. Hey, is this the best team you've ever drafted?
I mean, it definitely helps getting the
Gosh,
old
on round 3?
round 3.
Yeah, I mean, this team is... I'm like, I would rate this like 9 out of 10 or 10 out of 10. Like, this team is really good.
Is really solid. You also got the funny seed. I love him.
Yeah. I mean, the funny
just
seed is not even
rounded
that
it out.
funny. It's kind of good.
It's just good.
Yeah. Yeah, let's go to the next one. I don't see any issues with this.
Next!
You're just here to yell next every fucking team,
Yes!
No
Okay,
comments,
fair
no
enough.
nothing.
Oh, this is Christy.
You
Then,
got
right?
Christy.
Sorry, I've been doing my laundry in between making my comments.
Of course, of course.
Of course. All good, all good. Okay, Christy's team. Let's take a look at this. Looks great. Like, this also has a great type
This
shot.
is the only team to have lost a match before we did the stream.
Okay, be nice. Literally
Come on,
be
Christy.
I know. I'm just saying. I'm just
Ooh.
saying.
Got the
This
round
team has
4
a- has-
Mega
has-
Gallade.
This team has a problem, a big problem. That this guy Darmanitan is the fairy resist.
Oh.
And we have a Kyurem. So, and a Gallade. Like, this team really struggles into fairies. Like, a lot.
Yeah, Poison might have been a more valuable pick than the Espeon.
Yeah. Espeon, another Psychic, sharing the speed here with Gallade.
And I
doesn't
think
It's
seem
an
like-
interesting one.
I think it's more for Magic Bounce, but I'd rather just have the grounded Poison and just sort of.
I mean,
deal
it's
with
not like
hazards.
Espeon can switch into most Pokemon getting up rocks anyway. That Pokemon is so frail.
Yeah,
Also,
like
is
even at that
Kabutops-
6 point, yeah.
Is Kabutops the remover here?
Yes.
Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Oh. Dam and Kyurem hate this so much. To mention for everybody who doesn't know,
Rotom kind of
Kyurem
hates
does...
rocks.
Yeah, Rotom also. Kyurem does not
Yeah.
get Freeze Dry in 6,
Mhm.
so it's checked by a lot of water types.
Well,
You've got...
technically.
I said checked. Checked, not beaten. Like, you can still choice Specs Draco, but...
Mhm.
Well, no, you just click. You're just sub Roost Toxic every game.
Okay, that's also true. That set is kind of broken.
You have a demon set.
We will see that set when we get to my Gen 8 team next week.
Mhm.
Yeah, Whimsicott Kyurem. That's a solid core. The Steel does not work here. The Bishop just does not work. Gallade does like the Psychics getting trapped, but I feel like you needed a Steel to help against the Fairies. Or a Fire type that has any,
Not Darmanitan.
zero, like at least a little bit of defensive value. Because Darmanitan
No,
is
Dom
almost...
has like. He has a lot of HP. Have you thought
Yeah.
about that?
Yeah, that's the same if you call like Wailord bulky. Which it is, kinda. Not. So, yeah, that
Yeah,
doesn't
this
really
team
work.
could really use like a Wheezing. Well, not. Yeah, I mean Wheezing would be fine.
Yeah,
Even
that's some low
Arbok,
tiers.
honestly.
Yeah.
It would have loved
Kabutops also
Garbodor.
just Like one of the worst budget spinners that there is. I don't. Is there a worse spinner than Kabutops? Amaldo probably because it's Rock Streak.
Hitmonchan.
Let me just look at Rapid Spin. Is there? No, Hitmonchan is better. Because
Is
it's
it
better
really?
typing. It's better typing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like,
I would
you
say
have to get
it's better
Hitmonchan.
as a spinner. Kabutops is a better Pokemon than Hitmonchan.
I guess Avalok is worse. Torkoal is worse in 6. Oh, Torkoal is probably the worst one. Delibird. Spinner.
No, it's Delibird. It's definitely Delibird.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
definitely
Delibird.
Hop off goat. Only one with Rapid Spin and Default, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think
Sometimes
so.
you really need to clear the hazards.
Yeah, or Delibird.
You can't double check and
Yeah.
you can't unless you have a Goldengo, then you're kind of fucked into both, huh?
No, that's where you get the present tech.
Oh, does it do fixed damage?
No.
No, and it's a normal
Sometimes
type
it
move.
heals you.
Okay, so that doesn't really work. Okay, let's talk about Rotom and Lando being a great core, though.
Yep.
Great pivots to bring in Gallade and Kyurem. I think like this team almost won today.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was really close to winning just off the pure pressure of Mega Gallade.
Mm-hmm.
Kyurem didn't even come.
I think the
so
Darm
this team-
was also a big part of it.
This team is definitely good, but it's going
Yeah.
to struggle into longer games where your opponent has checks to your Pokemon.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we basically saw today. But Christy got kind of bailed out by a flinch and then kind of choked the end game a bit, which was unfortunate, but it was still a really close game. So this team is definitely not bad, but I see some issues here.
Alright. Next.
Next.
Hey,
Still doing laundry,
I
or
think
are
the
you
next
actually looking at the
one's-
teams now?
What?
What is with his teams?
Oh, I've been
no
looking
rock
at the
resistance?
teams the entire time. I'm just doing other things
Ah,
around my house while I'm looking at
Okay. That's fine then. Okay, what is this team? Who is this? This is...
This is Ari.
This is notable week 1 winner.
This
Arigimo.
is the first winner, the best overall guy, Arigimo.
Mm-hmm.
This is true. Nothing what we said here is a lie.
Nothing. Second best spinner after Starmie in my opinion, Drill, with some Rockspeak Mons. Weavile, Golbat, and...
It also takes
It's a
away one of the
crosser.
better Mega Guard checks.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
that is quite good, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Mega Guard, again, one of the best Pokemon. Ari got it at like, what, pick 6 or 7 then?
Mm-hmm.
Which seems
Yeah.
impressive.
I was locked in on my strategy.
I like the Gorgeist. I think Gorgeist is a good budget Pokemon on some teams. And this team's really
He
likes
put
it.
in a ton of
like-
work today.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like taking 25 from his steps and headbutt from Mega Gallade is impressive. That Pokemon is way bulkier than people think. And Ghost Grass is not terrible defensive typing. It's not good. It's like in the mid pack. Like it's funny that you like look at this team and you think it's already really good, and then there's a Terrakion in the last slot.
Yeah.
Yeah, really.
So it was already
top-
really good, and then we made it slightly worse.
Yeah. Really
No.
top heavy team.
If-
Really
if
top
the
heavy.
Terrakion fits very well here, even if
Oh,
I
for sure.
do kind of hate on it sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Yeah, Weavile does trap really well for Terrakion. Like you're gonna get close Scarf or Bandit, close combat end games a lot.
Crustle is a viable Pokemon to bring to games sometimes because it gets spikes.
Yeah, Crustle can definitely get up 2 layers of hazards, and there's so much offensive pressure in the back here that's fine. Golbat is supposed to help here against the fighting types that are a little bit problematic because you don't really want to use Guard as a defensive Pokemon.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the ground resists are a bit fraudulent. The Golbat, Rotom Heat, and Gorgeist. A bit fraudulent, I think, but manageable.
Yeah.
Also, Milo helps into grounds, and Weavile
Yeah.
pressures them offensively. Yeah, I think this team is good. Doesn't have a lot
That's
of
a really
rock
solid
resists, but Exodus is one of the best ones.
Terrakion's also a really good one.
And Gorgeist does help into Edge Quakers, so
Mhm.
yeah.
Alright,
I think
next.
Terrakion. Next. Okay, so who is this? I see a Talonflame. I hope there's good
Nido.
removal on this. That's Nido. Okay, Nido, where's your removal?
so
okay, there's another Mega Sableye Talonflame team. Straight up copying Tago out here.
It's not a lot. It's not a lot.
Latios.
Which is one of the best removal options.
Yeah, so that's fair.
Yeah.
Latios, Gren, Clef, Talonflame, Mega Sableye, Bronzong is a great 6 Pokemon team.
Yeah, you can probably bring that team like almost every week.
Yeah, you don't need any of the other mons on the bottom. But in the case that you do, Gastrodon is a ground type.
Gastrodon is a ground type, and the other two are irrelevant. I think Nido just made like funny, like, oh, my team is so good, I can just do 2 1-drops.
No, Scraggy better come the last week.
Oh, Puppy just drafted Gastrodon. I was almost right. I said he's going to draft Seismitoad, but he did Gastrodon.
Yeah, he needed the budget.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean,
oh wait, looking at this.
Alright.
Huh?
I personally
looking at
the
speed tiers on the side there.
It's
huge jump from 60 to 110.
It's fine.
Honestly, it doesn't matter on this team.
Yeah,
it's the 3 Pokemon are going to run speed, and the rest are going to be max HP every week. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, you just
it's crazy how one of the mons running speed isn't Talonflame.
Yeah, I guess. But Talonflame speed tier doesn't matter here because you have Gren. Like, it's kind
That's what I mean. You're not running it.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, maybe you're running it.
You're running speed on Flash.
Flare Blitz on max speed, Jirachi.
Yeah. Oh, this team is going to be a bitch to break.
Yeah, I like this team a lot.
And this team has a lot of offense too. Yeah, good
cool.
luck. It's I don't know if I would call it cool. I mean, there's a Bronzong on there. That's a cool Pokemon. But calling
Sableye, he's cool.
Yep. No, Mega Sableye is not cool, John. You have not played Gen 6 ladder. That's the reason that guy got banned. That was not cool.
He's cool.
That's the demon.
No, he's not cool. He's not cool.
He's cool.
No, not if
that is the face of Big Stall right there. You got a pink blob in the top right? I know what you are.
Big ass crystal, bro. That is big ass stall. Yeah, good team.
Yeah.
Next.
Sorry.
Think second last or last one?
Basically the last in Diamond, yeah.
Austin. Mega Septai Keldeo. Donphan, I applaud this team.
Yeah,
great draft.
A lot of great Pokemon here.
It's great stuff, folks.
Why is there Hooper? Hooper
Unbound lost his arms, bro.
Yeah, Hooper's kinda has no hands here. He's not gonna throw any hands. Why is like Hooper Gardevoir does not seem good.
Yeah, it's kind of strange.
Like it's same speed tier, both psychics. There's also a Cofagris in the back. First thing I want to mention is that this team is really, really specially offensive if the Hooper runs special.
Yeah.
Hooper's missing something in 6, right?
I think maybe Hyperspace Hole / Fury is worse.
Oh, it was banned. Is it? No, it's still 100.
Still 100, just lowers. Yeah.
How many points did we make, Hooper?
Like 15 or something? 13. Why is it 13? It has to have missed something.
No, it's. I mean, I don't see anything missing. It has like all the notable moves. Like it has Gang Shot, it's knockoff, it has Hyperspace Fury. Drain Punch was always only fire coverage. It has Plot. I mean, maybe this was a really good steal. Yeah, I mean, obviously Hooper never had any defensive value outside of rare AV sets where your typing is useful. But just the like everything that has it running U-turn always makes Pokemon like Hooper hard to run.
Yeah.
But that's a strong guy. That's a strong guy.
Yeah, I would have liked to see more like pivot mons with Hoopa Unbound in order to get it in, but
yeah, only Raikou.
Or webs. Hoopa Unbound really does love webs, and you have you have Cofagrigus, which is one of the best spin blockers in Gen 6.
Definitely. Like throwing this Magmortar off the team and getting reps does sound kinda good.
This team is also weird because it's very good at getting up T-spikes, and it's also very weak to T-spikes.
Very true.
I think that
This
might be
needs
the
an
only
Ariados.
team ever.
This needs Ariados. Webs and a grounded poison? Oh, we're cooking now.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I honestly see that.
Yeah, but it's kind of hard because Ariados is way cheaper than McMortar. Like, Ariados costs 1, McMortar costs like 5.
We could get
that's
into
enough
the
for
sunk
Shuckle.
cost fallacy.
We could upgrade the Gardevoir because it doesn't fit, I think. The Gardevoir doesn't fit here.
Mhm.
Question is if there is any fairy you could update to.
And by the time you get the transactions in, you will have played 130 or ORAS games already, so...
Which is not that bad, still
Yeah.
enough time to fix it.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, there's
Yeah.
no fairy left on this board to update to. It's Azumarill.
I mean,
Honestly?
Azumarill Keldeo does go hard.
I don't know
That's
if
kind of
it-
fun, yeah.
Could we? I don't think there's the points because Gardevoir is so cheap. Wait, if that would work, that would be a wait, it does work, actually. It's the straight 4 points you get. Yo, I mean, I like that change.
Yeah.
Azumarill Ariados.
Our
Okay,
first recommendation.
yeah, we actually have not made any recommendations yet, but this team with Azumarill Ariados over Gardevoir McMortar looks honestly insane. Because Azu also loves the webs.
Mhm.
And you have one of the best spinners in the game, so you don't really care about counter hazard stack.
Yeah.
Allows Sceptile to run Modest or Adamant, and like King Rock said, that is one of the it's probably the best spin blocker, right? There's no Ghost as defensive as Kofag.
Jellicent's also pretty good, but Cofagrigus is like OU. It's
Yeah.
like top tier OU in Gen 6 because of its spin blocking and its T-Spikes.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Once again, crazy we're talking so highly about this mon in Pride Month, but...
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, maybe consider that, but you can also play it
Yeah.
out a few, like first week. Obviously, you have to. Oh no, Tago has drafted a Lucha. What is going on? Oh, he has Rillaboom team, huh?
That still doesn't excuse it.
Ay.
That team
I
also
feel like he has a
Spectre.
gimmick. He has a gimmick every.
Ooh, wait, hold on.
time.
Wait, hold
get
on, now
there-
this is a
we'll
good
get
team.
there next week. Next. It's time for
Yeah,
Pearl.
we have to.
It's
did
time
you
for
already-
Pearl!
It's Pearl
Did you-
time.
Is there
I really
13?
hate abandoning you all now, but I have work tomorrow, so I'll actually let you
Okay.
guys do the rest of this.
Then
I'm glad I
am
could be
going
a little
to
bit.
input the Pearl team real quick. So let's take a 1-minute break so I can get this up.
Yeah. Good luck with the rest. I'm sorry I have to leave right before Pearl. It is not a slight against your division. I've kind of had a brief glance at some of your teams. I think a lot of them are really neat.
Shaded
Yeah, I
Pearl
just wake up for
confirmed.
work at... I just wake up for work at 6 AM and it's like 20 past 11, so, you know.
I'm actually pinging the Pearl division because we're going to be doing their ORAS and USUM back-to-back.
Yeah.
I'll have to leave for the USUM as well. I think Oris is where I have to cap out.
It's gonna be a 2-man show then for Usam.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay. Let's get this team in. And now I need to do 2 tasks here. This is. He only copied the drill. Nice. I guess I can close the. Okay, it should be up any second now. That's the first one.
Alright.
And go to ISL 1. Yep. Let's look at this team. This is Jam 8522. Executed first pick. Which is a little bit surprising, but not that crazy. Like we said, it's one of the best mons in 6. A bit worse in draft, but not much.
It's an understandable round 1 pick.
Yeah, I get it. I think I can justify the Excadrill too. Oh, this has no Mega, by the way, this team. Something I realized off the bat, which is a little bit crazy because most of the Megas are really good in their original gen. Just because they basically power crept everything.
Their stats are just so ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's so many, right? Like, even if you pick one late, like even like we saw for Papi, like picking the 4-point Absol, that's totally like still great value. Okay. Oh, this team is Rocks weak, huh? I guess you have Excadrill for this, but Victini, Neuvan, Thandi,
Chestnut's another solid rock resist. And Coffer
not Stealth Rocks weak, not Rock weak.
Okay,
Yeah. Chestnut is one of the best
weak.
Edge Quake switch-ins there is. Oh, but it is still Rocks weak, honestly. But there's two of the best Rock switch-ins, but both of the Rock switch-ins are Fire weak.
This is another team that I kinda wish had webs.
Maybe, yeah.
For Drill Victini.
I don't know if Drill needs him, honestly. I feel like the Drill is always like. I feel like this team would want this Drill to be scarfed a lot, but it can't because it needs to spin.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly why webs would be helpful.
Oh, okay. I mean, sure, but webs are still unreliable in Gen 6. The web setters aren't good most of the time. Like, you can pick a budget web setter, but I feel like everybody is bringing their removal anyway, right? So that's not something webs really... I mean, webs are great. I think every team likes webs.
And I mean, you've got the Cough Egregious.
Yeah, I
spin
would...
block.
That is true. There is a good spin blocker here once again. There's also no good offensive fighting for the Pursuit trapping Drapion to take advantage. Another team where like nothing really takes advantage of Drapion, of a good Pursuit trapper. I think a Selgor is fine. It's okay. Probably cost like 7, I assume. Cost 5. That's actually really good for a Selgor.
I will say it's kinda... The two things it does are already kinda done by other members of the team. Final Gambits and Spikes.
That's true. Victini's Final Gambit is a lot worse in 6 unless you lead it because of Stealth Rocks.
Well, Victini's... It's always bad without leading it because it always has to be like Scarf when you're doing that.
Yeah, true. Azu great, Excadrill great, that's a good fairy Steel Core, like actually excellent. Water Fairy with Drill is absolutely excellent, they cover each other's weaknesses.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean the Thandi also seems fine. Yeah, this team seems fine.
Thandi would also appreciate webs.
I mean, like I said, almost every Pokemon appreciates webs, no?
Yeah, but not every Pokemon is 145 special attack.
That is true. Thandi is a strong boy. Very strong boy.
Alright, next.
Next.
Okay. Like, you guys need to start talking about the teams now because I need to change them first, so we are ready afterwards.
See you next time. Take it away.
What?
Family about family.
You helped him draft this, right?
Oh, this is Chris's team. Yeah. Alright, so this team is incredibly broken. So we got Mega Gardevoir at like pick 2, I believe.
Yep.
And then he drafted Rotom Wash and Klefki. So we've preached the good word of Klefki already. As I'm gonna move, I found us another co-host.
Let's go, Cyber.
Wait, why isn't it letting me move him? Oh, there we
can go to Mod Voice.
Oh.
Hey, Cyber.
Welcome, Cyber.
Oh, is that you, King Rock?
It is.
I think the last time we met was during that war in 1550, right?
Probably.
This is old people stuff here.
Yeah.
Get back to your retirement home.
Alright.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of... we have an USUM expert here to help us review the USUM teams, but we're currently still in ORAS. Alright.
Dude, I played. Don't worry, I can help you out. I played some ORAS games and I went like 1-4, so this will be good.
Alright.
Let's go.
Alright, yeah.
Yeah,
So
this team is incredibly broken. We don't really.
Yeah, it also has spin, double spikes with Frostlass as well, which doubles as a spin blocker.
Mm-hmm.
Levani for webs, Skuntank, which can pursuit trap. Which
Torrenti
sure.
round 4.
I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure the
Quarantine got round 4? That's crazy.
the 4 months,
Diabolical.
the top 4 months of this team are probably all 4 top 20 months in ORAS.
Yeah,
Yeah,
probably.
very strong team.
Like on our tier list, it's insane. I hate that Blaziken guy, but it's whatever.
Yeah, I was not privy to that one.
Yeah, but all the other
I think-
All the
Pokemon
other
are
mods
good.
are fine though.
Yeah.
So
I think the only slight weakness this team has is, and on the physical side is a bit weak. I mean, Donphan and Blaziken can I guess hit hard, but I wouldn't really call them big threats, if that makes sense.
For sure, this team
Yeah.
is definitely lacking a physical breaker.
I mean, it's Psyshock, Mega Gardevoir.
That's true.
But it's
But
not really clicking that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, I guess with stuff like Gardevoir, you can overwhelm special walls.
Yeah, or
With
other
enough,
Pokemon CMing up. Yeah, for sure.
Mhm.
At least it has that. Otherwise, this would really be struggling into Bidef, AV, whatever. Tor knocking out the AVs is kind
Hey.
of good though. Same with Donphan.
Next.
Already? You don't want to talk about your own team more? Damn, that's
This isn't
crazy.
my team.
I mean, you had-
The only picks I recommended were the Klefki, Torn, and Donphan. He did everything else himself.
Okay.
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 Ooh, where
And
are the
my
ice
team
resists?
pivoting on this team, I am, so it's a good team.
No, there's only one ice resist and that Pokemon is a fraud.
No,
No,
Doublade isn't a fraud.
Doublade is a fraud as a steel type. It is definitely a fraud.
Also, we need. What's this person's name? We need to say their name.
Oh yeah, this is Seabar.
This is Seabar.
Alright, Seabar.
Alright.
Alright.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna quite mention that ice weakness just yet, but I guess we gotta rip it off.
Yeah, we can start from the
Rip off
top.
the Band-Aid.
Start from the top. Yes. This team also has Talonflame without Rapid Spin.
Ew.
Oh. Yeah, Togekiss can defog though.
Yeah, and you have Magic
And
Pounce
double
on
magic.
Leon.
Yeah, magic.
Oh yeah, you
Pounce,
have, yeah. Just have to play it well.
Yeah.
You have to be. The way this team is set up, you have to play pretty offensively with it.
I almost
Yes.
wish this team had a Doug Trio, because then you could do the classic of sacking your SP onto the Stealth Rocker and then Doug Trioing it to keep rocks off forever.
Mm.
That's how Gen 5 teams used to build. Gen 5 Sun teams used to build around Volcarona.
Oh yeah. Ooh, the psychic resists are also Espeon and. Oh no, I guess it's a Hydreigon. Okay. No, it's not that bad then.
And
Yeah, it's all-
Doublade. Don't forget
Only-
Doublade.
You got the
that ghost-
Doublade.
It's got that ghost type, but it can hit them super effectively.
I like you guys don't have to convince me on Doublade. I think Doublade is good, but Doublade as a single steal here.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
I
That's
agree.
not
It's pretty
fair.
rough. It's pretty rough.
Especially, you
I
only
think-
have one rocker then, because your steel doesn't rock.
I will
Yeah.
say, especially this team would definitely prefer a better steel type because you really struggle against offensive fairy types a lot. It's Moonblast is very
Yes.
free this
Yeah,
team.
Mm,
it's very tough.
yeah.
I mean, Talonflame, if rocks aren't up, can pivot, but...
That's true. Yeah. It's
100%.
I guess Assault Vest Raikou has your special defense wall.
Amazing speed tiers though.
Yeah.
Impeccable speed tiers.
Mhm.
135,
Yeah, dang.
126, 115. Wow.
I like
I've
it.
done
There's
it
plenty
on
of
my
there's plenty of good options for a choice scarfer on this team. Nice.
Yeah.
You gotta.
If I had to make a recommendation, it would maybe switch Gourgeist for a grass poison.
Mm,
Yeah, because you already
Fairy
have
again.
the ghost type knocked
Yeah,
down,
fairy
so
resist.
yeah. You need another fairy resist.
For sure.
Yeah.
Or maybe even upgrade Doublade to a better steel type. I don't know what's left on the board.
Yeah. I mean, Doublade is fine. And Gourgeist, they're both fine individually, but I don't know that you need both when you have...
Yeah, but, the thing is, like, you're only gonna bring one, so...
But, like, if you could somehow turn that Gourgeist into, like, Roselia or Vileplume, I would probably like this team a good bit more.
Roselia.
Doesn't really need to resist. I agree.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Alright.
Still good offensive threats. Lopunny, Raikou, Hydreigon, Talonflame.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, let's do the next one.
Yep, next.
This team is Python, our new mod.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh wait, what is going on with these rock weak teams? Where's the rock?
Very
Oh
interesting.
dear.
This is a very interesting team I'm looking at.
It's fine, it's fine.
You know,
Yeah, this
he
team
trained plus
shares
Lando.
a problem that a lot of teams have with Lando T, where your ground doesn't resist rock, and then you draft another high-value steel type like Heatran or Scizor, and that also doesn't resist rock.
Yeah.
And at that point, you're running out of slots for the rock resist.
Yeah, that's a big thing when you especially draft Lando and like Heatran. You see, oh, Lando is immune to ground, and Heatran is like 4x weak. I mean, resistant to ice. It's the like dynamic duo, and then you just gotta build your team around that rock resistance, which this team does not have it at all.
Yeah, that
Every
definitely
team
happens a
so
lot.
far that we've looked at that didn't have a rock resist has Tangrowth on it, which is very
Yeah, it's
very
one of the-
telling.
He'll fix it.
It kind of counts as one.
Yeah.
You
It's
can
like,
throw Tangrowth into a lot of rock types. True,
Yeah.
true.
yeah, it's
And
like
Lando too, basically, right?
Yeah.
Lando too.
you know, there's this saying in Gen 3 where it's like when T-building, you want 1.5 times rock resist, where 1 is like something that actually resists rock, and 0.5 is just something that's super bulky. You consider Skarmory there like a 0.5 rock resist. Tangrowth is basically that here. You know, it's bulky enough where it can take a Stone Edge or two.
Yeah, I'd put Tangrowth as a 0.75 even.
Ooh.
I mean, I just hate that this team is rock streak because of Stealth Rocks.
I think
Ah,
another weakness.
Yeah.
Where's the removal? Like, there's no defogger and
Yes.
like it's magic bounce.
It's also this team has it's a little bit slow. You've got good like choice scarfers with like
It is slow.
Lando and Gardevoir, Heatran sometimes, and Kyurem can also sometimes do that. But like outside of that, you know, if like your team gets upset by a lot of stuff, especially when your fastest mon is like a Mega that's at 115 speed.
Yeah. Also budget,
Yeah, I
right?
mean-
Like, a point to mention is that if your fast Pokemon are budget and they're not coming, that's really scary. Like,
That's true,
Yeah.
Like
because
You really
no
have
speed
to rely
control.
on
Yeah.
sticky webs from Carl.
Absol can't even revenge kill turn 1 unless you have Protect, and like we already said,
Mhm,
Absol
yeah.
often can't fit Protect. It needs
Yeah, like-
all 4 moves.
Like I'm trying to think, right? Because Kyurem, Lando, Heatran, and probably Tangrowth are coming out to most games, and the other ones are probably like your
Mhm.
picks. Galvantula might come to a lot, but
Yeah. Lando, Kyurem, Gardevoir probably have to be choice scarfed every week with this team. One
yeah,
of them.
you might have to run like double like Scarfers between those 3. Because one,
or if you're in a plus webs matchup.
yeah,
Yeah.
Because like some of the other teams we've already talked about, the removal is kind of dire. So
Yes, you might get lucky, you get matched up against some teams with bad removal, and then it just webs through.
these new gen drafters. Back in my day, you'd see teams with like 5 defoggers, and you'd like it. Like I'm trying to think. You have like, is there? There's no defoggers, I think, on this team. Is this just like Absol? Is
Yeah,
that
it's just Mega Bounce. Yep, Magic
Ooh.
Bounce. Mega Bounce. Mega Bounce is a nice ability. You
That's
just
so-
bounce the opponent's Mega Evolution. Yeah, it's just Absol. It's
Ooh,
rough. It's rough. Like, because this
That's
team
really rough.
obviously, this team wants to play the long game, and it can't if
Yeah.
the opponent gets up rocks and spikes.
Yeah, it's really rough. Like I could see so many teams just trying to like hazard stack against this. Like something like
100%. Everybody.
yeah, absolutely. Like I mean, I guess you've got like 1.5 Magic Bounce mons. I don't really consider Mega Absol a traditional net.
well, it's the
Wait,
only
did you
magic
have-
bounce mon. Sigilith
Right.
is magic guard.
That's what I was forgetting. Hey, at least Sigilif doesn't get hazard stacked. Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah. Let's go, Sigilif. Maybe you can carry.
Hell yeah. Combine Sigilif to the win. But yeah, it's like, you need Tangrowth to be like your defensive wall, but between like hazard stanking, it's going to get worn down so fast. Keytrain really struggled multiple
Just think about this team like getting up stacked Throgs and Spikes, and then like there's being like a banded Stone Edge Pokemon, and Landorus and Tangrowth just don't have the longevity anymore to check them.
Yeah, I think you definitely have to play this team super offensively. Like, it really can't live for long.
I did already switch.
Oh.
I didn't wait for the next.
Sorry.
Next.
Inexcusable of me to not be at the ready.
So let's just wait. Are we just reviewing, or are we also offering suggestions?
I mean, you can. Do you want to offer a suggestion for the last one?
Yeah, if you do.
You can. Sure.
But
you need to look at the board. There's not a lot of stuff still left.
Listen, Python. Just threaten someone to trade with you. It'll work out. Get some like defoggers from the other teams.
I mean, there is a Latios still open.
Oh, that could work out.
Could just throw Kyurem and something out the window and grab Latios.
Yeah, but then in that case, then like bulky water. That could work out.
Yeah,
I feel like you gotta keep Kyurem, because otherwise, like, bulky waters kind of like wall this team, right? I guess you'd be forced to bring Galvantula every game, but like.
There's also a Starmie guy still on the board. Starmie is amazing with Landorus and Heatran.
I would honestly, if you could figure out a way to replace Vaporeon and something else for like Starmie, I'd probably do that.
Probably Gardevoir. You would probably have to drop Gardevoir. And Vaporeon go Starmie plus budget fairy.
I kind of agree. I think replacing Vaporeon and Gardevoir with Starmie and like a budget fairy, or if like a budget fairy doesn't fit this team, something else, that might be ideal. That gives you something fast. That gives you some removal. That gives you more offensive pressure. It's yeah.
Could be a good change. Okay, next. I see Blissey, Gliscor, and I don't know.
It's very fat. What is this team? Who?
This is Cammy. Yep.
Okay. All right.
I need to change the teams again.
Let's see.
Gliscor, Blissey. Yikes.
Volky, you got Volcanion and Diagonal your Ice Resist, and Blissey too, and Napoleon. Very bulky, very bulky.
Nice breaker and Mega Glade.
Another bulky team that's downfall may involve entry hazards. I guess it's a bit more hazard resilient than most, but the rocks and spikes might add up when your removal is Cryogonal.
Well, I would like another fighting resist, but Gliscor on a team like this too. Did you always say that? Because like Blissey
no, I didn't,
always.
But yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's very
because
true.
I feel like someone just to split the coverage, right? Fighting types can often fit Ice Punch or HP Ice.
Yeah, Life Orb HP Ice Terrakion.
Yeah.
I think
Gallade is not a fighting switch in.
I also don't love Staraptor with Gallade, because they're both just sort of, moderate speed physical breakers. And like, you can run Scarf Staraptor, but that's kind of the only thing it does that distinguishes itself from Gallade on this team, I think.
I kind of see the vision. Use one of them to weaken like the physical walls, and the other one cleans up. But
I mean, Staraptor just weakens itself by running into another mon just again and again. So, I mean, I'm a big Staraptor hater.
Yeah, if I was making a recommendation, I would recommend switching the Staraptor for something, maybe something with Rapid Spin.
I thought you would say something useful, but
yeah,
maybe that's mean to Staraptor.
I've always been a big Staraptor believer.
I think this is another team that is so fat and doesn't control hazards well. Like the default being Staraptor and Cryogonal. I guess Empoleon is okay at it.
Oh yeah, Cryogonal is another Pokemon with a combination of Defog and Rapid Spin, like we were discussing earlier.
Cryogonal does not have Defog.
It does.
It does in Gen 7.
I feel like...
Oh, and 7, true. But it lost it, right? In 9, so it only has spin again.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think so too. So only
Yeah.
Delibet has both.
Like-
The goat. Shoutouts to the
I think
goat.
it's having Volcanion and pulling as your water types, both weak to ground, is interesting. But you have
Yeah, but-
Rotom and Gliscor, and
Which are both weak to ice.
Empoleon. It's pretty. I mean, not Mammothswine's pretty nice into this.
Yeah, Mammothswine cooks this team.
Yeah, especially for the suitors.
Because it also has a good matchup into Jolteon, and Kyogre doesn't really touch it either.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's a hard matchup. Yeah, maybe try get better. It's not the worst removal. It honestly, a lot of people are going to struggle breaking Gliscor, Empoleon, Blissey with a Rotom.
Yeah.
Not a bad team. Not a bad team.
Yeah. And I mean,
Yeah.
I hate on Cryogonal a lot, and it's weak to rock, which does make it not the best removal. But, like, compared to some of the other, like, low-tier removal mons, like, Cryogonal's one of the better ones.
Yeah.
Because it's at least fast, yeah.
Yeah, it's fast, it's immune to ground, which is nice, so you're only taking the 25% from rocks, you're not taking anything else.
And it's bulky.
Yeah.
Like, it has great SpDef.
Yeah, and recover, so it can tank coming into rocks multiple times.
Yeah. I think.
Sure.
So yeah, if oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was interrupting your thought. You can go first.
Yeah, I would, like I said, to reiterate, very solid team. I wish the Staraptor was something different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Staraptor is also gonna have its matchup where, because we saw, right, teams don't have flying resist sometimes.
That's true.
And,
I mean,
like, if you just bring Bandit or Scarf Brave, but you're gonna get 2 kills out of a Staraptor sometimes. Like, I also don't like that playstyle of a mon, and I also think it doesn't fit with Gliscor Blissey, right? You don't want a Pokemon that just kills itself.
Yeah, I really wish that was a fairy.
Oh yeah, this team doesn't have a fairy, huh?
Like, if that was a Whimsicott, or maybe not Whimsicott.
I was also gonna mention that without a fairy, your only resisted dragon is Empoleon, which isn't bad, but a lot of dragon types tend to carry like coverage for it.
What if the Staraptor was a Grand Bull and you used the points? I mean, you probably couldn't find the points to upgrade anything else, but
there's potential.
Could work.
How many points was Staraptor?
9.
Okay.
It's fine. It's fine.
I'm just saying. I'm just looking to see if there's anything in 9 that is like an immediate.
There's
upgrade.
Yeah. And it does not appear so. I mean,
maybe that's why Staraptor ended up here.
Yeah. I mean, I could also see the argument for a poison.
This team is actually one of the best teams into T-Spikes ever. There's only 2 months affected, but
it's good.
months affected.
Yeah, but it just has a fighting resist.
Yeah, in regards to hazards, it does fine dealing with them. I just wish it had more. Like, I think the general game plan for this team is, like, use stuff like Gliscor and Blissey to, like, wear things down. But we're only Stellarex is great, right? But you would probably also prefer something to have, like, spikes to continue that. So if one of your sweepers or wall breakers like Galay can come in and finish stuff up. But it'll be a little bit harder when we sell rocks.
Okay, are we going to the next?
Next
one. Okay, next one. This is Kai.
Alright, Kai the GOAT. What do we got here? He's immediately the GOAT because he has not 1, not 2, but 3 Pokemon that resist rock.
Let's go, goated.
I'm seeing multiple Stealth Rockers here. I see a Spiker. I'm very liking this.
Yeah, I think
he's got.
Compared to some of the other teams we've seen, this team is. I don't want to say like, it's more coherent almost. I want to say. Like, you can look at this and immediately, like, everything is clear what it does. There's nothing really out of place.
It's a huge ghost weakness because the normal is the lizard guy.
No dark type is a little bit rough, but
no dark type makes you like this double psychic Claydol, an absolute fraud of a Pokemon. I feel like this Claydol has zero purpose here. Like, this team is already good into grounds. There is another ground which is also... Like, this team has 2 budget grounds, which I feel like lose to the same kind of stuff, you know?
Yeah,
like
I think you could consolidate them into one, like, better ground.
For sure. Or, like, one of them and get something else, you know?
Yeah.
Like a dark type, for example.
Yeah.
There's some budget dark types that are way better.
I think you should probably either replace Claydol or Golurk. My mind just lost. I think you should replace Claydol or Golurk. I think a dark type would be nice, but also I think maybe you should just get another flying resist instead.
Yeah.
Like it's just Heliotile, right? Is that it?
Yeah.
I will say I don't think the dark weakness is as bad because you can't like choice lock pursuit in the face of Mega Altaria.
Oh, this team isn't dark weak. It's not dark weak. It's Altaria and Infernape.
Yeah.
Like it's okay, but like the ghost weakness is a bit of problematic, and I think like the last 2 Pokemon just they don't make sense together.
Yeah.
Like Claydol and Azelf are kind of similar, right? The levitating psychic types, and then 2 ground types speak to the same stuff.
Yeah,
not a fan.
I can see the argument for keeping Claydol. Crobat does offer you some pretty good removal and defog, but you don't want to get rid of your own spikes, so I can understand the Claydol pick.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just think I still think that flying resistance weakness is kind of bad. I mean, I know we were making fun of Staraptor just earlier, but you know, if I'm clicking this team, all I'm doing is clicking Choice Band Staraptor, going into Claydol, and just clicking Brave Bird on something.
Yeah, I mean,
100%.
Staraptor does kind of goop this team. Because
every flying type kind of goops
this gen.
Yep, sadly. But Staraptor is gonna kill itself after 2 kills, so that's kind of good.
And you can like surprise it with Scarf Heliolisk and just volt on it, and then it's dead. Yeah. Because I guess the thing is, Staraptor would have to be Scarf into this.
Yep, I agree. This team is really fast. That's a good thing. Huge speed gap between 108 and 81, especially because the Pokemon in 81 does not run speed. I guess Altaria does run speed. But still, giving 100s, like, a plus damage nature, that's scary. There's a lot of Pokemon in 100 and 105 that do Adamant Staraptor. You just sounded like you're gonna summon the Staraptor.
I'm making a cult chain.
Like a voodoo doll with Staraptor. Yeah. This lizard is not built for what it has to do defensively on this team, I think.
Yeah. I think
it just can't. But the lizard is a decent Pokemon in general. It's just not a defensive Pokemon.
Yeah.
Scald immunity is great.
Yeah. Do you think you can like swap either like Azelf or Infernape? They kind of do the same thing, right? Like mix attackers, rocks. I do a lot of like...
yeah, but their typing is really different.
Yeah, they beat down on different things.
Yeah, exactly. And they both pivot, which is great. This team, we talked about a similar team in Diamond. This team has no power again. We're in the same part.
Yeah.
Everything is weak on this team before they set up.
And another one where the theme is similar with similar mons, because that team was also Mega Altaria.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
It was Mega Altaria and Infernape, in fact. Yeah.
Yeah. It was. Okay, I think the team is playable. Recommendation change one of the last 2. Rest seems fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, this is just a Puppy team on second Puppy. Let's go.
Next
one.
Very true.
Okay, this is
like and subscribe.
Okay,
the biggest Jirachi fan.
I see a Ditto.
Apparently a fan of Ditto.
Also,
I see a Ditto.
Ditto, honestly, here, not that bad for 6 points.
Yeah.
Pretty cheap.
The triple 100 speed here. I've always been a hater of Ditto, so I was gonna like no comment on that one.
Yeah,
but,
I'm also gonna.
I mean, I also don't like Ditto. I think it's really easy to play around. but it does restrict teams.
It is very annoying to play around. It's not exactly hard to build around it. It is kind of annoying.
Yeah, you just can't run certain things.
You just need to make sure your defensive mons wall your own offensive mons.
Yeah, basically. I think Quack actually is pretty cheap on this board. Quack did get some things in this gen and does stop some of the really scary megas / other Pokemon. I don't like.
Though.
Does not rock, does not spike yet. I don't get the Mega Tyranitar on this team at all. I think, we have 3 Sand Immunes, but Serp cancelling out its own leftovers, Sylveon 2, Mance taking rocks into sand, same with Rotom Heat. This does not seem like a Mega Tyranitar team. Also, there's no fighting type again after a good Pursuit Mon, so... Not a lot of synergy.
No, the fighting type's gonna be the Ditto.
I also think if anything, this team also is a little bit lacking on the offensive power. Salamence can hit hard, and I guess Superior can threaten stuff after a turn, but a lot of these things you kind of need a turn of setup to do a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Yeah. Seems like this team is just missing a high point Pokemon that just threatens stuff, right? Like Jirachi Sylveon seem like round 2 at round 3 picks. Mance is not what it used to be anymore in 6.
Yeah, the highest point Mon was Superior at 15. Yeah, and that was
Superior is great.
8th round pick.
Superior is great, but Superior
it's good, but
some Pokemon, where is the Pokemon that threatens Superior's checks here? Like the Pokemon that cooks the fire and the flying types. Yeah, I guess Tyranitar kinda does that, but Tyranitar, it's so slow.
It's also, well, I guess you have Wish support, but otherwise it also gets worn down pretty easily.
Yep. Yeah, maybe the recommendation for this team. I don't hate any of the individual mons. I think the Water, Fire, Grass core is solid. I think the Fairy, Dragon, Steel core is solid. I think Ditto. I mean, this team does seem like it lacks something because it has a Ditto. But I think this team could work fine if your opponent does not use all your weaknesses against you. Dropping down after 100 to Rotom Heat, which often does run 0 speed in this kind of team because it's forced into a defensive role. Same as Sylveon. Yeah. I don't know how to fix this, honestly. I think you would need to change 3 mons. Maybe run with this first. Feel like if you really like those mons too, I don't want to recommend you changing them. Give it a try. But keep in mind what we just mentioned and try to look out for those things when you're building.
Someone said 3 mons have Wish support, T-Tar Pursuit traps. It's built to wear over time. Yeah, but you're kind of wearing yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also,
Wish support is good, but you need a perfect defensive profile, which this team definitely has a really good defensive profile. And I get what they mean with that, and I think it might work in some matchups.
Yeah.
This team
Especially
can
if
outlast.
T spikes up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you have good removal. Might work. Honestly.
Yeah, I would say all of the wishes are supposed to be aimed at Tentacruel. I think if you're wanting to win over time, you need Tentacruel to be him.
Pretty much. I honestly think if you were going for the wearing down route, maybe regular Tyranitar would be better with the Sandstone to increase the Sandstorm coverage, so you can get more chip on stuff. But
I don't know if I love that when your entire defensive core is not
but
you have too many sand weak mons for that to work.
We'll get to the round 1 pick, base Tyranitar.
All right.
later.
I think. Are we good here?
You make that
I
sound so
think
menacing.
Yeah, Johnny, what is going on with that?
Next.
I'm just saying.
Please tell me it's like all the weathers.
I like that argument. I just don't know if this team can pull it off. Because
Mhm.
Wish always lets you take 2 turns of sand,
Yeah.
and you kind of want instant recovery on sand. Like,
Yeah.
obviously it isn't up a lot of times here, but we'll see. Okay, let's go for the next one. I hope I changed it already. Nope, we already looked at this. Okay, let me change the team. Wait, I already copied it but didn't paste it in? Look at me slacking off. To change this one. Okay, that is with an unknown who is going to
Excellent.
evolve into a Mega Blastoise right now.
Ooh.
Alright, so who is this?
Jamboy
This is
AP.
Stone... No, oh yeah, this is Jamboy.
Alright, Jamboy.
Yep.
Alright. So we have 2 Rock Resist and Mega Blastoise to pair with Dragonite, so you're already selling me. Clefable Weavile, very strong Gen 6 mons.
Yeah.
They got Verizian too. They're my goat.
Yeah. Strong
I thought
hazard
Virizion
status
was
with
good
meta
value
growth.
on like all of the boards.
Yeah, Verizian's cool.
It's
Yeah.
underrated mon. There's a lot more than people expected to.
It's not bad. It's not bad. A grass fighting with rock coverage is not bad.
Mhm.
But a lot of teams want their grass to give defensive value into grounds, and I feel like this is one of them. And
Yeah.
Verzian does not give that. Like, look at this team into grounds.
It resists Edgequake, which is kind of nice.
Yeah, but it's Verzian.
I mean,
Yeah.
you can EV it to be bulkier.
Yeah, but does that do anything? Because you have 90 attack, and if you EV it to be bulkier...
I mean, you have close combat, and you have... Does it get synthesis this gen to stay over time?
I don't think Verzian ever gets synthesis. I've never seen it.
I'm also
Does
pretty
it?
sure it doesn't get.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it doesn't.
No.
That's so sad. Rip
The
Verizian.
only recovery it has is Giga Drain.
Hey.
It gets Seed, doesn't it?
Oh, it does get synthesis. Oh. I have never seen it before, but it does get it. That's
Ooh.
bad into the sand team from before.
Yeah.
But... Wow. I love it. I love that you can still learn new things in Mons after playing it for like so many years.
Yeah.
But it's kind of crazy. Why has Verzian never run synthesis? I think that's a useful move on it.
Maybe just like a 4-move like syndrome.
I mean, what does
Why
it
not?
need other than SD and two attacks? Like, it not often needs 3 attacks at SD, but not always, right? Sometimes fighting plus rock is enough, or fighting plus grass is enough.
I don't know, man. I'm not the Verizian expert. I'm not trying to get my degree in that.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you.
Well, what is this thing's like coverage? Who get anything else?
Verzian, Stone Edge, just Stone Edge. Doesn't need anything else.
Yeah.
Wow.
And Hidden Power in older gens, it can run a Calm Mindset with HP Ice or HP Fire.
Yeah.
HP Ice actually in Gen 5, actually insane on Verzian. Calm Mind, HP Ice,
Mhm.
Grass.
Unfortunately,
Okay.
its fighting stab is just Focus Blast.
Sadly, yes. Okay,
Cool team.
cool
Yeah.
team.
Yeah. I think we got a little bit
I
off
like-
track, but I like it.
I like it too.
Yeah.
Entei is a fraud, I have to say. I was looking at Entei, and it costs way too much for what it does in
Does
Gen
it get
6.
Sacred Fire in Gen 6, or is that
It does get Sacred Fire in Gen 6,
It does.
but that's the only thing it does. Which is an okay thing.
Is Sacred Fire isn't nature locked like Flare Blitz though, right? So you can run Jolly Sacred Fire.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, 100% you can. It's just a level up move in 6 for Entei. Yeah, so I don't know if Entei is going to provide some. It's going to have some good matchups, I feel like, but it often just runs that into. I like that this team has Clef, because otherwise this would be one of the scored weakest teams I've ever seen. But
Yeah.
Clef just holds together so many things.
Mhm.
So good.
Yep.
Yeah, I think Clef cleans up a lot of this team's issues.
Yeah, it
100%.
really rounds this team out very nicely.
Yeah.
Good Good hazard
Okay.
status, Metagross and Clefable did it all. I think, yeah.
I think if this
Overall,
team
very
doesn't
solid.
bring Entei, it's also just fine playing with rocks up. Like, okay-ish. Like, D-Knight often just hits the field once, and Weavile too.
Yeah. Yeah, Weavile's purpose on the team is just like a two-trapper, basically.
Yeah, which it is really good at.
Mhm.
Okay, let's go next. Second last team of the Pearl Division, Stone of Yas.
Oh.
They got Grand Bull. Oh no.
Lambo and Tago helped him draft this team.
They did well with those first 3 Pokemon.
Oh, this is a perfect looking weakness chart. There's not a single red thing here. Always love to see that.
Clearly I didn't help them then.
I must say it's always a little rough having Gren as your dark type, but I think Scizor Mesprit do round that out fine. Granbull. Like you'd switch okay into Psychics and Darks.
Yeah.
Is that like a normal Camerupt? Goat. Absolute goat. Normal Camerupt is the best Pokemon.
This is Megalith actually.
Yeah, this is Megalith's team.
And you have 4 Pokemon that could be Mega.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
I respect it.
Anti-Mega Squad.
I see a Miltank, and I should have honestly guessed that this was Tago and Lambo helping them. Because these 2 people love this Miltank Pokemon.
Yeah. They love their fat normal blobs.
Yes.
Momentum-wise, I like it. Greninja, Thundurus, Scizor, Mesprit, I guess. Quite nice.
This team just looks really good. I like. It's like the first 5-6 Pokemon are amazing on its own, and the other 3 are actually like amazing at what they're supposed to do here. Miltank gets up the rocks and checks some Pokemon that the other can't, right? Pokemon is incredibly bulky on the physical side. So is Granbull. This team is missing a special ball, but AV can fix that up. That's honestly probably fine. And Camerupt is just here to give 4x weakness stack and help into Electrics that slot HPIs for Garchomp. Like it's perfect.
Which is all of
them. Yeah, which is all of them. Like there's a Mega Manectric, Jolteon. They can't run HPIs because if the Camerupt comes, they're literally useless. They're often forced into sub-toxic sets.
Yeah, I was gonna say you just run HPIs and toxic, I imagine.
Yeah.
Which is not good because you still kill your momentum, right? What does a Camerupt care if it's toxic?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
So this team is honestly just amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it.
Yep.
Lots of flexibility in like what these bonds can bring to you, which is always good. So overall, very solid.
So many pivots.
Alright.
Ninja doesn't even feel like it needs to be an offensive Pokemon here. It feels like it can just run Spikes as a suicide lead. Yeah. And it's just good enough because you have Garchomp, Thundy, Scizor in the back.
Yeah.
I was thinking that was the intention with it.
Yeah, probably. It's a little bit expensive for just that, but like it's like I know Tago really likes Greninja as like this mixed mon that forces switches and gets up hazards on the switch. And then just U-turns out into something that beats whatever switched in, right? I feel like this team might struggle a bit against Waters. Like switching into Waters. Mesprit, Blastoise, Gren.
They all don't like
love taking Scalds. They're okay. And Garchomp, Thundy, and Scizor absolutely hate it.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that because that was like the one little downside I had. Scald is kind of like free into this team, as you mentioned.
But then,
like
Miltank and Granbull both have Heal Bell, so.
Oh, right! I completely forgot they had Heal Bell. Never mind.
Yep. So that's also something they accounted for, and Blastoise can also refresh up if it wants to. Mesprit can Healing Wish, which is always amazing with Garchomp and Scizor. This team is just great. This is probably the second best team we have seen after Shadeds, or like tied with Shadeds. I'm pretty sure. Like these teams are allowed to be this way because they get Pokemon they shouldn't get at these picks.
Yeah.
Which gives them a really high edge because if you go really top heavy in the first 4 picks, you're picking mid-tier Pokemon next when nobody is picking them, right? Like nobody is on Mesprit on pick 5. I think I drafted at 5 actually, but that was because I got sniped by Johnny, so that doesn't really count. This team is great. Let's go to the last one of Pearl, and then let's go to Gen 7.
Is this the Tyranitar team?
This is
Yes.
the Tyranitar team.
This
Okay,
is
what is this?
the-
I'm so curious now.
The Tyranitar team. And it's Rocks week, there's not a single
Oh.
Rocks resist,
Oh,
It's
I see what you're talking about. Okay.
but it's a Sun team, so that I guess it makes sense that it's Rock week.
Wow, it's hard Sun.
It is Hard Sun.
With unnerved
probably-
Tyranitar.
Yeah. Hard Sun
Yeah,
with
it was-
Tyranitar.
I feel like
Okay.
they kind of went in like, oh, round 1 Tyranitar, and
Oh,
then
we didn't
over
mention-
time they were like, oh, I want a Sun team.
So,
Did we
dude,
mention that this is DP? Did we say
Houndoom
that
is
one?
just-
No, we didn't. We didn't.
Oh yeah, this is DP.
Mega Houndoom is just Mega Charizard Y at home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You think they initially wanted like Mega Charizard Y and like Tyranitar team, and they just settled for that?
No idea, honestly. This team looks all over the place. I don't really understand. This is Florges Sun, King Oak. This is your archetype.
I mean, I wouldn't call Florges Sun my archetype.
Oh, Florges Sun is your archetype.
I like
You
drafting Florges on Sun teams, yes, because it gets synthesis like a
Oh.
like Cress.
I'm not gonna back up.
Uh,
I'm honestly shocked it's Latias over Cress on this team.
it's
Huh?
interesting.
I'm saying.
I mean, this team. Oh, I just really
Cress is a.
I don't
No.
like Florges Scam on such an offensive team. Like, I really like the Fairy Steel Dragon Core here. It's great. And then the rest is just
Yeah.
all over the place.
Storm can kind of work as a suicide lead, I guess. But
Double Dark
Florges
type
is
too.
weird.
Like, did I say that this team has no rock resist and the only Pokemon that can like remotely switch into rock types is Scam?
I think
Yeah.
it's so strange. No ground types, so
Stupid.
both switches are just very free in this.
Latias is okay, removal, Scam too.
Skarm hates running
I-
Bulldog though.
Yeah, it does hate
It really
us.
does.
I don't think this team is going to work. Honestly.
I've seen like multiple like weather teams before, but they're usually at least like they're like small engines, not this excessive, and especially as lopsided. Or I guess it's just something I really even call this a sand team at all.
I think.
When
Uh,
you mentioned, yeah.
Yeah. I think the only way this team is going to win games is if you have to fully buy into like the matchup cheese and just go hard Sun immediately.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it has the tools to pull that off.
It's strange because
Yeah.
Mega Houndoom isn't. I mean, it hits hard, but it's very easy to revenge. Venusaur is pretty nice, but
This is my team. I promise you there were no plans, only vibes.
I mean, that's fine.
You know
Okay.
what?
I
Mad
get the
respect.
vibe. I get
Yeah.
the vibe.
I
Like,
respect it.
I still think there's a mode where this team can win just because Venusaur and Darm under Sun is going to be something a lot of the other teams aren't prepared for.
Mhm.
To
Yeah.
that end,
I think you set up a growth
fully
in
into the Sun. I would bring Unnerved Tyranitar if you're bringing Tyranitar.
And just pursue chapter Colbur Berry
Yeah.
Pokemon. Yeah, it's kind of based. Hopefully you don't just die without the Spadef boost though.
Mhm. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I mean, if it's a Vibes team, I get it. Honestly, that's fine then.
Like, you can just
Like-
lead Skarm, go with, like, a Custat Berry, set Spikes and Rocks, go Ninetales.
CM Florges with Flower Veil, it can't be poisoned, and then you have HP Fire boosted by Sun. Okay, I see the vision now, honestly.
Oh,
Yeah.
offensive
Wait.
Florges.
Offensive Florges with CM and HP Fire.
You need to be clicking Fire or Grass moves basically every turn with this team, is what
And
I
maybe
would say.
this team is changing my view on Pokemon. Maybe this
Yeah.
team is going to work.
I think there's a
I
chance
hope
that
it
if
works.
it hits the right
Honestly.
matchups, this team could definitely win some games.
What?
Prove me wrong. I want to see this team succeed. You have my fan vote.
Yeah.
Like this is my
Yeah.
this is my favorite team from a vibe perspective.
Yeah, I agree. Weather teams like these kind of like live and die by like the first couple of turns. So you nail
Oh,
that.
I
you
need to
got a
input
strong chance.
these now, huh? Oh no.
Oh, according to Stone of Jazz, we have it wrong. We have it wrong. Stone of Jazz's team, the one that didn't have a Mega, the Camerupt is a Mega.
Oh!
Oh, did I? Oh, I might have just inputted wrong.
Okay.
I mean, that just makes it even better.
Yeah. Okay,
It
yeah,
does,
that doesn't really change our outlook other than, yeah.
Yep, that is a
Other than
Mega
the
Camerupt,
Camerupt is even better.
Yeah, Mega Camp just makes it better. Like, I have to always change the Mega Pokemon's name in this document, and I just clicked on the wrong Camerupt.
Yeah.
Yeah, just good job to you, getting an even better Pokemon in Power Stack.
Alright, so are we ready to move on to Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon?
We are.
I'm ready to peace out. It's been an honor.
Yes.
Good luck with rating those teams.
Yep, see you,
Okay,
Johnny.
have a good one, Johnny.
See ya.
The thing is now I just have to input the Z's, so it's going to take a little bit longer for me to be able to talk.
Tiber, do you want to help Relix importing the... We'll take a short intermission quick before we review. If you access the document in the mod chat channel, that's the doc we're using.
The
ISL
Terra
recaps.
thing doesn't work actually, and because it's USUM. Like I'm typing in a T after the Pokemon and it doesn't
Try
show.
typing in the Z. Try typing in the Z.
Oh yeah, I mean maybe Z works. No, it still doesn't highlight them. Then I'm just gonna mention them.
Or just just set it to Gen 9. There's nothing wrong with it being... Just set it to Natdex. Because all the Pokemon will be in it, if it's Natdex.
Yeah, just some stat changes, but I guess... So. Oh, what the fuck just happened?
I mean, I'm only showing the Pokemon and their speed stats, and the speed stats don't change.
I think the Terra list on the top team is just bugged. I think on the lower ones I can because the T gets highlighted and is a fat T there, like a thick one.
Okay.
On the top one it just doesn't work. So yeah, I don't know. Let's just mention them.
Okay.
It's fine. We don't have to look at disease the whole time. I think if you just mention them, it's there in the head. So this is the first team. It's the Latios and the Torn by Python.
Okay.
Ooh. Okay. Already?
So already I liked your USUM team more than I liked your ORAS team. Because this is...
I agree.
Yeah, this is kind of insane.
This is
This is really good.
I agree with this.
It's pretty good.
Let me just...
I do kind of wish the slacking was like a fighting type. Like, if that was 1 point. Like, I guess it... I mean, it technically fills the base 100. I mean, slacking can come to a game, and slacking can impact a game. It can be kind of exploited, but it can definitely get you a kill. And it gets pursuit, so... But yeah, I love Mega Mawile, Latios, Rotom
Latios. It's...
Webs leaving me. Z-Torn is really nice because its best moves are all inaccurate.
Yeah. Superior to clean up stuff or have like screens as support for the others. There. And then there's Mamoswine. Yeah.
Yeah, Mamoswine is a very strong breaker.
And
one of the rare teams we have seen that is weak to bug a little bit. And also another rock weak team. This is Mawile, that's the only rock resist.
Yeah.
Which is not ideal. Rotom, I feel like already has to do a lot on many teams. Being a neutral switch into rock attacks does wear it down a lot. Its recovery is not reliable.
In this gen, we should mention the Iapapa Berry in this gen does make a lot of like shaky recovery Pokemon a lot better. For those of you uninitiated, the Iapapa Berry is a 50% pinch berry. So when you're low, you can get back to near full.
Look at berries. They're pretty good.
I'll also say, it's nice we've only got sticky webs, but your only other hazards are Mawile and Mamoswine. Mamoswine can run rocks pretty well, but there's some times where you kind of just want to be all offensive. Yeah,
this team targets getting up hazards for sure.
Yeah, and Mawile really would just prefer to hit stuff most of the time.
Have we talked about 113, 111, 110 speed tier?
No, but it is rather powerful.
It is fast, but it's also really stacked in one, right? That's double Z Captain plus Serp, your basically second best offensive Pokemon in the speed tiers. Do we like... I mean, yeah, the Z Captains are both incredible. I was just thinking, yeah, there's no better option here. Does Incineroar do what it has to do on this team? Because Rock's weakness does cut Incineroar in Gen 7 quite a lot.
This team has very good defog, though.
This team does have really... This team does have really good defog, but I feel like this team doesn't want to defog often, if that makes sense. Because Torn is such a one-time hitter, and Incineroar... Like, I feel like you kill your tempo too much if you defog here, you know what I mean? But Incineroar is probably going to fine. Like, we use Incineroar in 7. It's an okay one. It does what it has to do.
Yeah, you can run Papa Berry.
Decent team to start us off, I would say.
Nice.
Let's go to team 2, and now we can even see the Z's. Wow, look at this technology. Every second team will have the Z's. Why just switch it?
That's fine, that's fine.
Yeah. Right.
Alright, so this is a... Who is responsible for
this? Oh,
this
is Jamboy. This is Jamboy.
Yeah.
Alright, Jamboy, we're gonna have to accuse you of being an alt of TRT now.
Just because of Tapu Fini?
No, because of Tapu Fini Mega Scizor, yeah.
Yeah, he loves that card.
Yeah.
Alright, I want to say this out. This is another flying weakness team. Boys Band Staraptor for the win. Yeah. Helioptile once again doing a lot of legwork here.
Yeah.
You have to summon it again.
This is another team with Heliolisk as the heroic soul flying resist.
And this is a team with only one rock resist, and it's Zygarde.
Whoa.
This again has Pokemon that switch into rock attacks okay, like Scizor and Tapu Fini.
And Amoonguss.
I wouldn't.
Maybe.
I guess Regenerator does a lot of the heavy lifting there.
Arcanine has something funny with Z, right? I think there's a funny Z Arcanine. Is it Z Howl? Gets +2, right?
Maybe.
I think Z Howl gets +2. Let me Google it real quick. Z Howl.
I just want to say,
it gets +2. It's SD with a Z. It's not that bad with extreme speed Flare Blitz.
Yeah.
It can sometimes. Yeah, but Salamence is obviously an incredible Z user.
Yeah. Besides that, and besides the flying weakness, there are stuff like Salamence and Zygarde that hit hard, but you don't have any rocks, so it's gonna be hard to, I guess, keep up momentum and keep up the offensive pressure, especially when something like the Salamence doesn't immediately hit that hard anyhow. You're
double Ice Weak Dragon is also a bit weird. Even though Scizor and Fini cover that. And also, I think that's the worst, but even the rock weakness is not even that bad. Salamence is the ground switch in. There's no other ground resistance.
Oh,
being yeah, I know we have the same thing. The top 3 mons can switch into ground attacks, but if you cover Edge Quakers and you say your ground and rock switch-ins are Scizor, Fini, and Amoonguss, you're going to struggle. There's no way. That's just not going to work, especially because the defensive core on top is really slow, right?
Yeah. SCZ Flying Lando kind of goes crazy here.
Another thing, the problem with the Mence as the Z captain with Fini is the Pokemon, the Misty Terrain does limit Mence because it's the defensive Pokemon that gets the boost, so the Flying Dragons still get nerfed if they're attacking a grounded Pokemon.
Yeah. Like Z-Mans often runs flying because it doesn't get access to flying moves otherwise, and it's just incredibly strong. Flying ground coverage on a Pokemon like Salamence is insane. But yeah, keep in mind that you're weakening your own dragon moves. That also affects Zygarde a bunch. Because Zygarde's ground type attacks, because they're obviously flying types aren't immune to it, often force in grass types. And if you don't have dragon coverage, these grass types are just going to sit on you forever. I also want to mention that Feeny is the only dark resist here. And I feel like now we said a lot of things put pressure on this Feeny, and Feeny is not that guy. Feeny gets worn down a lot. It's missing Draining Kiss in Gen 7. So it doesn't even have any form of recovery outside of rest, which fades in its own terrain. So yeah, I think I'm not a fan of this. I think we just talked about a bunch of weaknesses.
Yeah.
And this team doesn't really have anything insane to show for all of these weaknesses.
Yeah.
It's kind of slow. The top 3 Pokemon that are fast are kind of mid.
Doesn't hit hard enough.
Yeah, like Salamence being your fastest good, really good Pokemon is not ideal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you might want to consider a change, even though, like, maybe drop one of the dragons. Get a ground that isn't a dragon either. Because Zydog, like, just electric types, like Bolt Beam coverage, is so hard for you to switch into. And electrics just abuse Feeny and Scizor so hard. You're going to struggle a lot. Okay, do we want to move on?
Yeah, let's go. Next.
Let's pick up the pace so I don't have to sit here until 4 AM.
Yeah, let's... we really need to pick up the pace there. Next.
Okay, another one without these, but this team's these are Coco
and Zoroark.
And Zoroark, because
This is C-Diggs' team again.
Alright. Coco Lando pivoting, very nice. Very, tried and true method.
Coco, Kyurem, Black, I really like the synergy of that a lot because you're powering up Fusion Bolt by 50% this gen, not 30. So it gives KB a much stronger option. I really liked the Lando T's ability to, pivot around. And then...
You're ground immune too. Especially when you're water and grass. Well, when your water's weak to it and your grass is neutral to it.
Mega Venusaur is just a nice, bulky, pivot mon.
Yeah.
The Zoroark has, the surprise Z in the back, which is very strong.
Yep. Bronzong is the GOAT.
Yeah, always sets up those rocks.
Yeah,
and always gets up rocks.
What's up,
Checks
Blitz?
Pokemon.
And then Komala is a nice rapid spinner.
Can we end the stream?
What?
Blitz is here. No, I'm just joking. I have to throw some shade in his way.
Yeah. Coco is also a decent defogger this gen because you don't get rid of your own terrain as well in this gen.
Yup, definitely true.
And Carbink gets rocks but not spikes, I believe.
Yeah, it's same as Deansci.
Yeah. Carbink is fine.
Yo, how did you make another Rocks weak team? Like, how is just every team Rocks weak?
This team isn't Rocks weak. There's a Bronzong.
Yeah.
You can't be Rocks weak and have a Bronzong.
You know that I'm the biggest Bronzong fan as well, right? But without Bronzong, this team is Omega Red to Ground, Psychic, and Rock. And Dragon. This Bronzong needs to handle all of the guys, and I know it can, but it's going to be a tough one.
It's asking a lot of Bronzong, yes, but. Psychic.
I think if Bronzong just needs to get up rocks and get up one attack or whatever with the resist berry, that's fine. But asking Bronzong here to check everything that this type chart requires it to do for a long amount of time does not work. So if the game goes far too long, he's going to be in trouble. But this team has the offense to make the game go fast.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be a lot of long games.
But like I said, if the game goes long, I think this team will struggle a lot.
Yes.
Okay, let's go to the next one. Another one with these already put in. We have
Zulu!
Kai. We have Kai,
And Heatran.
Zulu, and Ziladias.
Are you sure this is Kai? I believe this is.
Nope, this is Jam.
Jam.
Yep,
Yep.
I just characterized it. This is Jam.
Okay. Interesting team. Oh, that's your 1 pointer. Okay.
Heatran and
Bulu
Grassy Terrain is a
incredibly
classic.
powerful. This gen, the Z makes it even stronger.
Yes, like Pokemon need to quadruple resist grass to live a hit
Yeah.
from SD.
You have Toxic Effects, which is
Bulu.
now not as weak to ground because of the grassy terrain and
And
good
it's even
HP.
more unkillable with grassy terrain, yes.
Yep.
Little Ice Weak, this team only has Pex and Heatran, which are both ground weak. So there's another combination that some Pokemon have that are going to be a struggle for you to switch in, like Kyurem, Mammoth, Swine. But otherwise, this team looks impressive. It's not even red to ground, even though it has a Bulu.
Yeah.
There's a It's a Yamask?
Yamask.
Yamask, yeah. Damask is what it's called, I guess. So that's basically a dead slot.
Yeah. I guess if anything, if you want to change it to another 1 pointer that might come to a game, feel free, I guess. But
it's actually pretty bulky with an Eviolite, but I don't think that's actually.
Oh, really?
Better. Yeah, it's like has Kovac kind of defense is like 75-ish, when like 85. Let me just look how much defense this Pokemon has. Yeah, Mask. There's 85 defense, but like basically 0 HP. So it can take like 2 hits with an Eviolite.
Not bad.
Yeah, it's okay.
Alright.
I don't know why this team would want a spinner that bad either. Oh, did we talk about the speed tiers? Did we talk?
No, we didn't.
They're a little questionable. Thundy
I would say these are
not as great this gen.
I think these are probably the worst speed tiers we have seen yet.
A little bit weird.
Okay,
these
might not be hyperbole.
I think this is actually true. 3 Pokemon in 110, 3 Pokemon in 75, and then just a bunch of slow guys. This team has awful speed tiers.
Yeah.
Awful. Like, you are going to run against max HP, damage boosting Pokemon a lot. Like, a lot. Like, I think hundreds almost need like to run 0 speed too. Like, it's not even like Diggersby and Heatran are ever going to run max speed Jolly unless they're scarfed anyway. Same with Bulu.
How do you feel about Diggersby being on the grassy terrain team?
Oh, that's also really bad. Does Diggersby have anything that he can use otherwise?
Return.
I'm talking about a ground move there. No, it looks pretty bad. There's
really.
no high horse. Yeah. I think it doesn't even have high horsepower in modern gens.
Yeah, I was about to say, Diggersby is kind of weird on this team.
Blitz is very happy that there's a Toxapex on this team.
Yeah, we know. He's a #1 Toxapex fan.
We didn't mention Lycanroc Dusk at all yet, but that's, a strong, fast, physical mon.
It's nice.
Notable thing to mention about Lycanroc Dusk is no CC.
Oh, yeah. No.
Alright.
Yeah, it's a little weaker.
Yeah, I don't mind. It's nice. Can run rock on the weeks you don't want Heatran too.
Yeah.
I mean, every single team we have looked at so far is Rock's weak, so this Lycanroc is going to go in. Just run Bandit, Stone Edge, and you're gonna get a kill. Pangoro is okay. Outside of the speed tiers, like if the speed tiers would be good, I would like this team. But I think the speed tiers are going to make the matchups weird.
Yeah.
I think I can't tell if this team's Ghost Week or not, because I feel like you don't run Diggersby a lot of the weeks since you're left with Pangoro.
I guess one Ghost weakness, that's fine.
That's true.
Like, you are not looking at this Yamask as an actual Pokemon. There's no shot. No shot.
What? But it's the guy. Of Greekus. It's gotta be good.
Alright.
It's a little guy.
Alright, next.
Let's go to the next one. Z's for this, why is there unknown? Let me look what I did wrong.
Wait,
Lycanroc.
Whoa. Mega Beach.
Wait, what?
Oh, Lycanroc Midnight.
Okay.
I assume it's midnight. It
So-
says midday. Wait, no, that's
So-
the other one. No, it's the other one. Change it. It's this one. Okay.
So I'm seeing Mega Beedrill and Blacephalon, and I just think it's a super offensive team.
Let me just say the Z's first, so we can talk about them. I have to
Alright.
always go down to the Pearl chat. Some of them are not on the dock yet.
Mm-hmm.
But this one actually have. It's Blacephalon Mimikyu. Double Ghost Z.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
So, very weak to Ghost.
Mm-hmm.
Very weak to Ghost. I mean,
But there are no ghost types because they drafted all the ghosts.
This is true. This is true. Yeah.
Yeah. We could actually check if there's a single other ghost type. Because I think there might actually be none. I guess it's Decidueye here.
Yeah.
Yep.
Dome Eyes.
Yep. Nope, that doesn't count. It doesn't even have Poltergeist. It's clicking Shadow Claw. Yep, the only ghost type is Decidueye. So they are probably fine.
Decidueye is also just clicking like Spirit Shackle, which is about as strong as Shadow Claw.
No one else drafted a ghost type?
No.
Oh.
No. Yamask is there.
Yeah. I mean,
if
fair.
you want to count. Yep.
Alright, well, I guess ghost weakness isn't that big of an issue, I guess. Except for like ghost type attacks from like non-stab.
I feel compelled to mention that there is a Silvally in this team.
There is.
Savali is kind of shit in 7, but it wasn't that expensive.
Yeah.
I think.
Multi-attack is only 90 base power in Gen 7 for those uninitiated. It is a pursuit mod, though.
It's also cheap defogger.
Yeah.
Which,
so they have
for this
Stormy Spin.
Yeah.
This is also Sheer Force Lando Eye, we should mention.
Yes, I also have that guy. That's a strong guy.
Alright.
I actually don't mind this team.
The next person did not input their Z's, so we're going to have a Z-less team. We can maybe guess what these.
Yeah, we can
never
tell
mind.
them. Oh.
No, I found it.
Alright. Next.
Wait, are we already next? Did I even say something about that team?
Oh, no, I mean, go ahead.
Wait. Well, I'm always just inputting stuff. With the Z's, it's so much more. Yeah. What to say about this team? Get up my weakness chart. Okay, yeah. Doesn't look horrible. Not bad.
Mm-hmm.
I think the dark weakness is way worse. Chestnut, not a reliable Pokemon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Big speed gap between 95 and 64, but this team is just so fast that the speed gap probably doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
Magnezone is going to be scarfed almost every time. Magnezone obviously not a real steal. I don't know if I'm retelling things that you already mentioned.
No, you're not. You're saying new things.
Okay, Magnezone great with Beedrill and Lando Eye.
Mm-hmm.
Two Pokemon that love having. Lando likes the flying steels being trapped, and Beedrill likes just every steel being trapped. Same with Lycanroc actually, so that's also a little bit of synergy there. I don't know if I would say Mimikyu also likes steel getting trapped. This team also has 3 knockoffs users that can get rid of Shed Shells for Magnezone. Especially Beedrill Magnezone is a great synergy.
Yep.
Like in draft, you force the Shed Shell on, Beedrill is going to knock, and then Magnezone can trap it later freely, especially with all the pivot this team has. Starmie amazing. Blacephalon is an okay kind of guy. Yeah, I think those are the strong parts about this team. What is getting up rocks? Only Landorus, right? Yeah, that's and there's a dog, I guess. That comes 2 games.
You can get spikes with Chestnut, which is not bad. I actually kind of like that.
Chestnut is also not that reliable. Yeah, I like the spikes when they look good, but Chestnut is not going to come to more than 2 games or like 3.
Very true.
Maybe this Chestnut needs to do too much on this team. Like Lando is not really a good ground immune. Like I feel like teams that are relying on Chestnut to be many things. Like here, it's the Soul Dark Resist, like making the team good into water and ground. This Chestnut is going to struggle a lot. Let's hope that Chestnut can pull through. My prayers go out to him. But yeah, that's some of the things I think. Okay,
I always
let's
feel
go
like
to the... Yeah?
I always feel like Chestnut and Poland are very similar in these earlier gens, where like you never want them to be like your sole like defense pick. Always secondary.
The thing is just that Empoleon has great defensive typing, while Chestnut has one of the worst defensive typings in the game.
Hey, that Edgequake resistance goes crazy though.
Yeah, Edgequake resistance is the only good thing about grass fighting.
And you resist water.
Fair enough. Like, Chestnut has some resistances, obviously, but...
Yeah, but he's like
we
times
don't have
weak
to
to
talk
Scald,
about...
though.
Yeah, you don't have to talk about grass fighting not being a good defensive typing.
Alright. Are we ready to move on?
Let's go to the next one.
Yeah.
Yep. This one, with input Z's.
All right,
This
who
is
are they?
Cammy.
Cammy. Alright.
You guys.
Double bug, double electric, double fairy. Do I see any more doubles?
Oh no,
here?
that's not a double fairy, Cyber.
Oh, that's triple.
That is indeed a triple fairy.
I mean, if there's a type you're tripling up on, well, it's probably water, but fairy would be the next.
Yeah, I
best
think
thing.
it's water then fairy.
Double electric when one of them is ground immune. I never mind because they don't.
Yeah, I think it's fantastic.
Inherently.
This is not Speed Boost Blaziken with a Z.
Yeah, it's not Speed Boost Blaziken with a Z.
These Z captains are underwhelming. Really, really underwhelming. This sounds like we are playing mid-tier Zs.
Yeah, I feel like you could afford Buzzwole with one of them.
Yeah, you should probably pick Buzzwole over Blaziken. Honestly, maybe Clef would even be better.
I was.
This team is...
Rybombi could even be a functional Z.
This team seems really special heavy just because the physical breakers seem kind of mid.
Yeah, there's a couple of them, just not the best.
Like, all the high tier mons are special.
Except for Buzzwole. Buzzwole's a high
tier. Yeah, yeah, sure. I also feel like this team does not need the webs. Like, Rabombi doesn't do much here.
Yeah, I think how this team's going to be played is you'll either have Rabombi or you'll either bring Rabombi or Ninetales to the game, but never both. And one of them needs to set up for, like, I don't know, like a Buzzwole sweep probably.
I don't know, Buzzwole sweep is just... it doesn't sound like anything. Like, maybe if you put a Z on it, then it's more likely, but...
Maybe.
Where are the Pokemon that are helping Manectric here? Where are the Pokemon threatening out the grounds?
Hey, you got a Tentacruel. It might live. You put the ground resist berry on it. You Scald that. You burn them. I have a chance.
Yeah. See, you're already getting desperate to find the good points.
I'm really trying.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird because even Tyrantrum would like bulky ground types to go away.
I haven't even looked at the matchup at the typing chart. I feel like, yeah, I knew it. This team has
you saw the rock weakness?
Yeah, I just looked at it and was like, okay, where's the rock resist? Oh, this team has no ground.
Yeah. That was like another thing I wanted to point out. It's like it has no ground weakness, which means it gets full turn, and this team really does not like to get full turned at all.
There's like 3 rules you need for like every draft team, and one of the rules is you need a ground because Volt Switch not being Volt Switch immune is so bad.
Because then
electric type
is going to be choice X.
Yes, exactly.
It's also especially bad for this team because it's such an offensive team.
You have an electric immunity pre-mega
Yeah, that doesn't count. That's not good enough.
Yeah. It's like this team can't afford to like let up the gas pedal. I can't afford to lose
funny
momentum.
Thing to mention though, this team has 7 bug resistances. Like I just looked at the bug part, the bug chart, and not a single bug weak and 7 bug resistances. That's kind of
6 Rocky helmets. U-turn will always be punished.
Yeah.
I think you can say the same thing about Dark. No Dark weakness and like
This team also only has 1 water resist, which
5
isn't
dark
that bad.
resists.
Wait,
Some-
this team's only fairy resist is Tentacool. This team has no steel.
Oh. Oh dear.
Yeah.
Oh, that's another thing. Toxic.
Yeah.
There is Clefable, but steels are the best defensive type in the game.
Mhm.
Like pure defensively. Not having one makes it really hard to switch into certain types. Like they cover your poison, flying, psychic, fairy, dragon. They kind of do everything. Like rock as well, right? This team is rock weak.
I'll just say Clefable. I'm not considered Tyrantrum a real like solid rocker, but Clefable.
No,
Clefable, great rocker, but man, there's gonna be some weeks you're gonna be wishing you wouldn't want to bring like a different set with it because it's
for sure.
You're gonna be bringing rocks every single week with that thing.
The fabled CM set sometimes just wins games on its own. Having it like same as the one we talked about with the Mew team, putting high tier Pokemon into one role that can kind of be filled by many like worse Pokemon makes them a lot worse. And Clefable has the same problem here. Definitely good point. Yeah. I would change a few things. I would take off the Z's. I don't think are we taking off transactions for changing Z's?
I don't know.
Maybe not before the season has started, but I guess USUM hasn't started yet theoretically. We could talk about it if you put it in transactions if you want to make changes.
I think as admins, we're gonna make a special exception.
Yeah. I feel like if you want to change some things we mentioned, we can talk about it. This team also doesn't have a dark type. It's missing like 3 of the most essential typings, which is steel, dark, and ground.
Yeah, I'll also say because of lack of steel and how like pretty frail your team is, drawing normal types like a low punny just kind of do like a lot to it. Like I guess you have Tyrantrum. It's got decent.
Just gets high jump kicked.
Yeah, and it's also like
low punny is walled by Buzzwole. I don't know what you mean.
I guess
Buzzwole is the best low punny answer ever.
That's true.
And Zapdos is also a great into low punny. It doesn't have Axel yet. So Ice Punch doesn't even do it.
Not until that Buzzwole gets hit by max special attack mod as HP.
The thing about not having a Steel or Ghost in Gen 7 is the Z. It's very easy to run Z Giga Impact or Z Hyper Beam and just get a kill.
Yeah.
True. I mean, same for Steel, right? Or for Darks, Z Psychic is an incredibly good Z on most Psychic types.
Yeah.
Especially for this team, because this team's Psychic Resist is non-existent.
Does it? I'm trying to think. Does it have one?
This team, the Psychic bar on my type chart is bugged. So yeah, I just saw that Psychic. No Psychic resist. Yeah, this team needs changes. This team is way too weak to way too many things.
Yeah.
And like the upsides are just not there. You have mid Z captains.
Yeah.
And some good mons like Zapdos, Clefable, and Tentacruel.
I think there's really 2 things. There's 2 routes you gotta go. You either go with that and buff your defensive profile, or you gotta really go all in with this HO like theory and just keep the offensive pressure. But right now you're in this like weird middle ground where you don't do enough offensive, and you're also not defensive enough to do anything. So yeah.
Yeah. Let's go to the next one.
Yeah.
Keep our changes in mind, and feel free to ask for suggestions too if you want to in the chat. Always ready to help. Let's go to the next one. It's a Zera Aura team. We are all Zera Aura enjoyers in here. And the Z users are...
One of them should be
Zera Aura and Decidueye, yes. And the player is DP.
Okay.
Yeah. So...
I like Zera Aura with Hydreigon.
Yeah, I mean, because you did it yourself. Wow. A fan of himself. Amazing.
It's a good synergy. It's a ground immunity that's...
Wow. Telling me now for the first time.
Another
there's Staraptor!
Yeah.
Cyber! Staraptor!
Yeah, I
Staraptor's
know.
back.
I'm very happy. This is a team that's pleasing all of us.
It's
Except,
Staraptor, and it's the only team with competent flying resists.
yes, I was also going to mention that too. I like it. The only real problem is that one mon in the middle. I think it's a little bit out of place here.
Oh, I think there's a couple mons that are out of place here, and their names are
think so,
Scolipede
too.
and Toxicroak.
Well,
with the Chansey.
We can get to the dual poison type a little bit later.
The Chansey definitely just kind of sticks out here, huh?
Yeah, it's not really a Chansey team.
It's just like trying to figure out what you even do with Chansey on this team. Be like be a wall. Yeah.
This team.
It's there to heal Bell Suicune and Steelix so they can run rest.
Yeah.
This team is this team is leaning on Suicune like a life depends on it. It's the sole ice resist and the only water resist next to Hydreigon. And Suicune in 7 has really hit a bump. Like it's been getting power capped more and more, but in 7 Suicune really starts to lose its gist.
It's no longer
because
Gen
the moves
3.
are so strong that after a boosting move like Sword Stance or Nasty Plot, Suicune just often dies to a +2Z. Like either it barely holds on and hopes for a Scald Burn. Good thing is not a lot of teams run ice moves. And fire types are kind of mid because Death Rocks are still broken without boots. But still, I think this team should maybe consider a change.
Yeah. Alright. We've talked about how Suicune is like the make or break it. We've talked how out of place Chansey is. But let's go back to the dual poison twin terrors here. They're I don't really think
mediocre.
Oh wait, what are you talking about? There is another water resist, Toxicroak.
I said fire and ice resist, not water resist. Maybe I misspoke once, but I meant fire and ice.
Oh. Yeah.
I think with that ability he's also like weak to fire types.
Yeah, he's weak to fire, but it's not 2 times, it's 1.4 times. I think.
No, it's 2. It's 2. You're
But why does it say it then on the dock? 1/4. What does it mean?
Whoa. For what? For fire?
For fire weakness. Yeah, it's not 2.
I don't know. But it is double damage. I know that for a fact.
Yeah, I think so too. I don't know. It doesn't matter.
But regardless, the Toxicroak should not be on this team. So
yeah. So same with maybe if the Scolipede has a decent price. What did they pay for it? 11. Way too expensive. Get that guy off the team.
Well, I would say you want to keep one of them, and if I'm gun to my head, I would say the Scolipede is probably better.
For 11?
I really think Toxicroak sucks.
I mean, Toxicroak does suck, especially 7 still seems expensive. But Toxicroak is missing a move in this as well.
Close
what
combat.
Is it missing?
It's close combat. It doesn't have close combat until Gen 9.
Yeah.
Or Gen 8.
It's rough. It's like everything it does, other mons like kind of does.
Like,
if you got like the fire.
I would recommend honestly switching out the Toxicroak for Hariyama. Hariyama resists ice and fire.
Well, that's a good suggestion. I like it.
It's the same price as Toxicroak.
So they're knockoff mon, which is nice.
Ooh, this team is also another point where the fighting resists for Chansey are kind of mediocre, huh?
Yeah, currently it's Scolipede and Toxicroak.
Double Poison and Silvally.
Yeah. That was another...
Yeah, this team could use a Fairy as well, but...
Yeah. I think you should honestly replace Toxicroak and Chansey with either another better factory, maybe Hariyama or something else, and with like a low budget fairy, I guess.
You could get a low budget fairy like a Granbull and because I still think the Chansey is here for the heal bell. Because Suicune and Mega Steelix being able to run rest and get away with it makes this team so much better.
But how many cheap fairies can just run heal bell? Every fairy has heal bell.
Yeah.
Granbull has it.
Yeah. Aromatisse doesn't, I don't think.
Aromatisse has aromatherapy.
Oh, it does?
It can.
Okay.
Yes.
This one got taken,
literally every fairy can cleanse outside of like maybe 2.
Yeah, so I'd maybe recommend, Chansey for Aromatisse, Toxicroak for Hariyama.
Yeah,
fixes a lot of issues. You're going to not like Chansey in drafts.
Yeah,
not in Gen 7.
It plays way too slow. Aromatisse at least has a powerful Moonblast on it. Or even like, I bet you like Florges is probably around the same price as Chansey if it's still open.
Oh, it's cheaper. It's cheaper. I
Yeah.
don't know if it's open.
Yeah, Florges.
I-
You want a fairy that's a cleric on this team desperately. Because then you can still run rest on, especially Megas, because I feel like Mega Steelix really is...
Yeah. Florges is open for the same price.
Yeah. Yeah, so I would literally, because Toxicroak and Hariyama are the same price, I would genuinely do Chansey for Florges, Toxicroak for Hariyama.
Yep.
And I think
too.
that would really, I think that would genuinely fix this team.
Especially because you have a good dark and normal already. So
Yeah, that would make this team very strong.
I want to mention some good things. I think Decidueye with a Z is a great Pokemon. Like as a secondary option to Zeraora. You have a ground resist that likes to beat on those grounds that Zeraora kind of loses to. It's really good with SD and a strong Z. It has a signature Z, which is stronger than normal Zs. It's also a synergy between knock-off weak Pokemon and Z, because you cannot knock off Zs. The Pokemon takes reduced knock-off damage, which is great for Ghost type. Like we said, I think that's a good pick. I think you did several good picks with this team. Just had some slight issues where maybe you can improve.
Yes.
But overall, if you change those teams, this would be, like King Rock said, a really good team.
Yeah. Would be one of my favorites, honestly, with those two small changes.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's got a lot of promise to it.
Yeah.
Just a couple minor tweaks.
Okay, you need to talk about this team for like 1 more second so I can input the next team.
Alright.
Okay.
So, I will say, removing Chansey does bring you down to 1 rocker, but Mega Steelix is like a elite rocker, and you want Mega Steelix every week with this team.
I was
Hydra got rocks in 8, right?
Yeah, it got rocks in 8. Or actually, it didn't get rocks until 9.
Oh yeah, it was 9.
Yeah. Hydreigon also, I think, I would say it's fine to have only like one hazard setter as long as you're confident you can bring it every week, and Steelix is one of those mons.
I think I like the Steelix too. I think Steelix Mega is solid. It's missing the body press still, which is but still good.
Hazard removal wise, it's Decidueye, Hydreigon, and Staraptor. That's kind of enough. You can probably alternate between them.
Yeah,
well, mainly Hydreigon.
Putting Florges on Steam would give you one more. So
true.
You can. Okay, I have the next team ready. Let's go to the next one. This team does have Z Terrakion and Z Xurkitree, and it's by Seabar.
It's got a rock resist. Passes 1 to 10.
It's crazy. It got 2 rock resists. I'm honestly impressed already. 10 out of 10.
Oh yeah. Sometimes I forget Terrakion's a rock resist.
Yeah, it's a
pretty solid one.
Yeah, it's a really good one.
It's also got flying resist too.
Straight from the matchup, from the type chart, only glaring thing is ground. But that's honestly how a lot of my teams look too. I think Celesteela can handle a lot of it by itself, especially because it's not a Z captain here. Maybe that was kept in mind. Just thinking about how this Celesteela needs to be defensive on this team. Because the secondary fairy resist is Marowak too. That's maybe it needs to cover dragons, fairies, psychics, grounds here, ice even. So maybe that was intentional. Azelf doesn't really help as a secondary ground resist. It's the worst of the 3 fairies, pixies, whatever those things are called, lake trios, because it doesn't have the bulk to really switch into coverage moves. Other to say, decent speed tiers. Big fan of Mega Sceptile, great Pokemon. Marowak is okay. Honestly,
you're only ice resist.
Yes, but there's also only 1 ice weak, so it's probably fine. Not a lot of ice types running around.
Not catch that.
And
also,
it's probably okay. A lot of pressure on Celesteela. Normally, if I see this team, I would say, "Oh, why are you not seeing your Celesteela? Because Z Celesteela is broken." But I honestly might like the Z choices on this team more. Just because Steela is so pressured defensively, and Terrakion and Xurkitree give you 2 mid-tier Pokemon that really like Z. I like it.
Mm-hmm.
Only thing I'll say is watch out for ground types with gravity, I guess. Besides that, I think it's pretty solid.
Even then, Mega Sceptile can outspeed them and threaten with HP
Wait.
Ice.
Mega Sceptile is the third ground resist. Oh yeah, I missed that. Yeah, it's not that bad then.
Yeah.
This team looks solid. This team looks like a team I would do, honestly.
Yeah. I like this team a lot.
Yeah.
Marowak Alola is an underrated electric immunity, which is great for self-stealing.
You got several electric immunities, which is nice.
Yeah.
Marowak Alola is just a good budget mon. Like I was looking at Marowak Alola for my own USUM team. There's a reason why it was.
This team?
It's comfy.
It's comfy and.
It's only comfy.
Okay.
It's
kind of mediocre.
Little less good for Marowak Alola, but it is really strong.
This team is not that hazard weak, so that's probably fine.
Yeah.
You can play your own hazard game. You have a fast Taunter in Azev and Terrakion.
Yeah.
And if you have the defog, Comfy can get one off.
Yeah. Hazard setters, Azelf, and Terrakion are good, and Marowak gets it too, right? Or was that something I misremembered?
Yes, it does. It does.
Okay, yeah. So you got nice options there.
For sure.
Alright, next. I inputted already.
Okay, then I can do the next
Nice.
Yep.
So you can just change it too. I don't have to change it. It's not that hard. You just click ISL 2 in the top left corner. Or are you inputting right now?
Yeah, I'm like, I have on one screen on input and one screen looking at this, so if you could just switch it over to the next one.
Then I change it. Yeah, then that's you input these and it's fucking.
Oh, I tried to input Z's.
Let me just delete it. Yeah. Oh good. This team has Z,
Manaphy and Rotom Heat.
By like and subscribe. Our Jirachi fan, Jirachi Ditto fan with Jirachi and Ditto.
Ditto.
Let's see if this team is a bit better than the other one. Oh, I like the weakness chart. Ooh, I like it, but then I looked at the fighting weakness.
Fighting, yeah.
Oh no, we have 5 fighting weeks and the resistance is Mantine.
Manaphy. Oh, wait, no, not Manaphy. Mantine?
What? Mantine, yeah.
Yeah. They both start with
Oh, this is really fighting weak, huh?
This is really fighting weak. Like, it's really fighting. Mantine?
And a lot of fighting types carry, like, Thunder Punch for Stone
No, it doesn't even matter. Mantine does not switch into banded close combats.
Yeah.
It doesn't. It doesn't have the bulk.
Oh, is it especially bulky or physically bulky?
It's especially bulky. It has, like, 70 defense. And mediocre HP. Like, banded CC from Terrakion just 2-hit KOs Mantine straight up. I don't think it even needs rocks. Maybe if it's max fist death. But no, I think it dies. Pretty sure it dies.
That's rough.
Yeah, that's a huge issue. Fighting types are broken, and that also means you don't have a fairy.
No
which
fairy
means
and no poison.
Fairy with Kirim, one of the slowest dragons.
No dark type.
No dark type either. Again, 3 pretty.
No ground type either.
Oh.
Which means, Volt switch into a fighting type is very scary.
I really wonder how they managed to make this weakness chart so green with so many typings missing. Because it's only fighting being red, the rest is solid.
It's because there's 2 steel types.
Yeah. 2 C types, Rotom Heat is cheating. 2 normal types too, which are cheating.
Yeah.
Credilli is cheating, Mantine is cheating. Yeah, all these typings are just cheating. They all have 0 weaknesses.
Yeah.
Makes sense then.
Very few weaknesses, but also very few resists here.
And the weakness.
So, max Fistef Mantine like barely doesn't get 2-hit KO'd by Terrakion. Post combat.
And I can never switch
but
in
if
again.
Rocks are up,
but yeah, God forbid it clicks Rock Slide.
Yeah. And it's like.
Which this team is very strong into Rock. I will give it that.
Yeah. It's also like even besides like even Mantine can switch into like a fighting move. Most fighting types have like coverage for Mantine, like Thunder Punch or any like rock move in the world.
Yeah,
it's
you
like
also just don't want to bring Mantine. It's just so bad.
It's very true.
Yeah.
And it's like you have no ground type, so if you ever decide to, God forbid, bring like Mantine plus Manaphy, you could Volt switch to hell and back.
Yeah, and having Mantine with no, especially because Kyurem and Katana are terrible pivots. Same with Rotom Heat. If rocks are up, Kyurem, Rotom Heat, and Katana hate pivoting into Volt switch.
Yeah. Yeah, it's also like Your removal is also like Rotom.
I really like the top 3 and Lopunny and Jirachi. I think the top 5 are probably fine, but I don't like what we did with the load here. Ditto being on this team once again makes your weakness chart really compressed.
It's also very pointless.
If this Ditto would be a fairy type, this team would look way different already.
Yeah.
Like your speed tiers are okay. You have good Z users. The synergy is fine. This team would also really like an electric because all the top 5 Pokemon shit on grounds.
It has an electric.
Yeah. Rotom.
That's kind of a fraudulent electric. Yeah, fair. I mean, like an offensive electric, you know, because pure Manaphy Katana shit on grounds.
Yeah. It's.
Yeah. Dark Resist is mega Lopunny. Did we talk about that? I mean, that's just because there's no Dark and no Fairy again. Yeah, essential typings. Like, there's a reason these typings are essential. You can play without them, but you are going to struggle defensively. Like, you can overrun an enemy team with this team offensively really easily. But if you are ever forced into a team that has a good offensive matchup into you and their weapons are just better, you are going to struggle a lot.
Yeah.
But the mons are cool on this team and good. Katana, Manaphy, Kyurem, Lopunny, and Jirachi are good mons.
Okay. Do you realistically bring Credilli to many games? I don't think so, right?
No,
yeah.
Never.
So in that case, Jirachi's basically only a rocker, which again, you limit its full, but Jirachi kind of likes to act like a rocker a lot of times, so I guess it's not the end of the world.
It's probably fine here because they have Katana anyway, right? Jirachi's going to be defensive here.
Your removal is, I think, Rotom, Kartana, and Mantine, which you don't want Mantine to be removable.
Yeah, it's not
especially when it's going to be your fighting resist. Yeah, I think we cover like all the major weaknesses of this team.
Alright, next.
Okay, you input it, so I can just change.
Yep.
This is the last one, right?
Yep. And also, how are we looking? How late is it for you, Relix?
That's all good. We are going to finish this today.
Okay,
it's the last Rocks week team.
Alright.
But I like the Rocks resistances we have. Oh, this is a Rain team. Oh, this team I like.
Yeah, this
is
I believe J-Bar again.
Ah.
Stone of Jazz. Stone of Jazz.
Stone of Jazz.
Like any good Rain team, Ferrothorn is carrying it hard.
No Dark type.
You don't need a Dark type on Rain.
Yeah, you don't need it on Rain.
I know you don't need a Dark type, but
this is a very
just wanted to mention. Just want to mention no Dark type. Yeah, this team looks good.
It's a Rain team.
It's a really good Rain team too. It has all the things that make Rain good. Torn to shit on the grasses. Ferrothorn to just sit on everything in Rain because HP Fire is going to bounce off.
Yeah.
Thundy to just click Thunder, which is insanely strong on Thunderous. And you can also run HP Water in Rain, which boosts it to go through grounds.
Azumarill hits harder than ever. Bompart's an obvious pick up for it.
Pelipper is incredible. Defog, pivoting, everything. Azumarill belly drums up in Rain and Aquajet starts KOing Pokemon that resisted. And yes, we don't have to talk about Swampert. It's insanely strong and so hard to switch into. Jogagi does a neutral job here. It does fine into most things. And then there's 2 budget Pokemon that are ground resist.
They're cheerleaders. They're cheerleaders.
Yeah, they could come to one game. They're probably not, but they're not bad.
Yeah.
This team is really good.
Yeah, I think if Rajali ever comes to the game, it's just probably like he's spiking on stuff, and that's about it.
Yeah.
Probably why.
I don't know how. Yeah, this team is just really, really good.
Yeah.
Let's go to the first Diamond team. Did you already input it?
Yep.
Or... Okay. First Diamond team. Who is this from? Coco.
It is Ari. The Z captains are Tapu Koko and Sigilif.
Alright. Nice.
Seems okay. This is an Ari team. Okay.
Alright.
I don't. Oh wait, is the secondary ice resist magma after Keldeo?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an issue. But we have talked about ice types not being prevalent a lot. Prevalent, is that a word?
I'll also
Red
say
prevalent?
this team doesn't like to get scalded whatsoever.
Oh, this team. I mean, honestly, this is pretty fine into scored. You have Coco, Keldeo, Rodomo, and Sigilif who kind of fine taking it. Yeah, it's okay.
Sigilif's come to a lot of games though.
This is nerfed scored too.
Alright, they get nerfed.
Like Coco
Okay,
does not hate being burnt that much.
Never mind, carry on.
Yep. Yeah, I don't see any issues really with this team.
It's a solid diamond team.
Yeah, I mean Ari is a good player.
My goat.
So yeah,
I'm rooting for you, Ari.
The goat of everybody. Captain of the what is that team called, King Rock? Polish and Irish team?
I have no idea.
That's whatever. Okay. Yeah, then okay, let's look at speed tiers. Speed tiers are fine. Persian fixing it by being Persian is kind of like you have a gap between 130 and 108.
Yeah.
But Keldeo is right at that border where it doesn't allow a lot of the 120s to run modest, so it's perfectly fine.
Keldeo and Mo are solid scarfers, so
yep.
always be fine speed control.
Is insanely underrated.
Mm-hmm.
Just because most people think Garchomp is better, which it obviously is. Doesn't mean that Mega Garchomp isn't insane. Like I did a calc like recently where Adamant EQ from Megachomp at +2 almost won in KO's Ferrothon with a bit of his dev investment. That's just not something that most mons can do.
Yeah. You're
Rodomo good, Mug good, work well together. Mug pursuit straps here. I wish this team would have something that kind of abuses that. Keldeo does a little bit, not that much. It's a fighting that beats most psychics and I mean not psychics but definitely ghosts. Psychics are kind of it's not bad. This team looks good. I like it.
Yeah. Deal well against most types. Celsius Mux with
poison.
You made ISL 3.
Nice. I made ISL 3 in an attempt to we'll see if the Z's work for that.
They should. Okay, who's this?
This is Freaky Dude.
Okay, Freaky Dude.
Oh yeah, this is a Freaky Dude team, alright.
Yep.
That's the history.
Oh, I like this. Another Beedrill Magnezone. We have talked about this just a while ago. And there's another Pokemon that loves Magnezone, Latios, and Landorus likes those flying steeds getting trapped.
You Lando T team with 2 competent rock resists, which is already this is already progress.
So many great adult rockers here from all of our
team's only problem is that it's missing a second flying resist after Magnezone. But honestly, not that bad. Only Pokemon that really loses to flyings are Serena and Beedrill here, which are fine because they can just U-turn out into some of Pokemon that is fine into them. The last 2-point Pokemon have to mention that Kecleon gets Protein, which is still broken in Gen 7. So that Pokemon is pretty solid. It can also Pursue Trap. That's something to mention. Kecleon can Pursue Trap like Psychics, which is really good for Terrakion. Sometimes good for other Pokemon here. Beedrill also Pursue Traps in 7, which is good.
Yep.
And Simisear is an okay Pokemon for the points it costs. It fixes the speed gap here perfectly. Gives you a gives you a good fairy resist. And Nasty Plot Simisear with a Z can be genuinely scary.
Kecleon does not learn Pursuit.
Oh.
Okay.
Well, that might have been.
I was gonna say that sounded off to me, so I had to look it up.
Okay, guys, it's 2 a.m.
I know.
Give me some slack here.
Yeah, it's cool.
I do some mistakes as well.
But really, that might have been the nicest compliment Simisear has ever received in his life. You were really hamming him up.
Oh, I honestly think Simisear is one of the better budget fires. I think Typhlosion and Simisear are two of the best budget fires.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like
That's
they
fair.
cost like 2 points, and they have the things that like they have things that make them stand out. You know.
Mhm.
Decent speed. Simici has the boosting move. Typhlosion has the eruption, and
Yeah.
I think we're going to see several Typhlosions as well because
Mhm.
it was in 2 in USUM, and that's already cheap.
Yeah, I really like this team. Lots of great offensive threats. You got Latias to cover the special side. Lots
Yep.
decent pivoting between Binger Bijou and Lando T. It's just overall solid. You got several great rockers too. There's really
Magnezone
no.
Azumarill is a great core defensive
Yes.
threat, like typing synergy wise.
Yeah. A lot of these pawns are both good individually and complement each other. So I don't know, that's just a very this is a good team.
Has amazing Scarfas, has amazing removal. Yeah, it's a good team.
All right.
Let's go to the
move
next
on.
one. ISL
Try
3.
ISL
Give it
3, yeah. Alright, it works.
Oh.
You're on the wrong one. It's supposed to be on ISL 3. Oh, wait. Well, it did work for a second.
Yeah, it did work, right? What did you do?
Yeah, it worked for like a second there. And
you have to put in T, not Z. Yeah, no.
They are T.
Like I did in 2. Yeah, it's fixed now. I fixed it.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, this team looks great from the first look of it.
This is Pollux.
Pollux, yeah. Heatran team. Great ground resist / Pokemon that are fine. I think Mug is good for how much it costs. You didn't really need the Mug considering you have a Mungus. I don't think this Mug is gonna...
There is no Muck on this team.
It's just a bonus Mug. Just delete the Mug.
That Muck was... I just realized that the team that this is replacing in the builder had a Muck on it.
Yeah, I had 10 Mugs before.
Yeah.
Okay, so the Mug... yeah, okay, this makes it even better.
I like that both of his rock resist are intimidating mons. Even better against them.
Yep. I like both, like even though it's Ice Weak, it's kinda not, because both the Ice resists are excellent Pokemon. To mention something that I have talked about with a few people here is that Prim in 7, while it has excellent defensive typing and good stats, it's missing a few of its core moves, being Flip Turn and Calm Mind. And Draining Kiss.
Yeah, and Draining Kiss.
Which makes it a lot worse, but still good.
Yeah.
And it has its own. It has a special Z, but the special Z is locked to Sparkling Aria, which isn't great.
Yeah, it's kinda not that great. Team does seem to rely a lot on Heatran because this team is red in Ice, Flying, and Fairy. So that's all things Heatran needs to carry, and they are still red. That seems dangerous. Crook is a decent Pokemon, can pursue trap. There's no fighting type on this team because we're ignoring Hitmontop. So again, another team where we have pursuit, but no fighting type to take advantage of it.
Yeah.
Hitmontop also does have pursuit, so.
Yeah, but Hitmontop also has nothing, so that's sad for Hitmontop. And we have to talk about Mega Bayonet being a Pokemon with no attacking move that does any damage.
He's just a guy.
Yeah, Mega Bayonet before Poltergeist was just an annoying guy, basically. Not a good Pokemon, sadly.
You would just hope and pray that the Destiny Bond would work.
I really like Amoonguss Prim though, with Torn, Regen Core, Heatran in the middle, Latias with Z. Team looks solid. Crook, can't complain. Galvantula with webs. I like almost everything this team has.
Yeah. I guess the thing to say is maybe, I don't know, maybe swap Bayonet for something else if you can, but
I mean, it's fine, honestly. Yeah, you're not getting much. Yeah, you're not getting much better for Bayonet.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just like, I mean, I've always been a Bayonet hater.
Cyber costs like 3.
Oh.
It still has 175 attack or whatever base attack.
That tackle goes crazy.
All right, let's move on.
Yeah. I am switching to ISL 2. This is who?
This is Shaded.
Ooh, now we can talk smack about her after she's gone. Let's go.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's some easy trash talk here. I wanted to see how much this Bayonet costs.
She's Gonza.
If this Bayonet costs more than 3,
It's 1.
It's 1 in
Yeah.
USUM?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's...
Huh?
Yeah, Cyber, what better mon are you getting than 1 point Mega Bayonet?
Yamas?
Oh, honestly? Facts. Okay, let's look at this team. There's another Garchomp, and we know this Garchomp was also round 3.
Ooh. So
all Pokemon so far have been presented in the order they've been drafted in, sorta. The first pick is top left, left to right.
Yeah.
Yes. We also haven't talked about the speed mechanic updates, because we
Mhm.
have seen Mega Beedrill now more often in USUM, which we didn't see in Auras once.
Mhm.
Same with Gallade. It gets a lot better in this gen, because it immediately gets its speed boost.
Yep.
You don't have to wait one turn and run Protect. That's why we saw Beedrill now. We didn't mention it for Beedrill, because we kind of just forgot. But I just saw this Gallade and wanted to mention it. That's why it's first pick here. Mega Gallade is incredible. Just nothing more to say about it. It's fast, it's strong. Tough typing to switch into. Rotom Wash Garchomp is one of the best draft cores ever. Just straight up. Cover each other great. Rotom has the ice resist. Garchomp has the grass, not really resist, but they just work really well. Jirachi, solid. Not that great with Gallade. Not a big fan. Our team also got kinda Ghost Weak in the process of this. While also not being that great into Darks. But... Oh, there's a Camerupt on here as well. This is a normal Camerupt. Finally, my boy's back. Camerupt is the same thing we talked about before. It's just there to help against Electrics. When Garchomp would take an HPI, Camerupt can switch in and take that hit really easily. Yeah. Not a big fan of Mandibus in Gen 7. But it's probably
Or
going
in
to
any
do
generation for you.
I think it's at its best in 8. I think just having no boots. I mean, honestly, Mandibus doesn't hate the lefties at helmet. It's not that bad. Yeah, probably Mandibus okay here.
Yeah.
This team wanted a secondary ground immunity. Also, the B is good. This team is a really physically offensive, I think. Something to mention. There's no special breaker on this team.
Yeah.
Which might be a problem. Like if I run into this team, I think Shaded already. No, they played she played week 1. So, like into this team, I would just bring most of my mons for Steph. You know, head into Jirachi, Chomp, and Gallade. Rotom doesn't do a lot of damage.
I agree.
Yeah, no nasty plot this gen for it.
Yep. Also,
does not do a whole lot
forced into a defensive set. Yeah. I think this team would have liked a grass type, but Ribombee does kind of fine. Both Fairy and Steel are weak to fire, which is not optimal a lot of times. But Rotom Wash does help with that a lot. Yeah, this is a good team. Another insane round 3 Garchomp makes another team really good.
Yep. Next.
Okay, let's go to the next one. ISL 3.
Ooh.
Who is this?
Alright.
This is...
On one hand... Oh, good.
Only one Z. Oh, that's the second one.
Is Blazeman.
Blazeman.
You know, on one hand, I see Tapu Fini with Mega Low Party and Fortress. I like it. On the other hand, I see Tapu Fini with Kyurem and Moltres not be able to use Will-O-Wisp, and I'm like, eh.
Kyurem is not clicking dragon moves in Gen 7.
Yeah.
That's true.
And Moltres also should not click Will-O-Wisp as much. because it's not really a defensive Pokemon. This team with Z and having no boots, it's kind of like a Z nuke here. I mean, this Moltres is just here because Feeny and Skuntank are great removers.
Yeah.
This team looks good.
I like it.
This team. Kyurem is insane for people that don't know. Z Freeze Shock is one of the strong. Is it the strongest Z? Like, there's probably a few stronger ones, but it's not a move
like
to
a
switch into.
maximum base power Z move, so it might be the strongest one.
It's definitely max. I was thinking also coming off Kyurem's attack stat. Like, there's not a lot of Pokemon stronger than Kyurem Black. Like Katana.
Maybe like Porygon Z's Hyper Beam.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but that's ability based.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it's still stronger than, yeah. Ferrothorn Tapu Fini is amazing.
Does the Azumarill Z do more?
The what?
Does the Azumarill Z do more?
Azumarill Z, because no, it doesn't get the base power. It shouldn't do more. Also, Kyurem's and Azumarill's attack stats are basically the same, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Azumarill doesn't even have more attack.
I think Azumarill's attack is actually significantly lower.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think Azumarill's attack equivalent is Groudon, and Groudon is lower.
They actually, no. It's the same.
Oh, it is. It is.
Oh, this isn't Adamant. Okay, Adamant Azumarill has the same attack stat as Jolly Kyurem.
Oh. Fair enough.
Yeah. That is fair. Yeah, Kyurem Black still insane. Yeah, it's a good team. I don't know how the Moltres is going to work out for you. I feel like it's not going to come to a lot of games, and you might have to depend on this Moltres a bit defensively. Like, this is only Ferrothorn as your Fairy Resist if we don't account for Moltres. This is only Azelf as your ground immunity if we don't account for Moltres, and also Azelf and what is the other one? What is that Pokemon? Oh, yeah, Azelf and Feeny as the only fighting resist, with a lot of fighting weaks. We already talked about Azelf not really being defensive value. So this team does kind of lean on Moltres here, with Moltres not really being able to function a lot of times in 7 just because of its quadruple rock weakness. Might be an issue.
Alright. Are we ready?
Yep, we are ready.
Yeah.
Alright. Next.
Changed it already.
Yeah.
Hey, what is this?
I see. You immediately started with your Fairy Steel Dragon Core.
No flying resist.
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah.
and no Pokemon that can basically take flying attacks just by stats.
No
This
Dark
team-
type either.
Yep, this team gets shit on by Torn.
This team is Austin's, by the way.
Okay. This team gets absolutely shit on by Torn. Like, no team I've ever seen anywhere else. Oh,
I
no.
guess you run actually defensive Clefable and Prey.
Yeah,
Sludger, so.
it takes like from choice specs Hurricane. It takes like 55, I think. If you have lefties, you might barely be able to get out of range of Trickeo. I don't think you are, honestly. It's too strong.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Let me check this. I want to kike this. You need to kike more. We're not doing enough kiking here.
We're trying to end this before 4 a.m. your time.
Yeah, we can do that, probably.
Yeah,
Platinum, we can just say, are all bad teams, because they are. Yeah, Hurricane is doing 47 to 55
Yeah.
max with Clefable. And that's not modest Torn, by the way, which I can't run against.
Man. Oh wow.
No, but you could run like Taunt, Sub, Nasty Plot, Hurricane.
No, this is
There's so many like.
Oh,
There's
yeah,
so many
get...
flying type of shit on this team.
just run choice specs.
Okay, yeah.
There's no reason not to. Otherwise, the rock resistances are a little bit fraudulent because Katana. It's okay into rock because most rocks are physical. That's probably okay. And there is no dark type, which makes dark, ghost, and psychic good into you. These are the main problems. I like the speed tiers. I like most of these Pokemon, actually. I think none of these Pokemon are bad. Como-O, even though it can't run its Omni Boost Z, can still do DD sets.
Yeah.
With Z fighting, Z steel, Z poison, or Z dragon.
Yeah.
All good.
Top Shadow Balls, I guess.
What? What about Shadow Balls?
I was just saying, doesn't it stop Shadow Balls too? Doesn't it have what's the ability?
Yeah. Blocks Shadow Balls. True, I guess. Yeah. Bulletproof is a broken ability for anybody that doesn't know. That's why it's so distributed so rarely, because it's an insane ability.
So nice. And sometimes people just forget it exists.
Yeah, that too. Always keep in mind bulletproof and soundproof when playing against Como-O. You can't draw it out if it DDs. It's gonna look you in the face and say, no, you. Oh, it actually doesn't do no you, it just says no. Okay, slightly Rock's weak, this team, because the 3 Pokemon in the middle are Rock's weak. The removal is decent. It's not great, it's decent. I feel like Katana, Como-O, and Clefable are Pokemon that want to play with rocks on the field, and then the next 3 Pokemon want to play with rocks off the field. So you're kind of weird. It doesn't synergize well, especially because Alakazam also does not play.
I can appreciate Clefable. That's not the only rocker in the team. You got 2 other solid, good ones too. So you can run multiple sets.
I also don't know if I love Z Alakazam when you're not able to run Focus Sash.
Z fighting is pretty good though.
Yeah.
Because
don't miss a Focus Blast.
Reliable. It doesn't have plot in this, to mention. So it can only calm mind and then Z Focus Blast. Which is definitely not as strong. Some fightings might live it. But yeah, these Pokemon are good. I don't know how you can fix this. Cards without a secondary steal is just always weird. Yeah, you could draft a dark type, but this doesn't fix the flying weakness. This needs an electric too, I guess. This needs a dark type and an electric.
Yeah, I think you're just gonna have to kill some of your darlings. You're gonna have to remove a lot of those mons in the middle tier, maybe, or even in the bottom tier.
It's hard though. They all give a lot of defensive synergy. If you take off these Pokemon,
that's true. But I also think the weaknesses are really big.
Yeah, you probably have to take off Kofak here. Maybe Kofak Arcanine.
That could.
But the Arcanine is a second fire resist. Without Arcanine, it's only Como, which is not good at all.
No, Araquanid resist fire.
That's true. I guess there's a second one. Why is it not under... This shows all the abilities, but it doesn't show Bubble. Doesn't make any sense. Okay. Let's go to the next
one. I guess it's just a bug. I'm here all day, folks.
ISL 3. Who is this?
This is Nido.
Yeah.
Nido.
Very interesting.
Nido's rock resistance is that guy who is throwing hands in the bottom left. It's a Sork.
You're right. And he's got well, at least from heat's a decent flying resist.
Oh no,
it's good
the water resists are the lead and the other guy. I think Nido drafted the top 6 Pokemon and then tried to fix the weaknesses by drafting the last 3.
You might be right.
Many such cases.
The good old top-heavy strategy.
And I think Jellicent and Krillin are decent Pokemon. I know Nido loves his Krillin. So maybe you can make it work. The top 6 Pokemon are good. We have another Scizor Deansci core. It's the 4th time today. Z Rotom Heat is decent. It's not great because it doesn't have Nasty Pot yet, but it's decent. And Xena Cosma is basically excellent. It's missing Meteor Beam, but Meteor Beam sets don't work with Z anyway. So
It's missing DD
yeah, it's a good
as well.
Pokemon. Oh yeah, that's a big one that it's missing actually. It's basically restricted to autotomized sets or CM sets. But yeah, it's a good team. These top 4 Pokemon are so much offense, and the last 5 can probably handle defense okay. Yeah, looks like a good team with just like some few.
All right. Are we
Few
ready to move
weaknesses.
on?
We are ready to move on.
Yeah.
Not a lot of diamond teams left, right?
Only 3.
Okay, who is
Okay.
this? Who is this Mega Diancie? Scissor
So-
team! Diancie Scissor again!
Triple bug. Let's go.
That's the most Silverstone team I've ever seen, running triple bug.
Triple bug where your defoggers are Scizor, Zapdos, and Gun. Bounce. Let's see.
Only one of the bugs is weak to rock. To be
Yeah, I
fair.
know. This
Yeah.
team is not that rocks weak. It has Swampert, it has 3 rocks weaknesses. It's
not
one
bad.
of them is Mantine. It's okay. It's playable. Okay, the last 2 Pokemon. If you draft Persian Alola and you're not seeing it, I feel like that Pokemon is so useless. It's literally terrible, awful,
Mhm.
abysmal. And Mantine, we already talked about Mantine. It's
Yep.
missing the boots. It's an okay budget mon Mantine, but please don't rely on Mantine to fix
Yeah.
your weaknesses because it doesn't work.
I don't like Gourgeist pre Gen 8 when it doesn't get Poltergeist.
It's okay. It doesn't need Poltergeists.
I just feel like it's a little bit too passive.
It is a bit passive, but Will-O-Wisp, Leech Seed, Grass coverage, and even Shadow Claw are fine most of the time. I think Poltergeist is good for it, but Gourgeist is definitely okay. But having 3 bucks add a Grass seems weird, but I guess this team kind of makes it work. Flying is okay with Diancie and Zapdos. Yeah, I mean, I don't really see a lot of issues here. This Swampert is holding this team together, it seems.
Yeah.
Which Swampert can do. Swampert is an okay Pokemon. Offensive team.
You got a decent Pursuiter and Scizor as well.
True. It's good for Buzzwole.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this team can cook. Silverstone Shores, what you got. A little bit slow with Diancie as the top speed, since I already said Persian is not a Pokemon.
Really not.
You are going to run into the issue of Pokemon like being faster than you, 130s being able to run Modest, like the Manectrics and the Mega Sceptiles. Which is scary because, yeah. Oh yeah, this team gets owned by Mega Scizor. Mega Sceptile. Holy moly. Can even run the Rock Slide for the Volcarona.
Yeah, got good decent boost. It's not really great rock assist. I just wish you had like one more.
I mean,
well, Buzzwole basically counts as one, I guess.
Yeah, it's Scizor too. Like it only has 2 rock weaks in Zapdos and Volk. It's fine. Playable. It's not great, but it's playable.
Mantine.
And no. Okay,
it
go to
exists.
the next one.
Alright, next.
This is a Silverstone team.
Alright, next up is Christy.
Ooh, okay. Zeraora Hydreigon.
Yeah, Zeraora Hydreigon for the 3rd time.
Mega Heracross. Ooh, I like this
No,
one.
it's only the second time.
Yeah. You know what I mean. This team looks good.
I wish the Zera was Z.
That is definitely true. Yeah. Does Zera work with Mimikyu? It doesn't, right? No, it definitely doesn't.
Those are interesting Z's. I feel like if you weren't going Zeraora, Hydreigon would be like the second.
Yeah, but Hydreigon also probably doesn't work with Mimikyu. It's too much. Starmie is an okay Z captain because it gets that knockoff resistance. It's like it always has a Colbur Berry kind of. But Zeraora and Hydreigon are way better Zs. You might just want to take the Z of Mimikyu. Mimikyu can also run Focus Sash in Gen 7 because its ability doesn't do damage to you. maybe just sack the second Z or give it to Incin. Incin can actually use its signature Z decently well as well with the bulk up set.
Yeah.
Like a strong dark type Z is really hard for some teams to switch into, especially because fairies take a lot from Incin's fire step and are mostly slower, like a little bit.
I like Mega Heracross on this team. A lot of the other mons invite stuff that can destroy, which is nice. Like
for sure. Heracross shits on the grounds Zera lets in.
Yeah, and water types like to come in on Donphan, which Heracross also threatens out pretty nicely.
True. Like Scam Zera, that's a classic. I think we had in DDT we had 2 teams just doing Scam Zera back to back. It's a classic core.
Old faithful.
Yeah, it's like Jolteon Scam in Gen 3. Nobody has seen it before. Yeah, this is a good team. I don't really see any glaring weaknesses.
He beats favorite.
Yep.
Just keep those things in mind that we mentioned. Maybe switch around disease. Good team.
All right.
I said 2. Last one, right?
Yep, and this is JCK's.
JCK's. Uh-oh, this is the ground weakest team I've ever seen.
It's
Holy moly.
It's a little rough with Superior as like your option and pretty much up there, yeah.
Oh,
This is too ground weak. Oh, wait. Oh no, Bennett is keeping the fighting weakness in check as well. Oh no.
Wait, really? Hold on. Oh my god.
It's Tenta and Altaria against 4 weak.
Oh.
Dude.
I mean, one of the weak ones is Bebarrel, so I guess that doesn't count. You must say the top 7 Pokemon are impressive. That you can draft all those 7 Pokemon without... Like, what? That's crazy.
I'm really surprised.
Mm-hmm.
This is the most offensive team ever, I think. Sandcore, Gran, Serp, Infernape, Brzee, and Mega Altaria? Holy moly.
I guess the plan is to...
Tentacool with Spin?
I guess the plan is to kill them before those weaknesses happen.
I mean, this is offensive. Like, pure offensivism. And I guess Altaria helps with grounds before it megas. This might be playable. I think the fairy weakness doesn't matter because this team is too offensive anyway. Yeah. A notable thing is that Altaria has nerfed Pixelate in this, so it's a little bit weaker in 7. And also, like, Altaria just like the mega that hated the shift from 6 to 7 because not only does it not benefit from the speed boost, but yeah, the Pixelate nerf also hit it pretty hard. Tentacool will never run Z here. Tentacool, one of the worst Z Pokemon ever, has 0 attack and 0 special attack. But Infernape is great. I feel like the Infernape might want to be scarfed a lot here, or I guess you have so many fast Pokemons. Not really necessary. Also a good team. Great speed tiers. Great fire, water, grass.
The ground weakness is really bad, though.
The ground weakness is really bad, but like I said, Altaria before it megas, and you just like you can throw an air balloon or a Shuka on Drill and Tyranitar.
Saint Force Landawai, finally.
Grand shits on those grounds. So does Serp.
Oh well,
I think
Sheer Force Landawai is allowed in this.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, ground weakness is scary, but seems okay just because this team is so offensive and has so many good ones.
And remember, Choice Banded Aqua Drippy Barrel.
Alright.
Okay, so nobody's going to say anything about that. First Platinum team. Now I already know whose team is it.
This is
Zank's. Yeah, I know. You don't have to tell me anymore. I know the Platinum teams. Yeah, Coco and Infernape is a standard. It's basic.
Necrozma is always nice on that core.
1,000 times. Yeah. This team is held together by Steelix. Because it's Poison weak, Flying weak, Psychic weak, and Rock weak, and Dragon weak, and Fairy weak without Steelix. And I'm telling you right now, Steelix is not that guy. You just can't deal with all of that shit.
Says you.
Yeah, Steelix is going to get overwhelmed in this team.
I agree. He's doing a lot of lifting.
I feel like I really like what Zank did. He drafted Pokemon he likes a lot in Necrozma, D-Knight, Infernape, and Koko, but it was really hard to round out this team defensively. And we are going to see him struggle if he's not keeping the upper hand in games. Like, I feel like you're going to see the top 6 every single time, and then Blastoise sometimes over the other, and Sneasel and Golbat are never coming.
Okay.
Just because this team is so reliant on the mons it has, you know? This team also had too many good Z users. Zank was really struggling deciding who to Z, because all the top 4 Pokemon love Z.
Yeah. Do you think this team's a bit weak to Scald? Like, I know, like, Coco doesn't care too much about it, and, like, the
Blastoise
Bontiers
and
don't.
Tango
Z
don't do
Coco
either.
kind of does, because Z Coco likes to run the,
True.
likes to run the physical.
Yeah. Yeah.
Does it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it does. It hits harder.
Yeah,
I mean, the electric one.
Yeah, the electric physical
yeah,
sure. Is really strong.
Like, sometimes, yeah.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it hits harder than the special one.
It does. It's not even close. It's way harder.
Yeah.
But after the Z, you're kind of exhausted, because then you're clicking Wild Charge again, which is Wild Charge. Yeah, I think that's the main things we have to say about this team. The Pokemon still are good. There's great offense here.
And you stalled just along for me to input all the Z captains onto the rest of the teams in this page.
Perfect. So I can go to ISL 2 now.
Yep.
Which is pick number 2, and that's Garchomp on Rivet's team.
Yep.
Maybe I looked at the draft pages too much, if I can just tell whose team it is by looking at... Oh, this team looks great on the type chart. That's just another classic Garchomp, Scizor, Rotom, Wash team.
Yeah. Very
Rotom
nice.
Wash is a Pokemon that can handle the flying types on its own, so that's fine, being a little flying weak. Okay, what are the issues with this team? It's too slow, my opinion. I really don't like Chomp into Azelf.
Yeah.
It doesn't cut it for me. Azelf is not that good anymore in 7. Especially
not the
if you
best
don't have a
start for
Z on
either.
it. Yeah. This team also has only really the Darmanitan as a viable Scarfer, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Because the Garchomp is going to be Z.
And Rotom wants to be bulky here.
Rotom wants to be defensive. I don't like Scarf Roserade that much. I know it's playable into some matchups, but I feel like Roserade needs to be something else here. And then you have Darm. You don't really want to Scarf your fastest Pokemon in Azelf, but you might have to sometimes. Like, that's a big problem. I think Rivet often falls into this trap where he drafts insanely incredible cores that work really well defensively, but he never picks up speed. And what that makes it do is that if the opponent can't break you, you win. But if you fall behind, or if your opponent sets up too much, you just insta lose. Because you can't revenge kill the setup Pokemon. That's a big problem with this team. But defensively, this is great. Aromatisse might break, because it's not the best fairy, but it's okay. Scizor and Rotom also like the Wish support. I'm not a big Darm fan. I also don't know what a Chatot is, or what it does here.
It boom bursts.
I know, that was ironic. I know it boom bursts, but, like, you know.
It has its place.
Does it? Is it coming in 3 games? What is the place for Chatot on this team? Is it the Ghost immunity? Is it helping into the grounds?
Hell yeah. You haven't lived until you click a Choice Specs Boom Burst.
This Chatot is a...
Let's move on.
This is just a funny Pokemon, this Chatot guy. But Scrafty is decent.
Alright, next up.
DS.
That's a Healy.
Yep.
So I did help a lot with this team too. I have a lot of insight in this. I don't even know where to start with this.
It's interesting.
Taunt Drill is a classic core for draft. It's one of the best removal options. With like just typing synergy is great. for Torn works well. And then I was asleep, and then a Healy decided to pick Tapu Fini, which is not bad at all. And like we said already, Tapu Fini is missing. Oh no, we didn't talk about Tapu Fini. Yes, Tapu Fini is also missing Draining Kiss. Which makes its set a lot worse. There's also some anti-synergy on this team. Clef really likes to status things, and in Fini's terrain it can't. Same with Amoonguss, which whole thing is to click Spore. It can't do that in terrain. So that's a bit of anti-synergy here. This Typhlosion was really cheap, it cost 3 points. Same with Zap Striker, it cost 1. And Mega Tyranitar obviously works really well with Drill, right? You get the Sand Core. You trap the Psychics and Ghosts from Yanshao, which is one of the best fighting types there is. Another thing to say is that Cress has this thing where it's with the Z, it doesn't take boosted knockoff damage again, but it doesn't really have the offensive output to do anything with Z. The best one it can do is Z Healing Wish, right? Oh, it doesn't even get Healing Wish, it's only Lunar Dance. Does that also do the same thing as Z Healing Wish?
What does Z Healing Wish do?
It does something. Let me Google it. Z Healing Wish.
Nothing. It does nothing.
Wait, was it?
Excellent.
Power
with Tycoon into Z Healing Wish, the move will gain no additional effects.
No
Excellent.
Z, yep. So Z Lunar Dance and Z Healing Wish do nothing. It's Z. You're thinking of Z Memento.
Yeah. Oh, I'm thinking about Z, another Z. Oh, I'm thinking about maybe Z Parting Shot healing you to full. I don't know, something else. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So Crest's probably not that good with Z. But yeah. So that's basically this team. Yep.
All right. The one thing I will point out, the Crest and Fini is, like, not only can Crest not status things, Crest itself can be status.
Yeah. Same thing. Same. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. That's also.
Yeah.
I told Ahili that as well.
It's fine though.
He said he can make it work. Yeah, it's minor weaknesses, and he knows about them.
All right, next.
Yep. Celesteela Z Mega God was a Silent Musician or Ceramic Vase? Ceramic Vase, right?
Vase's team. Yep.
Ooh, this is ground weak. This team is really ground weak. Oh no.
Celesteela's a lot of carrying.
Yeah, and Celesteela is not a defensive Pokemon if you have Z on it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I saw this already when drafting. Bit problematic. They did talk about Venomoth being an IC captain, which is true. Z's are also affected by Tinted Lens, so you're firing a +1 Z that things can't resist, so you only resist it if you're 4 times resisted, then it's half resisted. It's basically how it works. I don't really like Como as a Pokemon. This team is also like the fairy resists are
Simisear and Venomoth and Celesteela.
Yeah, are low tiers.
Which is
exactly. So another
not
Pokemon
great when you only have Z moves instead of lefties.
Yep. Mega Gardevoir is nerfed in this. It's still a solid Pokemon.
Yeah.
Don't know why they doubled up on the fairy here.
Mega
Also not a
Gardevoir
big
fairy defensively is not great.
I mean, yes, but you don't really need to, right?
Yeah, but Azu's just a genuinely good Pokemon in general.
That is true.
Yeah.
Wish Azu would have Z Belly Drum here. That's kind of broken, but obviously can't fit.
Yeah.
And Celesteela is a great Z captain. That's something you have to see. This team has great offense. Donphan can keep the hazards off. This team is probably going to do fine. Just don't hope you're running into a Magnezone with a ground type, or you're kind of fucked.
Alright, next.
Okay. Is it me? I think it's me.
No, it's me.
Oh, it's you. Ooh. Oh, because it shifts. I was pick after Ceramic Vase, but because it shifts, I'm not yet. Yeah, it's you. Do you want me to call out all your weaknesses? We talked about before.
I mean, yeah, you can if you feel like it.
I don't really have to, honestly.
I'm aware there's a lot of them.
It's alright. We
It's
can
not
just talk
that
about the
bad.
positives.
No, actually, I like how this team ended up a lot. I think this
Yeah,
team,
I think so too.
this team was like completely dependent on getting Tentacruel and Rotom Heat, both of which I had to like wait until the last second because I was so worried about being sniped. But
I mean, you have a completely green typing chart with Kyurem. That's kind of impressive. Double steal obviously helps.
yeah, that's
Rotom
because
Heat.
of the Mega Aggron.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
Mega Aggron, but Mega Aggron, it has heavy slam, right?
Yes.
It's just
Yes.
just missing body press, which is really important for it. It makes it a lot better
It
with
does
body
have
press.
like almost the same attack stat as Groudon.
I know, but it's just like it needs the fighting coverage, you know?
Mhm.
Like fighting hits
Yeah.
the typings, it's kind of shit on by.
It gets Focus
mainly.
Punch and Superpower.
Okay. I have never seen an Aggron click superpower unless it's Choice Scarf, like the normal one. Maybe
I
you
already
can.
Focus Punch at Mega Aggron once. It was fun.
I mean, yeah, Gliscor, Scizor, Greninja, another great core. I was actually looking at Scizor for my team as well, and then you picked it again. So second time you took my steal.
And then the third when I told Jonathan to take Skarmory.
I guess, yeah, I guess like you double sniped me in USUM. True.
Yeah.
This is a good team.
Yeah, the idea behind, like, because I got sniped with my original plan, which involved the Greninja and KB, so I decided to just go with Gliscor and Scizor, and then strive to draft a team around them that would allow Gliscor and Scizor to, like, never be forced to be, like, defensive.
Yep.
So, like, Mega Aggron means that Gliscor doesn't really have to be the rocker a lot. Means that Scizor doesn't have to be used offensive or defensively as much, freeing it up to be like Choice Band or SD. And it frees.
He does the same for Gliscor.
Yeah, and it allows Gliscor to run like sub toxic or sub without toxic because of Tentacruel's toxic spikes.
Or even SD,
yep.
Which is amazing a lot of times.
And then Z Whimsicott is the idea is to Z Memento to fully heal Aggron.
Or you KB. Just drop that tech.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, I like it. I've always been a fan of Mega Aggron, so this gives me a lot of hope. And like you said, I think you covered everything about it, including the Whimsicott tech for it.
And Throw is there because it resists Rock, and I thought its stats were too good to justify not taking it as a one-pointer.
Yeah, it's Throw is a decent one-pointer, 100%. Yeah, this team, it's crazy how good it ended up. I think I was struggling at the start, but you managed to make it work, and it's gotten away with that. This also just pivot heaven, this team with QB, which is insane.
Yeah, getting the Rotom Heat was definitely a godsend. It really needed that.
Yeah, for sure. It's crazy that it lasted this long. I think it went earlier in all the other divs.
Yeah, it did.
What round did you get it?
Round 8.
8.
Yeah.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. He left it in 7 though. He could have picked it in 7, but he just went with Throw because nobody wanted Heat, or he couldn't.
Well, because the only other person was I was like second before the wheel, and Tago
yeah, exactly.
Mow, so.
Yeah, exactly. They couldn't pick Heat, so basically round 7.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go to the next one. That is 0 hours SERP. That is it?
That is a Silent Musicians team.
That is a Silent Musicians team, yeah.
Okay.
Looks good at first glance. 1 Fairy Resist, Heatran. But there's also not really any Fairy Weaks. Because this team has no Dragon.
Their parries are hazard removal, huh?
Yep. And Savelli.
Yeah, well, I don't...
Savelli is okay removal because it doesn't really do anything else in 7 because its multi-attack is so bad. It's basically a defensive Pokemon in 7.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never been a big fan.
It's not great removal, but it can do it multiple times. It's not terrible.
Yeah, every time I bring it, it's just basically defog and U-turn out. That's all it does.
Hazard Weak, so though it doesn't mind just exchanging them.
That's true.
Another Heracross team, yes, that's fine. Z0 Aura is insane. Speed tiers are okay.
Especially-
I don't really like the drop from Frostlass to Uxie Savelli, just because Uxie Savelli often are defensive Pokemon.
Mhm.
So it feels like you have a gap from like 110 to like 80, which is not good. Like a lot of 100s are just gonna say, "Oh, I don't give a shit if Uxie is faster than me."
As we said before, Savali is a lot weaker in Gen 7.
Yes, like Uxie and Savelli both are Pokemon that have like 0 offensive output. They
Mhm.
like utility spammers.
Yeah.
Heracross,
Uxie, if
great
it gets its
from
rocks
you.
up, has done its job.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know if Heatran gets overwhelmed on this team. Heatran is a Pokemon that can do it, right? It's an impeccable Draftmon. But if the Pokemon start all slotting on ground moves, and Heatran needs to check a lot of defensive boxes, I feel like it might fall apart on this team. I feel like it's on its own. You know, because the water type is Gastrodon as well. I feel like there's too much pressure on this Heatran.
I think. Oh, good.
Yeah, it's just Gastrodon can't come every game. The Pokemon is not good enough. Yeah, that's basically it.
Yeah. For the Heatran point, I really do agree because, I guess it depends, right? I think how this if he's able to use Arrow well enough to clean games fast enough, then it doesn't matter. If the games drag, then Heatran really suffers. And I'm so glad you mentioned Gastrodon because I really don't believe it's coming to every game, and it's it
I
really
was
shouldn't.
not a fan of the Gastrodon pick when Seismitoad was still on the board.
Yeah, Seismitoad is just
Seismitoad is so much better for this team.
better.
Yeah.
And it's without Gastrodon, I mean, you don't have many rock weaknesses, but it's also actually, wait, do you have? Hold on.
No, that's fine.
Oh, well, yeah, it's fine. I guess it's fine.
It's only Frostless. It's fine. It's playable.
Lambo says this feels like this team relies too much on Uxie to facilitate getting in a Mon that has a good matchup into the opponent's team.
Yeah, for sure. Uxie is the only pivot. I mean, Savelli parting shots, so I feel like Savelli with this team comes every week.
He also said that Gastrodon probably has to come every game.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Like this Gastrodon, it shouldn't come every game because it's not good enough. That's what I meant.
Yeah.
I think
if that was a Seismitoad, I'd feel a lot better.
Yeah. Seismitoad just has the it's a lot of combinations that make Seismitoad so much better.
Yeah, nice utility, nice offense, everything.
Yeah.
I really do think that games are going to be Duvali, Gastrodon, Heatran come every game, Zeraora, obviously, and then it's just you might even be forced to bring Uxie because of the slow pivot, and then it might be the 6 options what you customize.
Also, what we could say, as before, Johnny also had Granbull Heatran, and I said it's a good core, and I agree, it is, but not when Heatran is this overwhelmed. Granbull cannot cover for Heatran because that's the same part. It's not that good of a Pokemon. It's not helping Heatran beat those Latioses and whatnot. That this Heatran just needs to do too much, in my opinion. Even though Zera is great, Heracross is gonna have great matchups because it's Mega Heracross. There are no switch-ins to Mega Heracross. But I don't like this defensive core. Heatran, Uxie, Gastrodon, Granbull. I feel like all these Pokemon need to do too much for what they can do.
I think.
Same with Savelli.
I think you need to flip all the bottom ones. Maybe swap also Heracross for the extra points and get something else benefit. But I don't know.
I mean, Heracross is good. Heracross is not the problem here. I don't think so.
Yeah, I like Heracross here. Is a good ground resist with Heatran.
Yeah. This team also needs a physical breaker because Zera is kind of weak.
Yeah.
You're right. It's like what Zera.
Zera is 105 attack. Yeah.
Yeah, it's Zera, Heracross are main attackers. I guess Superior doesn't really count as the main one. It's a cleaner, more
Serp is also not a breaker. This team really needs a breaker. I like the Heracross.
I agree. Team also has Mega Alt over Hera, but I think you're right that it kind of needs Heracross's attack.
Yeah, Altaria makes his team way too passive. I don't think you can run Gastrodon, Yuxi, Frostless, Cervelli, and then Mega Alt. Like, how are your strongest Pokemon defensive Heatran and Zeraora? That doesn't seem right.
You just get fed up and die.
You just like don't put any pressure on. Like everybody just subs on your ass. That also is going to happen to this team, by the way, because Serp lets you sub, Heatran lets you sub a lot of times, Yuxi lets you sub, and Gastrodon lets you sub. Heracross kind of abuses subs, but and Cervelli can parting shot through them. It's okay. Let's go to the next team.
All right, next.
That is me.
I like how the Z's change after the Pokemon, so it almost looks like the wrong Pokemon have the Z's.
Yeah. This team is really me and really not me. It started off really me with picking Lando, Keldeo, Mega Manectric, 3 of my most favorite Pokemon. And then it went not me when I went HO.
Yeah, the Haxorus is a...
The Haxorus is really cool though.
I am an enjoyer of Haxorus, but...
Yes, but it doesn't help me... Okay, so, to my defense, this team was supposed to pick Skarm at the 4th pick. And, like King Rock already told us, he told his brother to pick Skarm, so I couldn't have it.
I didn't...
Not with that intention. Yeah. I know. So I changed it to Mesprit because Mesprit was like the only decent ground immunity that I still liked. All the Flying Steeds were gone. Bronzong was gone because Lambo picked my goat up in round 3. So I could only do Mesprit. And then I was looking at my team and I had different options where I could go a more balanced route, but I just really wanted the Z Haxorus. It seemed so fun to pair the Haxorus with Keldeo. And after that, I just embraced this. I picked Reborn before the webs. I picked a Spin Rocker and Chandelure and Defiant user Bishop. This team has a decent defensive chart. It's not a bad defensive chart, but it has almost no defensive Pokemon, right?
Yeah.
Like it relies on Mesprit and Quillfish, kind of, even Bishop's defensive utility when it brings it to the table. It's not weak to anything in particular. Like, it's slightly ground weak, but honestly it's manageable because the 3 low tiers are ground weak. And Mesprit and Lando are great ground immunities. I feel like this team is going to overrun your opponent or lose. That's what I'm going to try to do. Also, I must say that Manectric is not that good on HO. It wants more of a balanced team. It likes playing longer games.
It likes pivoting.
It likes pivoting, exactly, longer games. But, yeah, I think... Oh, I'm up to draft. Tago is not awake anymore, huh? It's 3 AM.
That's all good.
Yeah, if you want to say any more about my team. I mean, the speed tiers are great. Yay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really fast. Bishop being the slowest Pokemon.
Always like that.
Always like that. I think Quillfish
is the I don't love the fairy resists being the bottom 3 picks.
Oh, for sure, but that's definitely true. For sure. I hope my Z's can muscle through the fairies though.
Especially because the removal is also kind of.
Oh yeah, this team is not going to remove.
Yeah.
The Defoggers are Lando and Reborn.
Very questionable. Very questionable removal.
I mean, yeah, that's why it's offense, right? Like, the game is not going to be long enough, so my opponent... Like, if they set up hazards, they're going to lose them on, basically, right? That's the plan.
Yeah.
It's really offensive, it's not my style. We will see if I crash out or if I can make it work. I have to play good. I hope I can do that.
Alright, so tune in 3 weeks to see if this team changes or not.
Alright.
Oh, this team is not going to change. I'm not changing my teams. Okay, this is Johnny. My Skarmory on this team. Okay, I already told you and your brother the issues I had with this team.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like Skarm Zapdos on the same team. Also don't like him on a Bulu team. I feel like these last two Pokemon were supposed to fix, or I guess Meganium wasn't, but Rapidash was supposed to fix the weaknesses, and it can't. Starmie is, like, it's Rapidash, it's not going to come.
Mm-hmm.
Starmie is the only Ice Resist. It's the only Fire Resist outside of Seismitoad, which they carry the same Grass weakness. In a hidden power meta, kinda scary. I feel like Starmie has to do a lot, because Starmie is also important in the Psychic Resist department here. It's not that important, I guess.
No, not with the Muck.
Yeah, not with the Muck. Yeah, the Muck was down there. I just saw it too late. I do like the Seismitoad. I think the top 7 Pokemon are good individually. I think Johnny is going to struggle. His team working. Also, Zapdos going down to Bulu, Toad, Skarm basically in the same speed here.
Yeah.
There's also some matchups, by the way, where Toad wants to run EQ. Because it's a Pokemon that CMs, for example. Like EQ is by far... Okay, Cyber's gone. Bye-bye, Cyber. Like sometimes you have a specially defensive Pokemon, like a Blissey or a Pokemon that is CMing up on you. And because you can't run EQ, you actually have no physical step, because Seismitoad does not have... or that did get Liquidation in this, huh?
Mm-hmm.
But Liquidation is a lot stronger, a lot weaker than EQ. So that might be a point where sometimes that's kind of awkward. Probably not a huge issue. You also pointed out that Skarm and Zapdos can abuse the terrain by roosting and landing on the ground for plus 6%, which is not bad.
Yeah.
We will see how this is going to play out.
It relies on Muck a lot, with
Yep.
with Muck being neutral to things, and I
Yep.
think that's okay because Muck and Alola and grassy terrain is just something I've used before that's really, really good.
It is really, really good.
I think Bulu
100%.
and Starmie are both really solid Z users.
Also agree with that one, yes.
Yeah.
This team definitely isn't bad. That's not what I would say. I think it's going to have some weird spots, though.
Yeah. It's
Okay.
strange, but it's fine. Next.
Yeah. Next. That's...
Oh, that's...
Oh, you didn't change it. That's mine.
What the...
Again.
Oh,
I said 2.
I got distracted.
Okay, oh good, oh good. I mean, you can look at mine again. Yay.
Pay no attention to the man behind the mirror.
We also need to talk about what my last... I need to decide for my SS draft.
Alright, it's fixed now.
Okay. This is Lambo. And this team is really good.
Mm-hmm.
I have looked at this a lot of times. Some slight issues I have with it is that both of the fast Pokemon are budget Pokemon, and he didn't Z any of them. Celezzle and Neuvan are kind of notorious.
I feel like Noivern should be Z.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you can. It's too expensive, Zygarde. Zygarde is really high points here at 16. I doubt Neuvan is... I mean, Neuvan might be 9. I just don't like the fast Pokemon being Rock's weak. Because, like, as Deansci can hold the rocks off, right? Sometimes. It doesn't do it always. It really struggles to do that against Steels.
Yeah, and all the removal is weak to rock.
Or the removal is weak to rock and low tier.
Yeah.
I do really like Shaman with Deansci, Toxapex, Bronzong, Zygarde. It's just a classic old gen core where the Pokemon just all work really well together and all have such great roles. It's amazing. Pangoro is kind of whatever. It's okay. It's going to do fine and probably. And yeah, Celezzle is a good Pokemon. But Rock's weakness is holding it back. It's a little... I feel like Toxapex and Celeste do kind of the same thing sometimes. Trying to status everything, stall them out. I don't know how viable it is for Toxapex and Celeste to come each game, but I think... Yeah. But I think the top 5 are so good. If he just puts in one of the last, it's going to do fine. Zygarde, Deansci, Bronzong, Toxapex, Shaman sounds like a bitch to beat. Yeah, that's my opinion on this team. This team is insane.
All right.
Weakness table is great, obviously. Almost the whole team is green.
Next.
Okay. Next. Lando, Card, Hydreigon. This is Blitz.
Yes, it is. We only have 3 more left, folks.
Yeah, so we're coming to the end, and it's not even.
Lambo's saying he could do Noivern Z points wise, but he wanted Z parting shot, which is fair.
This is fair. Z parting shot is good with Zygarde. I don't think the other Pokemon want the Z parting shot.
Bronzong could.
Really?
All right. This team has some fan in the chat. Somebody's a big fan of this team. Someone's calling this team the best team.
Is it Blitz himself?
Yes.
I knew it. Didn't even need to look. This team is the worst team I've looked all day, actually. I don't like anything about this team. Whoever drafted this team must be a fake Toxapex fan.
Yeah. They passed on Toxapex how many times?
I think the person who drafted this team has lost to me in semis twice recently, so kind of a skill issue too. Honestly, do you need to add anything? I think that's basically all we have to say, right?
Blitz is so in love with Toxapex that he refused to draft a grounded poison when it went in solidarity.
True. No grounded poison. This team is playing fine into T-Spikes though. Also, this team has the most insane removal ever. 4 fast Pokemon with Defog and Avalok, the GOAT himself. Yeah, this team has the Camerupt, Lando, Core again, but it's not as great as with Garchomp because Lando and Camerupt are both water weak. So Electrics can slot in water here if they have coverage for Hydreigon, like Aura Sphere Raikou. Or Close Combat Zera.
And
Focus
HP
Blast Zera,
Water doesn't have the, hidden powers this gen, we should also mention, no longer have IV penalties.
Who has the Zera? You or is it Silent?
Silent Musician
no, you have
the Zera.
This team gets shit on by Zera. Holy. Focus Blast, Hidden Power Water, T-Bolt, CM. With Z. Damn, it's over. Damn, Blitz, you lost. Unfortunate. Z Suicune probably not gonna come often. Like, Suicune's offensive set is okay. I feel like you have to be offensive to have Z. I don't think it works on the Rest Talk set, on the Crocoon.
Yeah.
Yeah, comfy cards.
Z-Rest to just... Z-Rest should just be rest and you use Sleep Talk twice on that turn.
True. Comfy Metagross also feels a bit budget. And I think Metagross really likes a fairy that can wish.
Yeah.
Because Metagross is notorious for getting worn down. Otherwise, Jolteon, good Pokemon. Lando, good Pokemon. Katana, good Pokemon. Hydreigon, really good Pokemon.
Another
not sure if I liked...
team not weak to rock.
Yeah, I don't know how you managed to do it. Probably by drafting Double Steel again. That's the cheat code. Notice to mention is also that this team is kind of weak to ice ground coverage. But most teams are. But yeah. I probably would have Z'd something else but Hydreigon. I think Hydreigon... Yeah.
Yeah, because Z
I just think
is really solid.
Yeah, Z card too.
Oh yeah, because then you can do the Z
I think it's
impact.
Z Giga Impact, but even Z Steel and Grass just tearing through resistances after an SD is good. Okay, let's go to the last one.
No, there's 2 more.
Oh, 2 more. Sad that we had to look at the worst team. It's
Yeah, we had
so
to...
close to the end. Damn. This is Tago.
Yep.
So this is the second guy who sniped me. This guy took my Empoleon, but it's fine. I forgive him by taking all his Pokemon in Gen 8. So that's fine. Slow team. I know Tago knows my opinion on Arrow not being great. It's probably better with Z. You can run a Z Claws, Z Home Claws, Flyum Z set.
That sounds copy.
It probably can. It's probably strong enough when coming off of 105 attack, and Arrow can run Adamant sometimes. I think this team is just too slow. Levani is too bad to be bringing most games and getting up webs. But Clef Mobile is really good. This team doubled up on Steel and Fairy, which makes the Z Latios pretty scary. But doesn't this team? I mean, it just has Mega Mobile, huh? That's a pretty good Pokemon. Did this team get Mega Mobile near the end, or did Tago pick it really early?
Tago picked it in the first round.
Yeah, but like near the end of the draft, right? Mega Mobile just fell really far down.
On the wheel, yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy. Getting Latios Mega Mobile on the wheel. Solid. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Many mons here aren't great in my opinion. Crook, Rotomo, Arrow, Empoleon, Stunfisk, and Levani are all not insane Pokemon. But Clef, Mobile, and Latios are.
Yeah.
So, and it's also one of the best players playing the team, so it's going to be fine.
Alright, last one. One final next.
This is a puppy team.
Yep.
He even picked Little Good Ninja. I can't. I don't understand the Hippowdon. I have not understood it when he drafted it. I will never understand it. It's just the ground here. I think he's going to bring it without Sandstream most of the time. Right?
Yeah. I mean...
This team does not want sand.
Yeah. I mean, with Jirachi's Iron Head, you could rack up some real damage with the sand. That's a win con.
Some real damage. Damn. Is this team's only water resist Prim? Fire resist? It is.
No, Frogadier.
Okay, so it's the only one. Are you calling Frogadier a real fire resist?
No, I'm not. But
Okay. I want to say.
Yeah, so Prim is relied on kind of heavily.
Yep. And like you said, Prim is missing some stuff in 7, which makes it a bit worse. Weavile Gallade is an insane combo. I don't know why the Jirachi is Z. I think probably because Weavile Prim doesn't fit. I would assume. Yeah. Z Jirachi is not great.
Z Prim is also a little awkward on this team because I feel like this team wants leftovers on Prim.
Maybe Papi forgot that it doesn't get Calm Mind. But to be honest, this team just doesn't have any Z captains, right? You could probably do Galvantula or Weavile.
Yeah.
I think that's what I would have done. It's not like Weavile wants any items, right? Like, there's no boots, so that's bad. Life Orb kills yourself even faster with Rocks Up. Yeah. Webs are scary. Gallade under Webs is insane. I feel like this team is still missing threats for Webs, though. Isn't this team too passive for Webs? Maybe it isn't. It just feels like Jirachi, Crobat, Serena, Hippo are kind of weak. I guess Serena and Hippo aren't that weak.
I mean, Gallade, Weavile, and Prim are really strong, but...
Yeah, but Weavile doesn't really need the reps. That's already the fastest Pokemon.
Mm-hmm. It's nice for Gallade and Weavile. It's protection from Scarfers.
Gallade, 100%. I really like Gallade under reps. But I don't think it's the greatest, you know? Like, it's just... It's not this power behind this team that makes reps great. Also, way too physically heavy. Way too physically heavy, this team.
Yeah.
Like, it feels like this Prim needs to be defensive.
Mm-hmm.
And then it can't really put out the offensive pressure at once with Z and... because... Yeah. Team has no dragon, huh? Yeah, this team has no dragon.
Oh, well.
It's going to do fine.
Yeah.
Okay, we're done.
Alright. That was it. Tune in later this week for the Gen 8 stream, which will hopefully be shorter than this.
I mean, it should be.
Yep.
How wouldn't you be doing 1 gen instead of 2?
Alright. Have a good night.
Good night.
Alright.
Holy shit, this was long.
We
How many
streamed
hours
for
did we
4
do?